Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snarecasting. It's your boy Snare. Special shout out to y'all who are here for the first time. Hello, hope y'all are good, hope everybody is excited, and hope everybody is refreshed and has slept properly, because we got some Dota going on. I don't know what time it is where y'all are at right now, but 6 o'clock here. As gamers, I'm pretty sure all of y'all know that we're all disdainful of the morning, so have some solidarity with the homie while we get out here today. You know, we're doing PNXBET Invitationals for Southeast Asia yet again. Got ourselves ground zeros, taking on the side of Army Geniuses. We are still in the group stages as we stand right now, so not yet any BO3s, we're still in the BO2s. I personally am okay with this because, you know, it means things are a little bit more exciting for the group stages and there's more to play for come the playoffs, you know? The advantage of having a full BO3. As things stand right now, neither of these teams have necessarily covered themselves in the kind of glory that would lead them to those BO3s. They've both been drummed 0-2, it happens, it is what it is, by Signal Ultra and Team SMG respectively. So, come hell or high water, no matter what, one of these two teams is going to have their first map victory here today. Let's find out who's going to have it first. AG, Army Geniuses playing on Radiant side. We've got ground zeros for GZ on the Dire. First overall pick in the draft was this DK, Axon the Broodmother having been banned out already, and then AG responded with the Hoodwink Timbersaw. We've been seeing this more and more often, the Hoodwink Timbersaw duo, in particular because people are so afraid of Hoodwink just being picked as often as she is, and the fact that this break mechanic against Timber, it is honestly still shocking to me just how hard Timbersaw is affected whenever he's broken. So makes perfect sense to snag this up as early as humanly possible. At the same time, GZ No surprise seeing the Terrorblade being picked up after having the Broodmother as well as the Axe banned away. So makes complete sense, completely understand the rationale and the decision making here from the side of GZ. Omni Geniuses went back and banned out this Mirana, make sure that DK Mirana doesn't happen, DK Lina doesn't happen, no Invoker. My god, Invoker's just been a little bit too good in this meta right now. There's too many options, too many playstyles which are just buttressed by that Invoker. Pretty much never a bad time to pick it, so ban it, makes sense. AG went back as well for this Winter Wyvern. I suppose whenever you are playing against Terrorblade, the Winter Wyvern is not only just higher value against the hero itself, but being able to play this on your own team, providing some reliable heals in a game where the opponent up until this point does not have a break. They do have this Oracle pick now, so additional heal for the Terrorblade, and because they don't have that much catch on the backside of the fight, except for the Timbersaw, it might be a little bit difficult to prevent the Oracle from using the False Promise every other fight. I'm kind of wondering as well and thinking to myself now whether or not this Oracle is actually the Terrorblade partner. This could still be Oracle Leshrac or Oracle DP. For a while, it's been a long time since Oracle TB was like the priority combination, so I'd be quite surprised if this was the only thing they had up their sleeves with this. We obviously can't discount heroes like Huskar as well, especially since AG have Timbersaw, Winter Wyvern. Like, they have last pick though, but I still think there's possibility of having to be careful with Huskar. And also they don't really deal well with Leshrac if it gets picked right now, if it is indeed Leshrac with the Oracle. AG burning through a large bulk of their reserve time here for the second phase. I mean, this is going to be their next core pick besides the Timbersaw, and they have last pick. I think the question in the conversation is determining who actually gets the priority and has the privilege of being picked last. I was actually about to say, generally on I've seen from Army Geniuses, they've tended to go for the DB pick, and then Mamang Daya's hero comes at the very end of the draft. So right now, DB gonna play Drow, it's all good. Who's gonna win game one? I don't know yet. We're gonna see the draft. We're gonna see the draft first. From what I'm seeing now, I like what Army Geniuses has to offer over Ground Zero. We'll see. I think one of the main things I'm really liking is that they've got a lot of balance in the team, right? Drow's obviously going to be sitting in the back of the fight to try and dish out the damage from that direction. At the same time, oh wait, snap. Nguyen, I'm sorry about that. Just try to type without like any of the accents in the comments and stuff. We had to get rid of, had to be like very, very rigid with the English filter because we had some problems with some of the Russian viewers, unfortunately. And for the sake of moderation, we did make sure to keep it English only. I'm sorry about that. I apologize. But it's for, trust me, it's just for the best. It's for the best. Anyway, what I was going to say earlier was that I really like what AG has, given they have a lot of different balance, right? But I still don't have any real disable or team fight starting, besides the Timbersaw just bounding headlong into the fight. I would kind of like to see a hero like Puck actually would have been fantastic. Unfortunately, he does get banned away by Army Geniuses themselves. So I wonder what they're going to decide to run in that mid lane. GZ took out the Kunkka, took out the TA, and now what goes mid? DK is going to be the offlane hero here. Death Prophet is available. Lesh is available, like I mentioned earlier. They picked up the Shadow Demon, so they have the illusion spam for themselves from the Terrorblade, and they have the capability of using the Demonic Purge against several of these heroes, especially useful up against this Timbersaw. For now though, they're still burning all the time. I mean, this DK could go mid, right? And then you run a hero like maybe some Underlord in the offlane. That way you've got an absurd amount of beefcake. You still have some degree of initiation with the Blink Dragger from the DK. Still have a utility builder from this Underlord, potentially. Maybe even Centaur instead of Underlord, actually. Give them some Stampede. They go Void Spirit. Alright. So this is the hero that's going to play out from the mid lane. They were struggling before this to actually have a way of closing the gap onto Drow Ranger. And even once they closed that gap, kind of difficult to keep her in position. All they had before this was DK, if he has perfect vision of the Drow Ranger, able to reach her and stun her that way. Now you have this Void Spirit. Makes life a lot easier, given that this is the kind of hero that, as he goes in and out of the fight, doesn't necessarily have to worry too much about these AG heroes being able to chain disable him. Gonna buy the Yule Scepter, so not worried about the Gust. Winter Wyvern wants to save the Curse for TB, so it gives a lot of freedom over towards the Void Spirit. Does also mean that the Oracle combo is going to be the Terrorblade. Just heads up indirectly. And AG having similar problems to what GZ had towards the end of the draft, wherein this last pick needed to be a hero that could start fights for them. We were speaking about it earlier that Timbersaw is the only way they start fights by him just running forward. Now that problem is somewhat taken care of. Mamang Daya also not that concerned about the chain disables from GZ. They have Dragon and Tail Stun as well as the Aether Remnant. Beyond that, not really any disable that bothers the Storm Spirit. So Mamang Daya should be able to have a fairly free game. Drow Ranger with Storm Spirit is a very strong combination for a long time for a good reason. We're going to be able to see the Storm Spirit not just be able to get ahead, but have the capability to really make life difficult for this Oracle. Yeah, I like the AG draft. I prefer Army Geniuses. I really prefer Army Geniuses here.
I'm dead.
Of course, as well, another problem that they do have to deal with though is going really late. This Terrorblade feels very, very scary. Very, very scary. If they ever get past the point where they can't kill him in a short duration of time, trouble starts to abound. That being said though, you can also get to the point as Army Geniuses where you just kite around this GZ team for as long as humanly possible. Because if you look at the GZ lineup, not all their damage, okay, we'll talk about it in a second. AG, they need this dub, need to get on the board. GZ needs the same. Which one of them is gonna get it though? But we find out. Game 1, PNXBET Invitational for C. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, I want directed camera. Alright, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. Hey, shout out to y'all from Southeast Asia.
You make best situation out of no situation.
Ian Chong, I hope that's not after Ian Miles Chong. Oh lol, but shout out to you from the Philippines, yo. You think Ground Zero wins game 1? Right, we're gonna find out together. Ground Zero is not like they don't have things going for them, right? They have this Akashi Terrorblade. He played the Luna yesterday in very good stead, even though they ended up losing their games. I think he looked quite good on the hero. But here he is, playing on this TB in a game where the primary challenges that he has to experience aren't challenges that are going to be present from the laning phase onwards. It's challenges that emerge throughout the game, so he's going to have a fairly decent lane, at least up until Timbersaw has like level 5, level 6. Then you kind of have to vacate that part of the map, but Akashi will be able to, as the game goes on, especially after picking up BKB, be a real beast in his own right. They have the reach to the backside of the fight from Kui, and they still do have the backup of the TMV Oracle, so there are mechanisms available for them to claim victory here, but it's not going to be the easiest game in the world. Let me just tell you that one. AG have a lot of tempo to set as their team. Just a bit of an easier draft to play, in my opinion, from this AG side, but let's go. Mid lane matchup among Daya versus Kui. Storm Spirit versus Void Spirit. The vision was already propped down by the AG side on the high ground, so no D-ward action will be in from the side of GZ, meaning that Mamang Daya, who I think is largely favored in this matchup, is going to remain favored. So I'm expecting that to continue to be the case in this one. One of the things as well that's going to be interesting about seeing how this matchup evolves is I think for this game, it's more important for Void Spirit to move off the mid lane first. For example, they need an easy early way to kill the Star Ranger. Otherwise, oh, you see First Blood happening in the top lane. Might have had a kill here bottom, but UK, he's fine. Akashi though ends up losing the support in the lane. Guessing Bushwhack. Yep. What's actually pretty scary about this particular duo, right, is that if you time your moves correctly, you can get down the tree for the Bushwhack at the same time as the Timber Chain is coming in for the Bushwhack. So tree down, Bushwhack, Timber Chain at the same time. Bushwhack throws you towards the tree as the Timber Chain is arriving from Timber. And then even if you end up destroying the tree as Timbersaw, you arrive as the Bushwhack procs. Makes life very difficult for the heroes on the other side. So now though, I think the only thing they can think about is potentially killing this Oracle yet again. TB will not really be encumbered by them. Down bottom though, we see that they actually get a kill onto the DK. Drow Ranger does die for this. KCL finds revenge. Still, hashtag worth. Got the kill on the Dragon Knight first. And also it was a DB himself that got the last right click. That's always one of the big things about dying in the laning phase. If you end up trading your life after a death, it's one thing if you're involved in the death, it's another thing entirely if you're the one that gets it. If you're the one that gets it, more often than not, it's worth dying in these early laning situations. You do see now they might try to get a kill onto UK here. Pops the magic stick to stay alive. Arctic Burn comes out with the multi-shot. KCL is actually in danger here. Frost arrows. No! UK messed up! No! UK messed up. The Arctic Burn hit that we saw just there hitting the one creep was supposed to actually hit KCL for that additional slow. Had that happened, definite kill onto the Shadow Demon. Instead, SD just gonna have to go home. That was so close. So close. Doesn't end up going the way that they would have hoped for on the side of AG, but still happy to just force the Shadow Demon off of lane so that DB has some time to farm without interruption right now. Especially because they know that now that there is level 3 available from Kimizu, it's very unlikely that the kill they picked up on him earlier will ever happen again. Reverie maybe. Honestly, I just cast mostly Asian games, so Southeast Asia and China has been my big stomping ground, but that's just where like a lot of the time is. I also end up doing a lot of CIS, a lot of Western Europe. The only region I don't reliably cover are the Americas. I mean, to be fair, if you've watched any of my like the prediction videos I made for the previous majors, it would become very apparent that I don't spend as much time as I should watching American Dota. Lol.
You blew it!
This mid lane matchup very, very even right now. And nothing between them. Kui and the Storm Spirit for Mamang Daya. We'll say that most of these matchups that I've seen have gone the way of the Storm Spirit. So Kui is doing a really good job being able to out CS and also having forced Mamang Daya back to base. So more time available in the lane itself. Good stuff from Kui. Top lane. Do see that Akashi indeed getting CS, but we're not at the point where Womi's starting to get closer to level 5, so they have to start talking about it on the side of Ground Zeroes. How much longer do they keep Akashi here? And oh my goodness, a straight up kill on DB at bottom? What? How did that happen? Like Drow, I feel like most situations Drow shouldn't be dying there. And we almost lost TMV in the top part of the map. Ends up not happening. But the thing is now they can't do anything. They have to actually go jungle with Akashi soon. I think the main reason they don't want to, you never want to give up your lane freely to the Timbersaw. This is a hero that will take that space. And after having taken that space, will make it extremely difficult for your team, given that he can post up, force this tower out early, and then go bottom to defend against GZ being able to do the same against their team. And honestly, Womi, yep, I'm glad they're doing this and they're leaving him alone in lane. Lim can start roaming about, start securing some further advantages from among Daya here. He got the Arcane Rune, despite KCL trying to prevent him from taking it, and now he's going to try and utilize it to kill KCL. The Shadow Demon definitely in trouble. Kimizu trying to close the gap. He knows there's no disruption. 15 seconds until it's back. Dragon Tail stun will stall him out for now, and he's out of mana among Daya. The Knife Deny off the rune. KCL tried to make sure that he removes an additional source of mana away from among Daya. Does succeed in doing so, and now among Daya completely out of mana. Will he be able to escape away from this? Let's see. Aether Remnant trying to pull him back. The Cold Embrace will keep him up for now, but he still has no mana. Pops a magic wand charge. Only 80 mana at this point. Even if he zips, it's going to be a very short range onto the high ground. Astral Step up. Kui keeps track of his quarry and able to bring him down as the Storm Spirit dies after claiming the Shadow Demon. Ground Zeroes find revenge in the mid lane. You love to see it. These kind of moves happening. I was speaking earlier about how I think that Queen needs to be the one that makes moves on the map faster. It helps a lot when you're able to get the early kill over your lane counterpart. He's even going to go ahead and steal his bounty. This opens up a lot more space for Kui. Interestingly enough, they actually rotated Akashi down bottom already. I mean, we spoke about it earlier that now that Womi is level 5, level 6, you have to leave this part of the map. He will dive underneath the tower and kill you. That's Terrorblade. So Terrorblade rather come bottom. Try use his pressure onto the tower, but getting followed by Womi here, who throws in a chakram onto Kimitsu. This is a lot of danger for the DK. Timber Chain not going to be high enough levels for Womi to chase forward. Only level 2. If it was level 3, maybe you get that chain through, but level 2, certainly not going to happen. So now Womi has made the swap. Honestly, they're okay with this. They just killed DB top again. That's the third death of the Star Ranger this game. My gosh. But Kui, this is like the best case scenario, right? Where the enemy makes the lane swap before you, before they've even claimed the tower. And you get the kill in the top lane with the mid laner without any other core heroes being necessary. Life is good. Also, that was DB having TPs to the top lane, so can't go back there for some time. Good early start to the game here for the Void Spirit. Yule Scepter already in tow. Just a couple hundred gold to finish it off completely. Once that item arrives, it becomes really problematic for DB. Doesn't have that much farm on the map right now due to all these deaths. 1,000 gold behind the Terrorblade. His team will definitely have to provide some space so that he can get all this farm back without having to suffer the indignity of losing his life too often. At the same time, GZ, they would really like to be able to keep this tower alive down bottom without having to, because they're about to lose a tower top with like the next couple of waves. It's very low on HP, can't be defended forever. And we're gonna see first Winter's Curse used in this game, but oh my goodness, the Fortunes End, Roots, Womi, and UK in position. Kimizu gonna try find some revenge here. KCL already been brought down. Hui shows up to try and help out. The Disseminate with the Aether Remnant will provide the damage necessary to bring down this Winter Wyvern. Great kill on UK. But the primary objective is keeping this tower alive. They've just lost their tier 1 on top. With the DK form, you know, you would naively think that having DK and Terrorblade... Oh, speaking of Terrorblade, why am I missing all these jungle core kills? My god. Alright, so they found the Terrorblade and killed it, which is very problematic. I think that's the first death in the game for the TB. So, at the very least, you did finish the Dragon Lance with the boots. Ironic that the same build that the Draw Ranger has right now is one that Terrorblade is going for. Might even see S and Y coming after this. Might have very similar item builds from these two players. One thing from Ground Zeroes is that because they have also this DK in tandem with the Void Spirit, once they get Blink Dagger for Kimezu, it becomes a lot easier for them to chain disable people from afar to set up for the Void Spirit to show up. I think part of their problem right now is that Void Spirit, although it can be the initiating hero, is always much better played as the cleanup. If somebody else is able to go in first from that side and not the only source of large scale engagements. This early game though, a lot has happened thus far in terms of movement on the map, but not that much has changed in terms of equilibrium on it. We knew that the top lane was eventually going to get vacated by GZ. We knew that if it happened early enough, Wormy would come bottom to defend the tower. Despite them having DK and the Terrorblade, quite difficult to push past the Timbersaw at this stage of the game to try and put damage onto the structure itself. It would require 4 heroes to kill him, and there are 4 heroes in the area. They might decide to make some kind of maneuver, but Wormy also not playing too aggressively because he lacks vision of most of the heroes on the GZ side. So realizing that if he lacks all that vision and they have a Terrorblade and they have a DK, several of these heroes are probably gonna come bottom. He pops double damage, and they're gonna try now for the attempt on the tier 1 tower. I do not think anybody from Army Geniuses will really feel any kind of desire to show up to this bottom lane. So let it happen, let it go. It's frozen. Let it go.
I'll take that.
Easy tower to pick up. Gold distributed across the map due to it. I wonder if GZ this game, or let me repeat, I wonder when he's going to decide to buy BKB. I really feel you need BKB in this one. You're going to get SNY as Will the Drow. Lol, this is actually kind of hilarious. Like, except for their positioning of the items, they literally have the same build right now. It's awesome. Mamang Daya, Orchid online available. And we saw him move earlier with Lim to try and make some plays happen. We'll see if they make the decision to go for that again. Right now, just trying to escape away from KCL and Kui. The Storm won't be that lucky, but Lim not just yet. Scurry's through the trees though, so still alive for now. Here comes the Timbersaw though. They end up losing the Hoodwink, but they might be able to claim KCL in exchange. Nope, TMV helping with the Dispel, keeping the Shadow Demon alive for now. So just a straight up assassination by Ground Zero. Although several heroes in that area just for a Hoodwink, you might question whether or not it's actually a worthwhile play. They need to get more. Among Daya, oh, they got him. They found the stun onto the Storm Spirit. Will they be able to bring him down? No, they won't. Winter's Curse coming out to buy space. UK will make sure that the Storm Spirit can move around. Disruption will also make sure that Kimezu stays alive for now. As when we try to get the kill, won't be able to do so. Kui also trying to jump in and out of the fight. Got silenced up, still alive for now. With Kimezu jumping in, UK will end up dying, taking the damage from TMV. Among Daya just goes to pick up an illusion rune in the river. And despite everybody getting so low and coming so close to death, ultimately we still only have one support losing their lives. And we say that though, Wormy wants to go back in, pull back by the 8th Remnant. Bushwhack on the 2 with the chakram flying through as well. Gust now slowing these heroes down. Kui silenced, yules into the air though to avoid the sharpshooter hit. Will still stay living. The damage coming back. Kimezu gets the stun out onto DB. DB! Why is the Drow Ranger that far forward? Drow will end up losing her life in the 8th Remnant now, catching Mamang Daya. Fortune's End will room in position, but TMP channeled it a little bit too long, so it's going to be too far away from the rest of the team to be of use there. Kui almost died, but able to get the Disseminate down onto the low ground. Alright, so we have poking on both sides, everybody peppering each other with their spells, and ultimately it's the sound of Ground Zero who come out of that fight ahead, taking out the DB Drow Ranger, keeping Kui alive. Kui so many times came very close to death in that fight, somehow stayed living. And I feel like this Aghanim Scepter is going to make such a huge difference. There's no BKBs on the horizon just yet from Army Geniuses, so you can just imagine what an impact a silence would actually have on them in the fight. Especially considering Mamang Daya doesn't even have, like, there's nothing, no defensive spells at all. I also don't believe DB bought Sanji yet, right? This is just a Yasha, so we do not have full SNY. Speaking of DB, around Kui right now, as they're trying to potentially bring down UK Kimizu, taking quite a bit of damage here. We'll get bushwhacked to the tree, and Lim will make sure that they can get this kill. And they end up bringing down Kimizu. At the same time, losing KCL elsewhere on the map. And Kui needs to be careful here. Does have the double astral step, but it's not that simple. And there's some danger here. Yule Scepter is online, so can pop it and try astral step away to safety. Womi also in the vicinity though. Kui, nicely done. Dissimulate into the astral step. Gonna be enough to kill UK. Dropping down an Aether Remnant to cover the retreat. But it's still not gonna be the easiest thing in the world to escape away from this. Still gonna be so much danger. The heals from TMV gonna keep Kui alive. They chase so deep from Army Geniuses, but they can't, at the end of the day, find a way to bring down that Void Spirit. Kui will end up living. And the whole time this was happening, somehow the tier 1 tower middle just fell. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but it took place. It went down. Okay, so here was kind of scary, right? We've been seeing what these last couple of engagements have looked like, how they've been panning out, exactly what's been happening during them. But what we haven't seen just yet is Ground Zeroes actually get involved with Akashi dishing out damage. We have seen damage from the Drow in these fights, but not really from Akashi. So I think that they should be concerned about right now from the side of Army Geniuses is what happens when he's able to sit in the fight, throwing out uninterrupted right clicks. They end up buying Manta Style instead of SNY, so that way you can get out of Gust. They also end up finding UK down bottom to get the vision out as well, thanks to TMV's ward. And they should be able to find a kill here. Oh, maybe not. Mamang Daya, long duration zip, able to come in and bring down this Oracle. And now, UK buying time. Will they be able to get this kill before Cold Embrace? Yes, they do. No Winter's Curse. But Kimizu will still end up getting brought down. Womi showing up for some revenge here. Damn. Alright, Mamang Daya. Very heads up play there. As soon as he knew that the Oracle was the one that's sitting towards the left hand side of that fight, it's a lot easier to zip from his previous positioning directly onto the target. Because Oracle is honestly the priority target for the Storm Spirit. Every single fight, you have to find Oracle. Like right now, Mamang Daya just trying to mess around with Akashi. Knows full well that they can't get this kill.
I love this part.
But it does draw the Oracle back to the side of the map, so that's fine. You feel comfortable. Well, comfortable is maybe not the right word, but it's an acceptable state of affairs. Let's just put it that way. Now, here is what I wonder. Ground Zeroes, now that they have to deal with this pipe from Womi, it's a lot less damage available from Void Spirit, right? Will they try at some point, will they just, oh, we'll talk about it in a sec. Lim just gonna get brought down by Kimizu. At the same time, Mamang Daya able to zip onto KCL. Can't get the kill though. Disruption will be there defensively. And now trying to jump back, but the double silence from the Resonant Pulse with Kimizu stun. Do they have this damage? There will not be any reveal, and there's the Winter's Curse onto Kimizu, but there's also gonna be a false promise from TMZ to make sure that the damage, though everybody was beating onto the DK, not gonna be enough to actually kill him. Does stay living. The rest of the team though from GZ, they want to be able to push onto the tower to potentially take an outpost, but it's very difficult. Once Womi is stuck in at the very forefront of this push, you're basically not getting past them. And they've been largely struggling with that thus far. Womi, 4-0-0 still. Kimezu, oh no, they jump back in. They found Lim. That smoke ended up being a fake back, but Mamang Daya, yet again, a very long zip, finds the one support, looking for the other. KCL was the first target, the next one will be the TMV. It's a double kill so far. Terrorblade does end up eliminating UK, but now is isolated in the trees, gets off asunder, but still has no assistance. Ends up losing his life. 3 heroes have fallen, and it's only supports that have been lost on the side of AG. They need to get out of here with this Dragon Knight and the Void Spirit, both of whom have some mobility. Kui though does not want to leave. He wants to potentially still involve himself. And the zip back, they found DB. Nice jump back onto the Drow Ranger. The fake back from both teams has been amazing. Kimezu will still end up dying here, giving a mega kill streak to Mamang Daya. It's still an unfavored situation here for the Ground Zeroes lineup, having to play with what, they lost 4 heroes versus taking 3. Although one of those heroes that they managed to kill is the Drow Ranger, ultimately though, I do think Ground Zeroes, maybe that risk wasn't worth it. Like, in retrospect, you lose Kimezu. Let's see, okay, what is the goal change there for that last play? 379 versus 314. I don't know. I feel like Kimezu is having such a rough game that we need to try and find some way to keep him alive so we can close in on finishing the BKB. Also, how far is the Terrorblade's BKB? Dude, buy BKB. I understand Dire Scotty, but I really need to see BKB being queued up after this. I feel like it's kind of impossible to fight into the AG lineup without having BKB, even as the Terrorblade. Simply having the Manta style is not good enough as a way to get rid or deal with the various ways they have of controlling you in the fight. They're rushing now on the side of AG, and they know about this from Ground Zeroes. They did pop the scan into the area, so this is not a surprise, but the question is, can they stop it? Jump in by Kimezu, but Kimezu doesn't find a target, just gonna get eviscerated. Roshan gets the kill though, and Queen's gonna steal the Aegis. What? Yo, real talk. Even yesterday when Ground Zeroes lost, there were still some really cool things that this Kui kid pulled off. I think definitely a name to watch, huh? Keep your eyes on Kui. Has the Aegis now. Not just the Aegis, but took out the Roshan as well. So they literally get the entire advantage that AG was attempting. And the great thing for them about this is that it's not about necessarily giving the Aegis towards Void Spirit. It's about preventing it from getting in the hands of the Storm Spirit, because now AG will not feel comfortable playing further ahead and more aggressively onto the GZ side of the map, at least until they pick up the BKB on the Storm Spirit. To be fair though, most of this game has been played on the AG side of the map. It's only now I think that we're going to start seeing that somewhat change. And well, we still have to wait for the Aegis to expire. Deep jump. They end up finding this Oracle. TMV gets taken out on that one. Pretty big zip from Mamang Daya, showing a lot of intent every time he does so. It's pretty fun to watch. But still, they can't actually play on the GZ side of the map, so time is bought for the Terrorblade. Thank God, thank God, thank God. BKB. Woo! That makes me feel a lot better. I was molding just a little bit, but now it's fine. Now it's all good. UK might end up dying here. Okay, lol. That was hilarious. KCL was trying to use disruption elsewhere, but disrupted himself by mistake. That was funny. This has been a very, very tight game. Haven't actually had the gold graph swing further than 1500 in any direction. Experience has been favoring the side of AG. We see that reflected in these levels, with Storm being able to crack 18, Drow Ranger almost there herself. As well, not the same degree of progression being available from the Ground Zeroes lineup. Surprisingly though, Ground Zeroes still have most of the map as free to farm. This is a very peculiar game where Army Genius has been playing together for most of the time.
And because they haven't been able to consolidate as much map control, farm has been somewhat lacking. Oh, wow, UK gets eviscerated, Womi. Might be in trouble now. Mamang Daya zips in to try and find TVM, but TVM also gets taken out. Akashi needs to get out of here, but is this going to be isolation for the TB? Sharpshooter will break him with a multi-shot coming in to provide further damage. Kui might end up losing the Aegis life. Chakram back. Gonna be good enough to take out the life of this Void Spirit. Bushwhack thrown out a little bit preemptively there from Lim, so not gonna be good enough to connect onto Kui. Yet again, only supports really die in this fight. Aegis taken away, but it was a stolen Aegis. You know for a fact that you were lucky to even have it in your inventory to begin with. But just look where we've been playing most of this map. Most of these fights have been happening on that bottom side, in front of this tier 2 tower.
Let the fun begin.
And Ground Zeroes have been throwing themselves at this tower time after time after time, and despite the pressure that could come out on paper from the Terrorblade, in the actual engagement, he has limited room to maneuver. Needs this BKB very, very badly. A River God Sobek. What's good? What's good, homie?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How are things going, Plant God? Top lane. They end up finding Kui. This is a bit of a problem. Bye-bye, Void Spirit. I think part of the problem for Ground Zeroes, right, is they actually can't teamfight. There's so much to do for them in the middle of the engagement. They need to be able to find and isolate the Winter Wyvern. I mean, consider this, right? For Storm Spirit, his job is that, look, if I don't find Oracle, then we have a tough time killing Void Spirit or killing Terrorblade, right? Okay, cool. Consider the same thing for Void Spirit, for Kui. If I don't find Winter Wyvern, we have a hard time surviving the fight. We will die in that fight. If Winter Wyvern is allowed to stay alive, allowed to get off the curse. Speaking of cursed, we'll get Demonic Purge down bottom, but not going to be any real possibility of finding this kill. Mamang Daya zipping in, gets a silence out onto KCL, Vortex back. Do they have this damage here? Acorn shot will provide, I think, just a little bit enough extra to allow for the soul burn of the Orchid to do its job.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kashi has been seen on the retreat from this, but Mamang Daya doesn't have enough mana, so they can't actually chase this. Now finally they do have the BKB from Akashi, but to be fair, the way this game has been, despite the fact that Kimetsu has absolutely no farm, Terrorblade has like all of it, so the actual net worth is nicely balanced out. This is kind of hilarious. It does mean though that Ground Zeroes, if they ever lose Akashi in a fight, the fight is literally over immediately and they have to run away. So it is now in effect a 4 protect 1 draft, unfortunately. The River God, the River God, the Sub God. Oh my God, oh my God. Sub God Sobek showing up, not just being like, hey fam, good to hear your voice and all that good stuff, but damn, showing up in a huge way. My God, thank you. Damn. Dude. Fam. Comrade. I don't even know what to say. Everybody who just got themselves a free subscription from the River God. Oh, BC Top UK. Ah, it's just a Winter Wyvern, it's fine. This was not worth it for Kimetsu. And they keep TMV alive by sundering him, but now Mamang Daya is going to jump back in, activates the BKB. They get the 1 kill onto TMV. Womi trying to run forward, buying back onto this Oracle. Akashi, BKB needs to run away. Bought time by the Demonic Purge, but here comes the team Basol. False Promise though will be there from TMV since he did buy back for this one. At the same time though, Kimetsu going to be in so much danger, taking damage from DB. They push him back with the gust. One more right click will do the trick and they get the kill out onto him. Kui trying to chase down Lim on the back of the fight. Cold Embrace will allow this Hoodwink to live. Will Kui be as lucky? Astral step away. Still stays online. Still stays standing. And it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. My gosh. River God, fam. Finish fighting, guys, so I can thank River God. Kui now, back in the engagement. Doesn't actually have Astral Step again. Gonna get silenced and killed. Winter's Curse now also gonna hold these supports in place. One gets silenced, one gets dragged. Both are brought down. 4 heroes dead and DB with a triple kill. Also a dieback on that Oracle, so in the grave for a full minute. You hear that? That's a, you know, that's just me being like, thank you so much. You know, sounds cool, right? Effectively permanent celebration to just be like, my God, River God Sobek, Jesus Christ, thank you so much. Thank you so much, comrade. Thank you so much, River God. Jeez, dude. Jeez. Honestly, no words. I mean, there are lots of words, because this is a freaking second time we've done this, River God Sobek. Are you kidding me? This is beyond positive. Thank you so much, comrade. Show some appreciation, yo. Use those signs, like, you know who's the real boss of the day. Already, let's put it in here for River God Sobek. There's no fight that's happening now. We already know that Akashi just has to run away. But put in them crowns on River God, because River God is the best. Kimizu jumped into the engagement looking for DB, not going to be able to find him. I was about to say, whose Lincoln's was that? So DB not opting for the BKB, feeling to himself that as long as the Lincoln Sphere can block the targeted initiation of Kimizu, then it should be a-okay. Speaking of Kimizu, he's trying to chase down Mamang Daya, and Mamang's out of mana. Mamang might die here. Gets kept alive by the Cold Embrace. There is enough mana now for a zip away, and Mamang Daya will be able to make use of it. Staying alive, Winter's Curse onto Kimizu, gets saved by KCL. Shows up with the Disruption and the Demonic Purge down onto UK. Will take the right-click damage and end up going directly into the grave. Trading his own life for the Storm Spirits, but that's a trade that as the 5 position, you will make any day of the week. What's crazy is that Winter's Curse actually wasn't available. It literally came back just in time to get the save. Man, River God Sobek, Jesus Christ. I'm just I'm still a bit flabbergasted by the generosity there, comrade. Let me tell you about River God Sobek. This is a person who lurks super hard in the sense that, like, you know, lots of things are happening in their life. They'll pull through every other stream, but every time they do so, they always do something so cool for the whole community. Freaking awesome human being. DK attempting to build into the Aghanim Scepter, so at the very least is not just tankier, but more effective in these fights, and has more to do if they ever close in on the towers. How did this happen? What just happened? Yeah, that is a what just happened moment. Kui got caught by Mamang Daya. Obviously, the follow-up from Womi will be there, and nothing you can do to escape that. That just is a feels bad right there for the Void Spirit, especially as this Roshan is now back online. Aegis Cheese with the Refresher Shard. With no buyback available from Void Spirit, there's no way to challenge this as Ground Zero. Roche getting taken. And the cheese go towards the Storm Spirit, I imagine, and actually give the Aegis as well to DB. They could have done it vice versa, but it's all good. The main thing I think for them was being able to get the shard into the hands of the Drow. So now they have the Frost Arrows from Drow. They have the AoE Vortex, the Blue Hole from Mamang Daya. So much is looking good right now for Army Geniuses, as they have also finally broken through that little curse that has befallen both teams in this game. Have more than 2,000 net worth in the opposite direction. Terrorblade is still net worth leader, but unfortunately for him, He's not exclusively at the top, several thousand gold ahead of the Star Ranger. She has caught up, which ultimately means that Akashi's going to have a very difficult time making his own presence known. And being kited around is going to be such a major problem. Especially since this BKB is going to start coming lower and lower in its duration. Fortunately, only used once thus far. And they should do all in their power to keep it that way. Jump back in onto Womi. Do they have enough for this? I don't know. Womi's still alive. Cold Embrace will keep him up for now. KCL going to be nearby throwing out the poison stacks. But look at the heal coming through. He's still alive. And the Winter's Curse holding the Terror Blade in position. His BKB is just going to fully be wasted by the curse. Mamang Daya jumping back onto Kui to help Womi to bring that down. At the same time, Mamang Daya activates BKB to jump the supports. Terror Blade is isolated, easily surrounded, easily killed. And Ground Zeroes just really feels like they have nothing left in the tank at this point. If TB is spending, I mean, that fight started in a perfect situation for them, right? Womi caught out, far from his team, low on HP, not really being effective at the beginning of the fight. If Ground Zeroes take that kind of engagement and still lose this hard, I do not see a way that they can possibly come back into the game. Tier 3 tower will get removed from play. It's actually really funny that UK on his Winter Wyvern, I think, has actually done more heal in this game than Oracle has with Cold Embrace. I mean, Oracle doesn't even have the Holy Locket, so wouldn't be surprising. They're just going straight for the jugular. They're not seeing any buybacks, so they're reasoning that, well, they probably don't have any, and this is the correct rationale. So they're gonna get some tier 4 towers. Let's see if they can get more from this. I would have preferred if they maybe try to siege a second lane, but they might still be able to, as Kimizu gonna get caught out. You got Bushwhacked, forced to use the BKB. Mamang Daya just jumps directly onto Oracle. There's the silence, the damage, easy kill. DB with the swift blink forward. Well, just regular blink. He's still building the swift blink. But that'll buy the numerical advantage that they need. Gust into the mid lane. Gust will actually catch both Kimizu as well as Kui. Kui able to jump out to safety. Disruption will save Kimizu for now. Akashi will use the Sunder just to get enough HP to get back into the fountain. But you know how sad that is? You need to Sunder to have enough HP to get back into the fountain. And look what he's gonna do. Gonna go try and creep skip now to try and keep this game alive somehow. Mamang Daya almost losing his own life to Kui. But Winter's Curse, you can't even kill the Storm Spirit, not even once. Kui now trying to get away, but will get jumped on by Mamang Daya. Revenge will be gotten, and Kimizu will die as well. 100 seconds in the grave, no buyback. DB hasn't even died a single time. And the game will end. GG, well played. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, army geniuses. Army geniuses. I just want to say about army geniuses, told y'all, part of it, we started seeing part of the issue that I had with the Ground Zeroes draft as time went on. That for them, like, consider how they start a fight, right? They have to, there's so many things they have to do. They need to make sure that the Winter Wyvern is stunned. They need to make sure that DB is taken control of. They need to be able to keep track of where Mamang Daya is in the fight, all while defending the two supports, because both KCL and TMV had additional saves to allow them to keep the Terror Blade fighting in the matchup. But ultimately, there's too much to do. There's too much to do, and they still don't really have easy ways of fighting themselves, right? We saw that it literally just became down to DK, and the reason it was just down to DK, Void Spirit was no longer able to jump in. I liked the pickup of the Aghanim Scepter, but thinking back, I think I would have also liked the BKB on Void Spirit as well, because what would always happen, Kui would jump in, get off the Resonant Pulse, and then as soon as that happens, BKB gets popped by Mamang Daya, DB mantas out of it. Womi's probably not nearby that area, but just pops Pipe, pops Mech, or if any of them are caught, then there's a Blink Winter's Curse, Blink Cold Embrace to bail them out of trouble. So then you end up in this weird situation where, despite the fact that you can get in on the fight with Kimizu and Kui, they can't do anything when they get there. And unfortunately, end of the day, it just stays that way. They just can't do anything. Just nothing. And Army Geniuses, and it was actually kind of funny that as the game went longer, they sort of started rolling them harder and harder. Also, this is where I feel like in terms of graphs that they give you, they should give you a damage graph as well, over like damage accrued over the course of the game, because I'm fairly certain that most of this damage coming out from the Terrorblade came out during the mid game, because he started being a lot less effective as time went on. And given that this is your win condition, you can't afford to let that happen. So AG, they take game one, they get themselves the dub, they put themselves over in the opening matchup of the day. There is still hope for Ground Zero. They can still get a draw. Remember, it's BO2s, so draws are possible. Damn sight better than a loss. But we'll see if they're going to be able to bring it back, figure out a way to put themselves in that position, or if this is just going to be a situation where Army Geniuses roll them 2-0. Based on what we saw in this game, let's just say Ground Zero have a lot to work on. Let's just say they have a lot to work on. We'll see if they're able to do that work as soon as game 2 kicks off. So we're going to have a small break as that game gets prepared for y'all. In the meantime, make sure that you're following the stream if you haven't already. If you are following, but you're just lurking there, come say what's up, come say hi. Hang out in chat, let us know what you think. Let us know which team you thought was going to win out this matchup. Come through also to spam out these emotes for River God Sobek, because River God Sobek is a boss. Thank you so much yet again. And of course, you can decide to follow River God Sobek's example. If you've had enough fun that you decide to become a supporter, you can subscribe here on Twitch, hit that big purple button. You can become a supporter through Patreon by hitting the big orange button, or hit the yellow button to become a one-time donator through PayPal, which will put you here. Actually, right now, Scant and the gang, which I didn't expect that to happen in the way it did, they decided to put together a fundraiser so I can upgrade my mic. Upgrade my mic is the setup and the idea and the plan. So you can go check out on Twitter. Just go on my Twitter. Probably with like one of the more recent retweets. And if you'd rather make a donation there to be part of like everyone who's putting money together so we can do cool things and cool stuff. Anyone who's here and wants to support here or support there, doesn't really matter. I just appreciate it so much. So much, especially with things that are happening in my life that I can't talk about, but trust me, I need your help with. So thank y'all, and I'll see y'all soon. Game 2, don't go anywhere, keep it locked, and we'll be back with some more Dota 2 action.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. Here we go. Game 2. PNXBET Invitationals for Southeast Asia. We have ourselves Ground Zero taking on Army Geniuses. It is a BO2, so group stages, we're not going to be having any situations where 2 1s are in effect. 2 0s and 1 1s, those are the only possible score lines. We'll see what we're going to get from this matchup. AG took game 1 in, I wouldn't say dominant fashion. It became more dominant as time went on, but the defining characteristic, I believe, of that game was a draft win. We'll see if they get another draft win for themselves, as they went for the first pick, Nyx Assassin. Yo, in Asia, this hero was banned every game for good reason. There's a lot of rationale behind removing the Nyx Assassin as often as you can from the game. But we'll finally emerge in this one. Ground Zero went back for Abaddon Luna. Of course, Luna being one of these heroes that has just excelled in the patch as time has gone on. I did mention earlier that Akashi played this yesterday. He played this twice back to back. Despite losing, looked fairly decent on it. That being said though, you're playing this into Nyx TB. Terribly. I think one of the big problems that they had in the previous game for Ground Zeroes, Terrorblade doesn't just need heroes to save him, he also needs heroes to set up for him, make it easy for him to sit there with the Metamorphosis wailing on opponents. And that wasn't really possible in the last game when your support duo is Oracle with the Shadow Demon. This time around though, there is a Nyx Assassin, so the setup for you to be able to just dish in the damage is certainly there. At the same time though, you are dealing as well with a Baden on the other side, and the Photic Shield is really freaking annoying to deal with. One thing as well that I think they need to also think more carefully about on the Ground Zeroes is their actual approach to team fights. There wasn't a lot of synergy with their abilities in the previous game, so I'm hoping that in this one they have more of that and are able to make the kind of decision making that would allow them to be able to put in that kind of damage, that kind of hurt in tandem with each other, or at once burst one target down then move on to the next one, unlike in the previous game where it's sort of like we get in but it's not very easy for us to utilize all our damage simultaneously. Now though, we do have access to this Timber Saw. Taking the Timber away from the side of AG, I would have preferred Mars personally. Like, I like Mars with Luna a lot, or some Centaur type hero. Basically heroes that will enable her to use Eclipse effectively. In this game there's 0 disable, so Eclipse is kind of a useless spell. AG could potentially take advantage of this. They can pick their 5 position now. I think it is time for the Hoodwink pick. Let's go! Give me Hoodwink. Give me Hoodwink. Or give me death. And they take Shadow Demon. Ooh, this is even better. Shadow Demon counter against the Luna, against the Timber Saw. Can also be quite useful against the Abaddon as well. Even if a hero gets saved by a Photic Shield, you can't a Photic Shield off the Demonic Purge, nor can you a Photic Shield through the Disruption. So that's an additional dimension that they have against this team. Obviously Disruption against Luna to take over the illusions, extremely powerful. To the degree that yesterday Ground Zeroes ended up losing their game 1 against Signal Ultra. Signal Ultra ran Shadow Demon with Darkseer, and in that particular matchup, when they went into game 2, Ground Zeroes, when they picked Luna, the first thing they did was ban Shadow Demon. That's how bad it is in terms of the counter matchup between Luna and Shadow Demon.
can be very terrifying to play. And GZ pick up Rubik now. I don't know about this Rubik picker. I suppose they now have one additional little piece of disable, although telekinesis is kind of garbage, and they'll have the impale, or at the very least the potential to steal impale. But I'm still not seeing a reliable way for them to go into team fights here on the side of Ground Zero. And the thing is, given that they have Nyx Assassin and Shadow Demon, right, Timbersaw won't actually have the capability of just reaching all in and not having to worry about what's happening behind him. If you just rush or headlong into the fight like that, you will die against this lineup. Oof. Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing, if I'm honest, from Ground Zero. AG, let's see what goes into the off lane though. Could be Centaur, could be Axe. Is Axe in the game? No, that's fine. It's fine. I'm glad Axe is banned. Makes sense. They get the Batrider. This was also banned in the previous game. I believe this was last ban. Yeah. But it was last banned by Army Geniuses, so clearly they do have high favorability towards the hero. Choosing to involve it here at the very end of the draft. Love Batrider versus Timbersaw. Man, what a great matchup. I almost don't think it matters what they pick last. GZ need to have a lot of work to do for their last pick to sort of bring this draft back together. What would I pick here? I sound like the style bender. Lol. Yo, I wish I was the style bender, yo. I wish I was the style bender. Israel Adesanya, what a legend. AG, Storm Spirit ban, Zeus ban. Alright, with those bans in question and in tow, it's almost certain that this Batrider is going into the mid lane. Which I do think I prefer mid bat over off lane bat right now. Especially because you don't actually build Blink Dagger anymore as like your primary setup on that hero. And they go Brewmaster at the end of the draft here. Wow, okay, so Brewmaster and Batrider versus Timbersaw. So this Timbersaw actually doesn't have a game. Can't do anything in the fight, right? Because Timber can't do anything in the fights, it means that whatever mid hero they pick up now has to be a hero that can sort of fill that void, fill that gap, and still be highly effective. They still don't have that good team fight on the side of Ground Zeroes, especially now that they have so much additional control from Army Geniuses. And because they lack burst damage, GZ, if they don't, like the only major sources of being able to 100 to 0 a hero right now would involve Eclipse. Eclipse, Timbersaw being there. There's several saves available on the side of Army Geniuses as well. Okay, they come back with a puck pick here at the end of the draft, but this is going to give them the team fight. This is going to give them some magical damage, gives them some magical burst. Literally all the aspects of the draft that were lacking beforehand, this puck helps to slot in at the moment. That being said, it still doesn't take off that much pressure away from the Timbersaw. Because puck is going to be such a difficult hero to keep a beat on, they're just as likely to not really majorly focus him in the fights. And it's not like it's an easy game for Puck either. You can get disrupted, you can run afoul of Nyx Assassin. Sometimes Puck is one of these heroes where you hate playing against Nyx. Good enough Nyx, if they lay the trap out, it's very hard to farm the map. If you don't have vision of Nyx, you're always worried, are they nearby with Spike Carapace and Batrider just waiting in the trees to Carapace me, stun me and kill me. This feels like a very hard game for the side of Ground Zero. I am gonna say that I think AG 2-0s this. Yeah, I think they get the 2-0 on this. Although, that being said, if Ground Zero win this game, it's going to be a phenomenal Puck performance. Puck has to go off into the stratosphere in order to win this game for his team. Has to be some incredible performances from him. Can he do it? It's possible, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult. We'll see. Let's go. Let's go. Somebody in chat's mentioning, Miguel, that Army Geniuses are running the sort of 4 Protect 1 draft. It's more like, yeah, 4 of the damage is coming from the Terrorblade alone, but generally speaking, one of the advantages of running Terrorblade as a carry and why teams keep doing it is because it's a hero that can hold that pressure. Luna can sometimes, but Puck here will have to make that space for the Luna. Can he do it, or will this Bat Rider backing up the Terrorblade be too much to deal with? Let's find out together in game number 2. Here we go.
I'm there.
Unbelievable we're seeing! What has
You
happened?
make best situation out of no situation.
We see the AG gang smoked up early to make sure that they can get their vision down. And I think TMV might have seen this. But at the very least, he probably thinks there's a ward here. Either way, if he puts out the sentry properly in the usual spot, he should be able to get rid of this blocking sentry as well. No, we don't hold it against the Nyx Assassin for the positioning of the ward, you know? We'll see if they discover where it's at, though. Who's sitting with the sentry? Or are they bringing it in? Okay, there it is. Yeah. We'll see what KCL decides to do. No! Yo, that's some BM right there. Yo, dude. All chatting for them to search for the ward. That is, whew, okay. High level BM that we're seeing this morning, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades. And now, game 2 underway. Gonna be a standard trade in terms of these bounty runes. Let's talk about what the laning phase is gonna look like for both of these teams. Timber playing yet again into a Terrorblade lane. We literally just saw what this lane can look like in the previous game. Of course, this time around, UK is not playing an Oracle. He's playing a Nyx Assassin. So the backup for the Terrorblade, a little bit beefier and more difficult to deal with. Nonetheless, though, the overall dynamics of the lane will remain the same. DB and Kimizu will both just get their farm until like level 5, level 6. Then you have to leave the lane as this young Terrorblade. And for the most part, do not expect them to be able to put pressure onto the Timber Soul whatsoever in this man. Actually, might find the first one. Yes. Towards the mid lane, Mamang Daya on the Bat Rider versus the Kui Puck. A matchup that gets better for the Bats as time goes on. Although Puck, I don't think, like, you just mostly trade farm here. As much as the Bat, like I said, will get, the matchup gets a lot better as time goes on. Early on, it's very Puck favored. And even when it gets a little bit better for Bat, you never become Bat favored, really. So Kui should have a very good time here in this mid lane. Better animation, better damage, better level 1 spell. Basically, it becomes Among Daya's job to ensure that by the time you hit level 3, you're not in a situation where you're too far behind. Because this can be one of those matchups that you just get overrun in terms of how much farm the Puck is getting versus you. So, right now, it's still not looking that great for Mamang Daya. We'll see after this wave. This wave, I think, is a determining one. Because this is the wave you crack 3 with. Kui's already there. If Kui's able to keep Mamang Daya from most of this wave, then it turns into a pretty massive advantage. So, let's see what happens. Let's see. Ah, no, it's fine. Mamang Daya got the pull onto the high ground with these 3 creeps. And there's not going to be a deny of the range creep. It's all good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Bottom. Lim backing up Womi on the Brewmaster. Gonna be a standard brew game, I think. Helm of the Dominator. Oh, wait, what? No, that's not standard. Not something that you see every single game. You see it sometimes, this Helm of Dom build. But we've been seeing more and more people just being like, dude, I'm gonna buy Soul Ring and then just rush Aghanim Scepter, bro. What do you want from me? Brewmaster this time around gonna stop over for one more item in between. This might actually change the overall build. So we'll see if Womi still decides that Aghanim Scepter is the 100% best way to go. Perhaps the decision making because of this first initial item might change the overall build. We might see a return of the Blink Dagger on this hero. But we'll see how things go over time. In the meantime, right now, just farming the wave. They can't really do anything to stop him. TMV as the Abaddon. I mean, without Curse of Avernus, if you have Curse level 1, maybe. But without Curse level 1, you literally do nothing to Brewmaster. So Womi has, in effect, a free lane. So does Akashi, though. So this Luna should be able to get quite a bit of farm. The concern, as always, when playing against Shadow Demon is just exactly how much of that farm advantage is going to end up being turned against your own team. Certainly things to consider for as the game goes on. A major worry, though, that they need to have, right, is that Army Geniuses will, in effect, not be slowed down with their mid-game timing, and their mid-game team fighting is way stronger than Ground Zeroes. Like, just way stronger. And these lanes are going quite decently for them. Still don't have First Blood in the game somehow. Sora Eugene, I do have YouTube uploads, but so something I found out that was interesting, because I'm a Twitch partner, I wasn't aware, but I found out recently that like you have to, there's a sort of an exclusivity agreement, so all uploads have to be on Twitch first, but I'm gonna upload to YouTube later. Don't worry about it, comrade. Or I'll just run a rerun. But we'll be out here. We'll do the thing. Akashi. In a position right now where he's getting a lot more farm than he was in the previous game. So the question is if he's going to build as safely as he did in the previous game or take a little bit more of a risk. Basically, the question is he going to rush Dragonlance or Mask of Madness? I say this is a mom game. Go for it, fam. Don't be scared. That being said, there's also so many disabled. Maybe SNY actually, rather. I don't know. There's a lot to consider. You're playing against Brewmaster, you're playing against Terrorblade, you're playing against Batrider. So you need some mix of survivability with raw damage. Womi? Womi? Be careful, mate. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Don't allow yourself to take too much damage on this side of the map. We're getting towards level 5, level 6, so we're getting to a point where Army Geniuses need to consider where DB goes. In fact, we're probably at that point already. Since they already have to draw Mamang Daya to the top lane, who's actually going to try and help get a kill here. Kimizu only has the 1-point Timber Chain, and they don't allow it to happen. Mamang Daya held the skill point for the lasso to make sure that he was going to be able to utilize it to keep Kimizu from Timber Chaining away. Oh my god. Kui is a god. Kui is a god. Kui is actually a god. Alright, so firstly, UK messed up by missing the Impale. Mamang Daya, right? So many really cool things just happened. Mamang Daya rotates to the top part of the map, insistent on being able to utilize the lasso to help kill Timbersaw. When he gets there, he doesn't actually have lasso leveled and didn't want to level it, but he held the skill point in case it was necessary. Ends up using it to prevent the Timber Chain. And initially, it seems like it's going to get them the kill on Kimizu, but Kui rotates even faster to the bottom side of the map. Both mid-heroes made the same mirror movement. However, the benefit was applied to Ground Zero as they get the Womi kill. It's a first blood for the puck. Literally the best case scenario. So 1-1 on the map, but definitely a 1-1 that Ground Zeroes will be much happier about how it was achieved. Especially with how much time it took to kill Timbersaw. Bought time for Kui to also come back into the lane without really missing many waves from Mamang Daya. Right now though, we do see that because Kimizu is level 5, DB already starting to head preemptively into the jungle. But DB's level 7. 2 levels up. Well, only 1 now because Kimizu's cracked 6, but still pretty decent performance here from the Terrorblade thus far in the laning phase. Although the bulk of the early CS in this game still does belong to the side of Ground Zero. Kui finding yet another kill, this time in the river. The rotation came to him. Akashi indeed going for this Mask of Madness. Let's think. What's the best build here? I think Mom SNY BKB? Or maybe even Mom Yasha BKB. Because this fight is coming from Army Geniuses. But I think you can probably afford the SNY. I don't think there's any point getting Manta Style this game. So SNY BKB would be my vote of confidence for Akashi. Top tower ends up getting taken down by Kimizu. Average times, we expected this to happen, especially as DB went into the jungle. Mamang Daya also not really concerned with being in the waves and the lanes right now. Just going to be rinsing through this jungle. He knows that he's behind. Knows that this Puck has been having a much better time. The Puck has been involved in some really important kills. Got first blood. It's a 4,000 gold up in net worth right now on the Batrider. And yet again, like I say, if this game is won by Ground Zero, it is going to come down to Kui. Kui Puckman. This is what's going to determine everything. This is not just Kui Puck, actually. You know, y'all should hear about the legend of not just any Southeast Asian Puck, right? That's not what matters. It matters if it's a Pinoy player playing on this Puck. So, Filipino Puck, always incredible. We'll see what Kui decides to, how he performs in this game. For now, looking very, very good. They're pushing and pressuring this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And it's quite difficult for Army Geniuses to defend right now. So I think you just potentially sack the tower. Among Daya thinking about it. He sees 4 Shadow Poison stacks out onto Kimizu. And the thing is, Kimizu doesn't have any reactive armor stacks right now, so it's actually going to do a decent amount of damage. However, they also see the Abaddon is there. That is the one peculiarity of the draft, is that they decided to pick this Batrider into Abaddon, knowing full well that the Aphotic Shield counter to the Lasso would always be available, as well as removing the Firefly Napalm combination by taking away the stacks. But TMV is being very disciplined. He's not just spamming out the Aphotic Shield. I think part of them, they're trying to bait him to use Aphotic Shield, and then Mamang Daya immediately uses Lasso afterwards. This is taking a long time. They're gonna get this tower though. But they're gonna wait for the next wave. No one's gonna rush this right now. 6 heroes all just posted up in the mid lane trying to take this tower. But Army Geniuses are defending it a lot more efficiently because they're only committing a Batrider and 2 supports. DB is farming these ancient stacks right now. The Womi Brewmaster is all the way in the Radiant jungle, getting closer and closer towards whatever item he's going for next. Do not know if it's Aghanim Scepter, but do see him rolling in tandem with this HOD or HOTD. Thank God that this item doesn't really get played that much anymore. Thank God Beastmaster's not in the meta. And they finally get the tower. Took them a long time to get it, but here they are. Score. Oh. yeah, the score thingy definitely not updated for this one. Right now though, Army Genius is 1 game up on Ground Zeroes. This actually might be a kill bottom. Nice left back. DB's in trouble. DB's in a huge trouble. QE able to get the Dream Coil out here. Silence to prevent the Sunder. And no backup, nobody nearby. DB. That's the 2nd time in this series that there's been an extremely questionable death that's happened on the Terrorblade. Or rather on the carry player. In the last game he was playing Drow Ranger. That is okay. Rather peculiar, if I'm honest. I did not think that that was going to happen, but it ends up being the case. Look at this creep wave in the mid lane. Mamang Daya desperately wants it, and next assassin comes in. UK, they get the kill there. Womi also goes into the ultimate. They manage to get TMV very, very low. Borrow time does get activated at the very end. And now there's the lasso out onto the timber. Panda is keeping the Abaddon busy so that there's no aphotic shield. And now Kimizu's in danger. Demonic Purge out onto him. Gets forced back by the flame break. And they should be able to find the kill. Mamang Daya bringing down this Timbersaw. No defense available there from this young Abaddon. Rubik died very early on in the fight thanks to UK. And the army geniuses. And yet again, they do this in a very efficient manner, right? Mamang Daya and Womi involved in the fight. DB still just farming the jungle. To be fair to Ground Zero, neither Puck nor Luna were really involved in that fight. And the two of them are busy accelerating their own net worths separately on the map. Kashi went for the D-Lance first before going for the Yasha. Since he went for the D-Lance, I'm not sure he'll have enough time to also go for the full SNY before getting BKB, but might feel it's a worthwhile decision anyway. Bottom lane, Womi in danger, trying to get away here. Does he die? Yes, he does. Gets taken away from the fight. Puck, though, trying to escape from the three heroes, won't be able to do so despite landing an amazing Dream Coil. Now the question is, can they get some revenge here? TMV, borrow time gets triggered. Mamang Daya doesn't have the lasso anymore, but still reaching forward with the Firefly to try to slow down this Timbersaw. TMV might be able to escape, but the Impale from UK will connect flush. Will not allow an escape to happen. KCL also caught by the Demonic Purge by Lim, who showed up on the side of the fight. At the same time, KCL helps to kill UK's next assassin with the help of Kimizu. Kimizu, will he be able to escape away from this fight, or will it be 4 heroes that end up falling? Escape seems likely, so it's only going to be 3. Although Kimizu needs to be careful because Mamang Daya has Lasso back, but Akashi finally deigns necessary to get involved in the fight, shows up with the Eclipse. Opens the heavens, and the moonlight comes streaming down. As the Batrider's dead, a double damage rune picked up in the river. This is gonna open up the Roshan. Oh my god. Hey, the Jägermeister! The Jägermeister himself. What's good, comrade? How you doing? How you doing? How's your day going, fam? Do you have to be modding Oceanic and stuff today? Hope you're in a good mood, fam. Hope you're doing good. Ah, listen. Plus the Jaeger is everywhere. Everywhere. No matter where you go on Twitch, Jaeger's there, man. If you try to go on some hot tub stream to try to talk trash, the first person you're gonna have your message removed by the mod, then you'll see this message. And be like, hey man, be nice. Keep things clean. Keep it clean. Legend. Ground Zeroes in a position where after Akashi showed up with this fight, been able to just show some strength on the map, very far ahead of everybody. This is the best possible way to be playing the Luna. This is kind of how they were playing it yesterday against Signal. It just didn't work out in the end. Interestingly enough, the reason it didn't work out is not because they started feeding, not because the strategy wasn't working of trying to make the Luna as strong as possible, but because the Aghanim Scepter was bought by Shadow Demon. And look exactly what Shadow Demon is building. He knows what's up. Triple Demonic Purge onto Akashi and as well as onto Kimizu. Do what you gotta do. So there's still no BKB in tow yet from Akashi. So despite the fact that they have all these items available for the Luna, even discounting Demonic Purge, they still, I don't think, can go with her into a full 5v5 engagement. Oh, actually, while you're here, actually, Mr. Diego, do you know how to, like, fix the score bots? Like the O-bot for the score thing? I'm just really bad at, like, doing the things properly. And indeed, I'm back to streaming. We back out here. You know, we have to... Gotta continue. Gotta do the right thing. Besides, we can't let some Southeast Asian Dota go uncasted. Imagine the travesty. Primal Split used up by Womi as they want to defend their high ground here. Nice lasso going on onto Kimizu. Look at that impale onto 2 heroes. Eclipse has been popped off, but the damage coming through from the Terror Blade, pretty big, but not as big as the damage from the Luna, who with just Eclipse and right clicks, able to remove 2 supports from the map. Army Geniuses still hold the high ground though. All that damage coming out from the Luna, unfortunately, only really able to affect the heroes who it doesn't really matter if they die or not. They did keep Kimizu alive, which is a pretty big deal. It looked like he was very touch and go, but ultimately they did not have enough damage. Definite concerns about what happens when this Ags is finished, but for now those concerns are moot. Akashi also deciding against going for BKB. Perhaps clicked on the Shadow Demon and they recognize that, look, if the Shadow Demon is getting the Aghanim Scepter, there's no real point to me buying BKB. Speaking of Aghanim Scepters, Womi very close to having his own one. 500 gold away at this point, basically. And then we will have that Ags for the Brewmaster. So despite him going for the Helm of the Dominator first, there's no deviation in terms of that aspect of the build. He's actually using the Satyr to run around and farm for him. That's hilarious. Top lane, Kui runs afoul of some AG heroes, but it doesn't really matter. Bottom, Mamang Daya. Oh, BKB activated. He's in a little bit of danger here. There's going to be an impale that gets thrown down. Will there be a drag back with the lasso on the high ground? Nope, it's not going to end up happening. 3 hero Dream Coil coming in from the Kui Puck to open up space, and it's going to give them enough space to kill Womi. No Aghanim Scepter and no ultimate, so that means that he's in the grave with no assistance. Akashi still has access to the Aegis and they desperately want to use it. 40 seconds they have to try and push this high ground. 30 seconds to do it without the Brewmaster. Can they achieve it is the question here. Tier 3 tower taking a lot of damage. Mamang Daya in danger. Mamang Daya is gonna get bursted down by KCL. Kui able to open up the initial damage, and they're just so strong right now. Ground Zero, they have this ball that AG are just struggling to be able to deal with and punch into. Kui jumping onto the backside of the fight, cannot find the Shadow Demon just yet. Impale will be there. Oh, KCL, will they find the kill onto Limb? Telekinesis will come out, but this might have actually doomed KCL. KCL is gonna die now. Aegis will expire. Nope, he's not dead just yet. Demonic Purge not gonna be enough. And Lim actually dives too deep into this. At the same time, Kimizu dives onto the back of the fight. Both supports down again at the same time as Akashi is just rinsing through those barracks. Womi able to get off the ultimate at the very last second. Almost died. Still will stay living, but they cannot keep the racks themselves alive. As these go down, AG not going to be able to do anything to defend this. DB does have BKB Yasha, but the fighting prowess of Ground Zeroes a little bit too high right now. And you love to see it, this switch up from Ground Zeroes. They understand that in this game, their team peaked in terms of their ability to just rush headlong into a fight sooner than what AG did. And they didn't just sit on their laurels and try farm with that strength. They're utilizing that strength to try and win out the game. And they might not be done just yet. They're looking for another fight potentially. Kimizu trying to run down Womi, who does have the ultimate back online because he has Aghanim Scepter. Will be able to pop it. They need to be careful. They don't have the BKB yet from Akashi, and there's no Aegis anymore, so no free protection. Kimizu is kept alive because there's a 3 hero Dream Coil, but now Kui taking too much damage. Will he survive this? The Aquatic Shield made sure that the lasso doesn't bring him down, but there's still too much right click damage and he will go down. At the same time, Akashi popped the Eclipse, but it's not enough to win the fight just yet. Womi still alive, doesn't have the Aghanims just yet. It's refreshing for round 2. TMV will end up dying, and now Akashi getting right click down as well. TMV can't help him. Kimizu trying to escape here. Goes to the far side of the fight. Still kept online for now. The poison is stacking up. Oh no, the Timber Chain doesn't connect. This is going to be such a huge problem. Kimizu almost certain to lose his life here. Double kill for Lim. Full team wipe for Army Geniuses. Oh my goodness. Ground Zeroes. That was not the fight they needed. That was not the fight. They just chased way too deep. Way too deep. And why would they chase that? They didn't have at the time the Aegis. You don't have BKB yet on the Luna. Like, you don't have Cheese. I am very confused about why they went for this fight. And also, big deal is that this fight, Lim finally got the disruption. Yeah, Mr. Diego. I mean, it is what it is, fam. It is what it is. It is what it is. Maybe they just wanted a Asian caster for the event. I don't know, fam. What can happen? Quick. Dream Coil out into the top lane. 2 heroes. Not gonna get caught by this. Mamang Daya, BKB activated. That Spike Carapace from UK almost held this puck in position, but not gonna do so for much longer. UK gets off a very nice impale, but actually would have been better to just die heads up because KCL steals the impale. And this is a very good spell with the Rubik. Mamang Daya with the BKB does manage to escape away from that fight. Also, I wonder, does Mamang Daya want to buy Aghanim Scepter in this game? I feel like if you get Ags, there's going to be occasions where TMV is nearby, like a target that you really want to be lassoing anyway. Right now, the decision matrix is hard, right? Because you don't want to actually just commit lasso onto the Abaddon, given that borrow time won't allow you to kill him through the duration of it. Simultaneously, you don't want to lasso another target, given that he'll just aphotic shield them. So, you could find the best of both worlds, it would be great. What a telekinesis impale, that's why you don't give away these spells to Rubik. They set up for the kill onto Womi, pop the Eclipse as well. Does have access to buyback. DB jumps into the fight, there's gonna be Demonic Purge. Look at the damage onto Kimizu, man. Huge, huge deal. Gotta get yourself away from the Shadow Demon. Primal Split used up. Akashi in danger. Mamang Daya trying to chase him down. He wants the lasso. Just wants to isolate Akashi and does manage to do so. They've caught out the Luna. They know there's no Eclipse as well. But where's the damage from DB? Not there just yet. Womi gonna supply the control from the one side as the damage just goes onto Puck. They're doing this in such a piecemeal fashion. Army Geniuses split the fight magnificently. Allow DB to get in the right click damage on the one side of the engagement while preventing Akashi from getting in his own on the other. Ultimately results in a massive and resounding victory for them. Yet again, I am forced to question the decision making of Ground Zeroes. They already gotten the kill on Womi, right? I feel like because they'd committed the Eclipse for that one and they weren't certain if he had buyback, maybe you try to get something else on the map instead of trying to force that high ground push. Oh, and it turns into a full team wipe with Illusions in the top lane and Lim just being able to run down KCL. Now DB has Aegis, Cheese, and I believe they're going to give the shot to Womi. Indeed they do. Get me now. Oof. Give me that Void Pooling, man. Love that stuff. Oh boy, Ground Zeroes. And this is part of the issue, right? One of the reasons, I can actually, now that I think about it, right, I can understand why they are so insistent on trying to win right now. They know that there is, in some regards, a window of opportunity, and they're beating themselves against the wall to try to keep that window open. Regrettably, I think that window is, if not closed, but only having a little crack open at this point. Nyx Assassin has Aghanim Scepter. Lim has Aghanim Scepter. Brewmaster has Aghanim Scepter. There's just so many tools available for them that deal directly with their heroes on Ground Zeroes. Because of Shadow Demon Ags, Akashi's always going to be Demonic Purge in the fight. Same for Kimizu. Because of the Nyx Assassin Ags, Puck just never will have mana in the fight and will struggle mightily to move freely within the engagement. And of course, let's not discount the BKB, Daedalus, Yasha, D-Lance that this Terrorblade is sitting with right now. BKB. is not, unfortunately for Akashi, the full remedy that they were hoping for earlier. I'm wondering actually, is it better to go Satanic here or Daedalus? I mean, Daedalus, they certainly need the damage, but you also need some survivability, as Timbersaw doesn't have enough damage anymore to deal with Terrorblade. Terrorblade now has his own Satanic. So you're the only one as the Luna that can fight heads up versus the TB, but you're always going to be at a deficit both in survivability and in terms of damage, despite the fact that you have equivalent network to the Terrorblade. That being said, TB does not have MKB nor Butterfly, so there is still a lot going for the Luna in that situation. We doing his level best to just keep this top lane pushed out, try to force a response from somebody on the side of Army Geniuses. As far AG, not really taking that bait. You always feel a little bit hard done by whenever you see this happen. And you're like, seriously, I could have just stuck in the trees and pushed out like a wave or two extra. Come on, that sucks. But AG are being fairly disciplined. Now just take back this outpost. And make sure that they can push onto the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Hello, Iliad. Unfortunately, I will not, comrade. I will not, because that game is on Oceanic Sports. Yeah. I try my level best not to cause too many games that already have official coverage. So, in this instance, that already does have official coverage. Well, we're gonna buck that trend, of course, with I-League, you know, because I-League is where our heart is at. But for the most part, yeah, we try to just keep it like that. Hey, thank you, Elliot. If I had been able to be more consistent over these last couple of weeks, it would have been probably grown larger, but you know, tragedy doesn't leave space for consistency. It is what it is. Bat Rider picking up this Octarine core right now, average times from the bat. And only now towards the end we'll start to consider picking up the Blink Dagger. I still personally would have preferred the Aghanim Scepter in this situation, but it's acceptable. Speaking of yet another Ags, this one is really good. Kui, I still think, has largely been putting the team on his back. A lot of the damage that Luna has been able to do in these fights has been due to the impact of this puck. And okay, they're gonna find Lemon kill it. The question is, do they kill Timbersaw as well? Kimizu, Demonic Purge, Flame Break. Oof, man, that's a rough time. It's a rough time. At the same time, Womi is just keeping track of this Abaddon. They should be able to bring down TMV as well. Aegis will expire now, but this Aghanim Scepter from the puck will at the very least make a huge difference against all these BKBs that they have on AG. Unfortunately, that proof of concept will have to be demonstrated very, very soon, because AG are here on the high ground. They might not have access to an Aegis, but they still feel more than strong enough to push for a full lane of racks. Definitely don't want to buy back with 15 seconds left on the clock at the Timber, especially since buying back would still have you at a numerical deficit in the fight. So you let it go. Mid laner racks will fall, Glyph for the bottom, and hope that everybody is going to be back in time to defend. And also hope that Army Geniuses aren't feeling crazy enough to just push for the racks all the way in, and they're going for it. Kui jumping in, finding yet another 3 heroes inside the Dream Coil, and they get the damage onto Womi, and the Eclipse comes through as well. They get 2 heroes down almost instantly. The third might be Mamang Daya as the BKB expires to allow Akashi to get a triple kill off of him. They also manage to clean up Lim. Oh gosh, beautiful fighting here from the GZ lineup with the defense. Kui with the jump, the follow-up from Akashi. The big thing there is that they managed to stop TB from doing anything. No Sunder, no BKB. Absolutely no possibility of keeping himself alive in that one. But the main thing, the main reason they win that fight is the targeting of the Brewmaster. Killing him early on, making sure that there will be no major team fighting coming in from the Army Geniuses, and now they have to somehow defend and prevent a second lane of racks from being taken. Akashi on the low ground, throwing in these right clicks. They brought back on the Terrorblade. Kui jumping in. He's gonna find Lim. Lim not dead just yet, but the Impale will come out. Do they have the damage? They do. They kill it. No buyback available from Lim. Huge Impale though from UK, catching basically 5 heroes there with that one. Kind of an eclipse, or kind of a Ravage. UK, yet another Ravage. 5 heroes stunned by the 5 carapace, but the stolen Impale, they turn it around. Back onto the Terrorblade and onto the Shadow Demon. Oh god. Oh god. Full lane of racks gets taken. There's no buyback from the TB. Akashi, BKB active, very low on HP though. Doesn't want to stick around for too much longer. BKB is about to expire. They need to get Akashi out of here. Who's gonna come in and dish out this damage though? Nobody, because Kui is keeping the Nyx Assassin away from this engagement. Womi goes in onto the second Brewmaster form. He's trying to buy as much time as he can. They end up killing UK. There's no buyback from the Nyx Assassin. Womi is gonna die as well. There's no buyback on this. Oh yeah, there's buyback on Brew. There's buyback on Brew, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh my god, they did it. Kui freaking did it. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Wow. Wow. The turnaround from ground zero. Oh my freaking god. Whoa. Okay. So that just happened. We had a situation where Ground Zero was losing the game, right? They're losing the game and then they win. Oh, this graph is hilarious. Look at this net worth graph. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. That was something. Kui, alright, listen. Replay on that bottom fight. Oh, we can actually do that. Let's just quickly download. Well, let's hope the file is ready, because of late, Dota 2 has been really bad with being able to give us the replay files. Okay, but there we go. But seriously, Kui won that game for them by himself. But Sora Eugene is not incorrect to say that had the Terrorblade in this game popped BKB, like we'll see it just now as soon as the download is finished. I don't know why it's taking so long actually. But had BKB been popped in that last fight at the bottom lane, giving enough time for Terrorblade, even if he can't move through the BKB because of Dreamcoil, if he's able at that point in time to just simply get off Sunder, for example, then they don't lose that game. Oh man, we're gonna take one more look. Let's go. It was the dying moments of the game. Alrighty, here we go. So here's the critical moments. So watch Kui, right? Let's even slow this down. Let's go down at 0.25 speed here. So Kui recognizes that you would think, who's the target here? Who do you want to jump on? This is the only target that matters. If Womi dies, you can win the fight. If Womi is alive, you can't win the fight. And Kui realizes that Womi, despite having BKB, can be killed, right? They know that they have Lucent Beam on the ground, so Akashi has the ability to come in with the clips, right? Kui jumps in, gets off the Dream Coil on the back, right? But look at this. After getting off that stuns and these spells, only focusing on Womi. That's the direction that he wants to go for. And then he opens up space for his team. The team comes in, they can clean up this fight. And now Terrorblade realizes too late that he's not the actual target of this jump. So Terrorblade, right? Terrorblade's positioning, he's assuming that if he ever gets jumped, that this Womi Brewmaster, who's not directly next to him, will be able to get off the brew out. And there's no way that you can imagine as Terrorblade that you're gonna die before brew out comes out. The brew out buys you enough time to get off BKB, Because look, right here, could have popped BKB, but it's like, why would I do that? I'm fine, dude. I'm fine. It's cool. I still have Satanic, I still have BKB, everything's fine. And then only now, you see he's going back, and then he realizes, oh shit, This is now a problem. Oh shit, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. He realizes now. Oh god, it's bad. And Mamang Daya also realizes this. And you can see he's indecisive. He's like, shit, what do I do? Do I run forward and try use Lasso to buy space? Or do I try get back? Either way, I'm still caught inside the dream coil. Dude, Kui, what a god. Legend. Legend player. So, that's that. Ground Zeroes take a dub there. If you did bet on Ground Zeroes, congratulations. 3x odds apparently. And yeah, that's going to be the matchup between the two teams. Omni Geniuses will end up with a draw. First draw for both sides as GZ not only take their first map, but get their first draw here in the PNXBET Invitational. Just the group stages, so it's all good. Since it is group stages, we're not done. Now we move on. And next up, Omni Geniuses have to play again. But this time, they play against the side of Execration. So, yo, if you are struggling against Ground Zeroes in this game, the day itself doesn't get any easier, does it? So we'll see what they're going to be able to accomplish in that series. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We're going to check out what that game looks like very, very shortly. For those of you who have been just chilling, hanging out, let me know what you thought. Let me know how you feel. You're my hero. I got you, fam. Hey, KHS. No, definitely bet on third world people. I'm a third world person, so you better bet on me. Better bet on me. I'm just kidding. Anyway, make sure that you are following the stream. And those of you who are now flush from your betting earnings, 3 times odds. You gotta pay your taxes. There's a little joke that we have here on the stream where you gotta pay a 1% tax on any bet winnings. I don't make the rules. That's just the rule. Gotta pay your taxes. Don't be like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk who avoids that. Do the right thing. Of course, you can also follow the example of River God Sobek from earlier. Decide to become a subscriber. And also, you can give out subs. Be like River God. River God was just so awesome. Yet again, thank you so much for those subscriptions, comrade. You can decide to be like the charging spirit cow here. Shout out to Ali, who has made donation of a fairly substantial amount. Obviously, you don't have to match that amount. But if you feel like you'd like to make a donation, of course, that would be very much appreciated as well. And not just appreciated, but every single piece of that goes back into making sure the stream can run. For example, right now, I'm not living in the usual house, but I made sure we've got the PC here, we've got internet here, got everything we need to give you the show. And I really, really appreciate that. Not just that you're supporting me monetarily, but that you're here with the homie. Thank you so much. Can't say thank you enough. And now, small break. When we come back, Execration taking on the side of Army Geniuses. We'll see whether or not AG can recover from this game loss, or if it's going to be Execration just trapping them and showing them why they played at an actual freaking major, even if they didn't go that far within it. So, see you just now. We'll be right back with some more incredible, amazing Dota 2 action.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here. PNXBET Invitational, Southeast Asia, but more importantly, it's your boy Snare here on Snarecasting. What's up? We're back. Gonna get more hype. We're gonna go into Execration and Army Geniuses. We just saw AG. Yeah. Let's not talk about what we just saw from the OG. Oh, yeah, that was... oof. Yeah. And now they're going to be playing again, right? And they have a much harder road ahead of them because they just had a bit of a struggle, a bit of an issue playing up against the side of Ground Zero, GZ. And now they're taking on Execration. Actual Execration. Real Execration. So you know that this is not going to be an easy game. Also, this is the first game from Execration side. And their first of a double header that they're playing today. So... I do think that they're going to be a team that wants to come out with a very strong foot ahead. You know, you have the opportunity to go top of the group on your first day playing in the group. Let's see what they got. Execration on Radiant side, Army Geniuses on the Dire. So let's see. Hoodwink was the first overall pick. This Abaddon might not be a core, like a supporter Abaddon. It might be a core picking it this early. At the same time, the same is true of Execration's Viper. I'm not convinced that this is the 2-position Viper that goes into the mid lane.
This could very much easily be the position 5 Viper. So we'll definitely have to pay attention to see exactly how they want to run this in this game. At the same time, they have themselves this Earth Spirit. Great hero. Great hero. Oh, am I a bit low? Alright, no worries. How about that? How you like that? Actually, I think I'm not too low. It's just the Friday bangers are a bit too high. So those have to come down. It's because I love these beats so much. Yeah, dude, yo, these beats, dude, these beats kill me. Execration. Alright, so let's focus on the drop, right? Them having the Viper Earth Spirit, one of the main things that you're able to do with this duo, and why I wasn't certain this was going to be the core and support, it could have been a support duo. Earth Spirit, provided he can create enough space and get in first, you can allow the Viper to not have to worry too much about the lack of mobility or the lack of presence in the fight due to being so slow as a 5 position. But they say, you know what, give Viper farm, we'll pick up the Winter Wyvern to sort of pick up the additional slack of being able to hold heroes in position, be a dominant presence in the laning phase. Also, my god, can you just imagine being flapped on? Like one side, poison attack, other side, Arctic Bird. Feels terrible. This Hoodwink is not going to have the most fun game. Also, don't pick Timber. Is it banned already? Okay, thank god. But I've seen a lot of Timbersaw games lately, and wow, man, if you pick Timbersaw into this, you would have been destroyed. There is an overpreponderance of magic damage though from the side of Execration, so potentially Omni Geniuses can take advantage of that by buying a hero or getting a hero that builds the pipe as early as possible. This Magnus, it is, you know, this is Southeast Asia, so could be safe lane mag, could be mid mag, could be off lane mag. Hell, it could be 4 mag and then pass through your Baron. Options are certainly not lacking when it comes to how this hero is ran in Southeast Asia. You gotta bang my man Diakunka. You have to. I think that's his best hero. I think his best heroes are Kunkka, Storm Spirit, which they also did a good job of taking away from him. And there was this one DP game I saw from him a while back where I was very impressed, but for the most part it is his Kunkka and the Storm Spirit that's most important. Execration, ban one, pick the other. You'd love to see it. And the thing as well about the way that the Storm Spirit is positioned in this game, clearly because they're now running this off-lane Viper, there is these heroes, the first 3, Viper, Earth Spirit, Winter Wyvern. In terms of resource allocation, they primarily need levels to be effective. Viper needs like 1 item, right? Whether that be Rod of Atos or Mech, we'll see as the game pans out. But you need like 1 or 2 items at best to be really effective. So that gives a lot of space towards the Storm Spirit. So we're going to be having the kind of game where Bob can go off. Also, you know, let's talk about it, y'all. Like, do you like this name change for Yoe? I don't like Bob. I feel like Yoe is much cooler. I mean, the player change. Sorry, player change, not like role change. Because Bob's a different guy. But they're gonna be playing the whole tournament with Bob, and it's unknown whether or not Bob is staying with the team. I don't know. I just know the roster that they announced, and in terms of the roster they announced it without the presence of Yoe and Nico. I feel like you can live without Nico. Personally, I wasn't always the largest fan, so you know, without him I'm like whatever, but I feel like Yoe did a lot for Execration, so I'm kind of surprised that he's not playing the tournament. But it could also just be on vacation. It might not be a kick, we don't know. AG went for the Wraith King 4th, a hero that's going to obviously get a lot of benefit from the Magnus, not just in terms of damage output, but bringing heroes to you to allow you to cleave and beat them down. And they go for this Mars pick last. Okay, so 3-4 melee heroes against Storm Spirit, Winter Wyvern, Viper, Earth Spirit. Alright, so now the question is for Execration. Am I picking Drow? Am I picking Medusa? Oh, Medusa's bad. Okay. I feel like I'm picking Drow Ranger here, aren't I? Drow or Slark, one of the two heroes. I prefer Drow, but I could definitely see them going for Slark as well. What else could be fairly useful here? Juggernaut. A hero that's fallen massively out of favor for the most part, but I still think would have a role in this game if they were to decide to pick it here. It has to be either a hero that's going to be able to fight heavily in the mid game while giving the whole game to Storm Spirit, or a hero that'll do the inverse, allow Storm Spirit to fight in the mid game, and then he's the one that tries to carry it late. Could be Spectre potentially. Let's see. Yeah, mostly Yowie. For me, it was mostly Yowie that I was like, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't mind Nico being replaced. I'm like, okay, yeah, makes sense. I get it. But Yowie not being here. For me personally, right, I feel like Execration only got as far as they did because of Yowie. You know, not to say anyone else on the team is bad, but Yowie was the only one that was like really, really good. So yeah, I'm a bit worried about what the roster is going to look like. The performance of the team will be without him. We shall see. Right now, the last pick was this PA. I don't know about this PA pick. I actually really like the PA. In like, if they had the Magnus on their team, I would have loved this PA pick. As it stands right now, I think maybe the priority for getting PA was that they believe their team can create enough space and chaos in the fight to allow PA to dish out her damage. But I don't know. Wraith King, not unhappy to buy MKB. There's a lot of damage. Fighting two lives has always been a bit of a complication sometimes for this PA hero. And they're locked down and disabled. When I look at Execration, I see a one life Wraith King killing lineup, right? They have, you know, Winter's Curse. We go in with the Earth Spirit fight. Viper does his thing. PA comes in with BKB and some damage. I'm seeing a 5 or 6 second fight from Execration. I'm not sure I'm seeing 10-15 seconds plus. And yes, they are bigger ultimates on the side of AG, right? Arena and the Magnus RP, Reincarnation. They are larger cooldown ultimates in that sense. However, I kind of feel like in terms of the pace of the game and how often you can actually fight, that Army Geniuses will be able to, like, they'll be more free to fight. But we'll see what Execration can do. Luciano, that Viper can also have a massive impact in this game by ensuring that Wraith King never gets online to begin with. So let's see what happens. Army Geniuses versus Execration. Game number 1. Lego. Oh wait, sorry, I'm glad they paused because what the hell? Okay, something's going on outside my house. Give me 1 second, everybody. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sigh. All right, we're back. So it turns out that there's just some homies that are thinking that it's an appropriate time on a Friday morning to be blasting out these bangers, man. I mean, you know, maybe I can't be too hard on them. It would be a little bit like hypocrisy because I was just playing some bangers, but let's forget about that. Game still pours, thank goodness. Hey, young Johnny! What's up, Johnny? What's going on, fam? What's going on, Johnny? You good today, dude? How's Greek? Or I hope you actually get to skip lessons today. It would be nice. By the way, you have 8 minutes, everybody, of channel point predictions to drop down. Let me know who you assume is going to be able to come away with the victory on this one. In terms of just the draft and nothing else beyond the draft, we will see that AG has some pretty sick team fight, right? Don't get me wrong, but having these 4 melee heroes up against the Execration lineup, there's a lot of space for Bob to just go off in this game. Like, literally, there's no stuns that the Storm Spirit is, like, genuinely worried about, right? You shouldn't really be getting caught by Spear and Wraithfire Blast as a Storm Spirit. Oh, Loki, thanks for reminding me. Crap, I think I forgot to open the other pets. Hold on. Yeah, I did forget to open the other pets. Oh. Execution I normally have as EXE, but I'm opening that bet now. There we go. There we go. EXE. Oh, my bad. 2-week pause. That sounds amazing. That sounds like fun. That's gonna be fun. Take a young holiday, fam. Go hang out. Go relax. Take it easy. Touch some grass, you know. Do that kind of thing. A big consideration, I think, also for this game, when I'm just looking at the heroes that are arrayed before us, is Execration. Like I was mentioning earlier, they have extremely high, like, they don't have any long cooldowns, right? But it's going to be a while before they feel they can actually take all of those engagements piecemeal. They run out of resources fairly early on. Storm zips in, blows his load, wants to get out. The same is true for BDZ. Palos is going to be a while before this PA feels she can actually move in and out of the fights. At the same time, though, they're not worried about the cooldown duration of RP. They're not worried about a reincarnation. They're not playing against 4 melee heroes. This Winter Wyvern is going to have a field day. That is the one thing. RR is going to have the game of his life. Easiest time in the world. Never have to worry about doing anything in this game, huh? It's just going to be good times. Just vibes. Hey, there we go. There we go. Have our final player reconnecting to the game. So, Bob, I've seen Bob play, right, on South Build, but haven't really seen Luciano play all that much. Interestingly enough, though, for Luciano, is that he was part of a team. He might still be, like, he was part of a team back in the day, 2019, where he played with Castaway. And the reason that's interesting is that Castaway is a South African player, one of, I believe, 4 or 5 players who have tried to apply their trade internationally from our shores. And that team actually did really, really well. They were coached by Scant as well. And that team did really, really well, actually. So we'll see if Luciano... sadly, bro. Sadly, this doesn't help me, you know? I'm out here trying to talk positively about SA, and then here you are feeding the first death. What the hell, Lucy? What the hell, fam? Sigh. Army geniuses. Off to a good start now. Bushwhack throwing BDZ towards the corner. And this actually might be another kill. DB, one more right click should be enough. BDZ prevented from rolling away, and DB gets that right click. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, welcome to Dota 2. Let's see if they get 3 of them. Oh god, yes. And Mamang Daya manages to outclick RR to take away his bounties. So it turns into 4 bounties and first blood and a follow-up kill for your safe laner. Literally could not be better than that. Like, that's the best possible start to a game. Castaway is back in South Africa. He's playing with a team right now called Sinister 5. On Sinister 5 as well is... I don't know if any of you here in chat were high MMR players, maybe like a year and a half ago, maybe even a bit longer. But if you were, you would have remembered suffering in Southeast Asia against Grove Tree. If you know what I'm talking about, let me know in chat. If you ever suffered against Grove Tree, that's who Castaway is playing with right now. And the two of them are this side, trying to ply their trade. So Mamang Daya playing Magnus in the mid lane, going up against the Bob Storm Spirit. This is a matchup where Magnus is largely favored, so should be able to walk away with more CS, but for the most part, you still just trade farm. There's no expectation that you win this matchup in its entirety against the Storm Spirit. Bob. One of the main issues I think here, as when you're playing Storm, actually, I'm gonna get skewered underneath the tier 1. I'm gonna take some pot shots from the tower, but Mamang Daya knows full well that trying to get in on the Storm Spirit is definitely not gonna happen. Bottom lane, Palos. It is going to be a largely free lane to farm as the PA. Between Mars and the Hoodwink, they can't really pressure you. Killing you is possible, but you kind of have to misplay as well as Palos. And Palos, I don't think will have the appetite for that in this game. He needs to perform really, really well. In large measure because while Storm Spirit is creating space for him in the mid game, you'll need to be farming up to allow the Storm Spirit to not feel bad about just playing passively. Definitely don't think they want to play passively on the side of Execration. I mean, dude, Viper. Oh my god, what? What? Mamang Daya solo kill Storm Spirit middle? Okay. Okay, that's good. That just happened.
What just happened?
That just happened. So that's gonna really run them back. In the top lane as well, I'm looking at the CS that this Viper's been able to pick up. And the thing is, Viper actually has to have a good game this time around. We see BDZ is healing up right now. And he's not in the lane itself, but I think he's gonna need to help Lucy. This is certainly the kind of game where Viper needs to have not just a good performance on farm, but needs to be very highly leveled to make sure that he has all the Nether Toxin ready. Extremely effective in this game, but also you need level 6, the Viper Strike, to be able to kite around all these mid-core heroes will make such a huge difference. Top lane, we're trying to kill Luciano, and they will not be able to connect onto him with the additional hit of the Curse of Avernus, but he's still falling very low. BDZ with the body blocks, able to save the life of Luciano. But they do not have an additional salve in this lane. They do have a little tango though, so that's something, but still major complications here. I kind of feel like in this situation as Luciano, you're gonna want to stick in the trees, right, which he's doing now, but part of you might be wishing you just died, honestly. You can come back with a full stick of butter. Because now this is really all you can do. Just throw in another toxin once in a while. You can't really show yourself. You have more HP now, so you can. But you ideally want boots first before you start making such moves. Palos. See him down bottom as the CS leader in the map right now. Wonder what the build is going to be for the PA on this one. I mean, we generally have just been seeing what? Deso, SNY, these kind of items. But lately I've been seeing more and more carry players, especially and specifically in Southeast Asia, embracing the Battle Fury again. I'm not a fan, but, you know, not being a fan of the meta is not the same as it not existing. Definitely going to see whether or not Palos is going to feel he has enough time to build in that direction. Personally feel like you should just go for a more fighting orientated build. You should be limiting the amount of time that you have to be spending farming on the map as much as possible. Also, I would just love for him to have the ability to burst even some of these larger targets on the initial salvo of spells. See bottom, spear. We'll catch Palos. Where is RR? Ah, RR's nearby, he's fine. Palos, jump away. Palos? Okay. That was kind of scary, but Palos will end up living. RR Bushwhack will not connect and send him towards the tree. Finally, the Spear of Mars does come out, but now this actually gives an opportunity for Bob to zip in, and he knows that Wami doesn't have a spear, very low on mana. This is going to allow for this kill to happen. Bob, first rotation of the game, will be a successful one. And they at least keep the Storm Spirit from being the one to get the kill. Or do they? Or do they? Or do they? That was really nice from Execration. They were desperate to allow Bob to be the one to pick up that kill. Army Geniuses were just as desperate to deny it from him. But Execration make it a priority. They make it happen. Among Daya, in the intervening time, did get quite a bit of CS in the situation, but certainly not as valuable for his team as assisting these side lanes. Paolo still hasn't made the decision yet as to what he wants to build. And also survived that last fight without even having boots. That's pretty cool. DB, we'll also see what's going to be the build from this Wraith King in this game. Should just be the normal omelet build without real deviations from that. Although given that it is a physical damage hero who actually just dies, Mamang Daya also makes a first rotation. There's no arena, but there is RP. Getting committed here by the Magnus. BDZ also jumping top. They want to try kill DB. Level 6 is gotten, but he doesn't have the mana right now for the reincarnation. Does have a mango to use though. Luciano almost dead. Bob jumps in. Doesn't have a vortex to stop him from getting off the mango though. So that's going to be the reincarnation. Vortex now up on the second life. RR throws in the ice. The Splinter Blast bouncing towards several heroes. Rolling boulder forward by BDZ. Catching onto DB. And this Wraith King is falling so low. Splinter Blast yet again onto him. Cold Embrace keeps BDZ alive. And finally Bob is able to bring down the Wraith King Limb. Trying to get away and scurry into the trees. Will not be able to do so. Ends up losing his life. And here's BDZ again setting up to allow a triple kill for Bob. What a start to the game for the Storm Spirit. That is going to give him a ton of net worth. Immediate recovery from the earlier death. Solo to the Magnus. Leapfrogging over the net worth of the Wraith King. And they did all of this without having to commit any of the Palos damage there. And we just spoke about it. Battle Fury is on the offing. A return to the BF. Again, like I say, I prefer the Deso build personally, but he's out here. We'll see what can be accomplished as they are stacking up with several heroes to potentially push for the tier 1 tower. They've abandoned their own bottom lane, and the thing is, Luciano, as a hero, as much as you would love to be able to move bottom and consolidate that space, maybe defend the tower, the way that Viper plays as an offlaner isn't like a lot of other offlane heroes. You always want to be playing with and near your team. Never just posted up solo on the tower. And now they might actually be able to kill him. Arena tosses him towards the wall. Cold Embrace was there, but it's going to be a limited utility. It still keeps him alive though, because the Winter's Curse holds Wormy in place, and they turn around. One poison attack, pot shot. Bob with the Vortex. They actually find a kill onto Wormy. Are you kidding me? Honestly, RR has been carrying this game, or carrying this top side of the map, ever since the entire team of Execration has started playing this area. Has been extremely on point. With Cold Embraces, that curse was amazing. Previously was rinsing them with the Splinter Blast. It's looking hella good right now. Kind of feel like RR in this situation and the way things are going is definitely going to be the one that AG, if they want to win team fights, will focus on. The issue is that it's not that easy for them to get directly on top of that Winter Wyvern and kill it. Especially not in the same way as it might be easy for Storm Spirit to try and find a zip. And they get the overload proc here. DB doesn't have the reincarnation. Remember, it's still cooling down for another 25 seconds. So he will end up losing his life here. Bob got them the vision. BDZ got them the roll. And that full setup allows them to get the kill. Somehow though, despite being behind in kills, the gold advantage is still in favor of the side of AG. Among Dire is about to make that advantage a little bit bigger, stacking this ancient camp. Will it stack? Will it stack? Yeah, it's fine. Empower, Echo Saber. Time to get big, baby. Let's go. Alright, let's see how much gold he actually gets out of this. He's at 5-6 right now. I think this is about like, what, 800 gold? Oh, almost exactly 800. Oof, feels good. Feels good. Feels good. So, and the thing is though, Magnus hasn't died just yet. The Wraith King has died twice, but they've had to commit a fair amount of resources to make that happen. And DB, despite having died on this bottom side of the map, they took the tower, and they still have their own tower. So this is still a safer place for them to play. That's why I can come back here. Just keep his farm up. Not falling behind. Remember, like I was mentioning earlier, can be a hero that buys the MKB. So Palos won't necessarily feel safe throughout the whole game. Oh, arena medal. Oh, Storm got trapped. Storm got trapped. So if you saw what happened there, literally during the zip is when the spear came from Omi. So it was literally impossible for Storm Spirit to dodge that. And Army Genius is still getting slow accrual of all this net worth. Yes, you've got these 4 melee heroes, but if you're ahead of Execration, we're already talking about how Execration are going to struggle throughout some of the longer engagements. I mean, hell, we've been seeing it early on today. Just in this game, how much effort they've had to commit to kill some of these heroes. Even though those heroes are like basically all alone. And it doesn't get any easier as time goes on. Lim, able to scurry through the trees. Will he get caught? Ooh, nice TP out by Lim there. That was beautifully done. Alright. Thing as well that they don't have the best pushing either on the side of Execration. Like Army Geniuses have access to the Skellies at the very least from DB, which we see being deployed into this mid lane to try and take the tower. We'll also see them deploying the Mars to try and bring down Luciano. However, the Viper Strike makes sure that Womi is slowed up. Fight's gonna start now. Oh, look at Bob. Bob almost died here. Winter's Curse ends up bailing him out of trouble. It's almost gonna kill this Magnus. Forced to skewer away. Mamang Daya will live. Borrow time activated by UK. Spear throws Bob, and the sharpshooter hits him in the river. Bob is gone. BDZ throws the Magnetize in, but he went too close to the sun. He thought that with the Storm Spirit's help, they were certainly going to be able to kill a target. Instead, he ends up losing his life as well. DB does pop the Reincarnation, but at the cost of killing the Viper. Not worth it for the side of Execration. They also find RR, who stuck around hoping to potentially save the life of this Viper. Instead, only finds himself getting brought down, and then the tower getting removed as well. And that kind of fight is disaster. Remember what we were talking about? 5-6 second fights. That's what they want from Execration. In, out, gone. Long, drawn out. Lots of moving parts. Storm has to zip to the other side of the fight. We need to use Cone Embrace just as a bailing mechanism. Those fights will never work. And now, we have RP committed for the second time in this game again. Used to kill the Phantom Assassin. Oh boy. Oh boy. One guy is so crazy farmed. Echo Saber, Power Treads, Blink Dagger, with still 1200 gold in the bag, all at the 15-minute mark. Compare his counterpart from the mid lane. Bob just got Kaya. Yay. This is problematic. This is problematic. Part of the main issue... Bob? Mate? Mate's Bob? Mate's Bob? My G. You can't afford to run out of mana. We've seen what happens when that does occur. So you need to play very, very carefully. And the thing is, honestly, Bob needs BKB. Bob needs BKB. Palos needs BKB. Even if they do get BKB, it's still not full safety because you still have to contend with RP. However, I'm becoming increasingly convinced that they will get demolished every single fight without it. The thing is, AG is also getting closer towards their own. Mamang Daya is prioritizing this. We'll have it pre 20 minutes with Blink and Echo Saber. Are you insane? And speaking of Blink, Womi wants to reveal his own one. Has it available. Who will he find here? I mean, they can kill Luciano. It's an easy target, but whatever. You can almost sense their reluctance to make that move happen. So they get the kill. RR pops Winter's Curse. Oh, this is so good for AG. Now I don't have to worry about Winter's Curse. Look how they immediately even ignore RR. If Curse is down, this hero is literally unimportant. Might as well just go steal the Ancients. But Womi, I feel bad for Womi. He's like, man, I bought Blink Dagger just to kill a Viper? Seriously, bro? Nonetheless, then being able to secure that particular fight will open up space for them to push further in middle. I don't think they can get the top tower though. RR and BDZ are definitely doing the right thing as supports. Sometimes as a support you recognize that you can't actually directly assist your cores, such as now when Bob gets killed. How? And also, how am I missing all of these? I think I've missed every RP in the game, right? That's actually kind of amazing. Alright, somebody please keep a counter going. Hopefully we missed every single one somehow. Hey, Sora, I appreciate that, fam. I appreciate that. Ah, snap. Sorry, Loki. You know how it is when it comes to the great Obot. The word of Jägermeister is law, and the laws are unknown, yet we must all abide by them. I promise one day I'll actually figure out exactly how that Obot works. And then I'll be able to configure from my end. It's actually funny how much I refuse resolutely to learn any of the Twitch coding. I'd be so screwed with that, Mr. Jaeger. Long zip from Bob. Bob, get out of here, Bob. Get out of here, Bob. Not where you want to be, Bob. Not where you want to be, Bob. Oh, God. Bob didn't want to get out of here. And Bob barely survives. Still gets to maintain breath. I think the only reason Bob is still alive is because Army Geniuses didn't actually believe what was happening. They're like, this dude's about to zip away, right? Arena, yet again, Womi only catches Luciano, so no point taking this fight, and you can see he immediately TPs out. Bob zipping back in onto the high ground, doesn't find a viable target, goes back onto Lim now. Bob, not gonna have the most mana in the world, so won't be able to finish the job just yet. Lim, there's a beautiful Winter's Curse onto 3 to allow them to kill Mamang Daya, and now suddenly there's trouble for the Abaddon as well as the Wraith King. They've isolated them from the big boy. Buyback from Lim. Bob almost dies, but Cold Embrace keeps him alive. Eventually he will lose his life. Mistcoil takes him out. BDZ jumping back in onto DB with the Magnetize going. Luciano trying to do his best in the fight, but will still end up dying. Nonetheless, ends up being worth it because he gets the kill, but ultimately the bushwhack. What a bushwhack from Lim. The buyback enables them to kill both Palos and the Viper in the middle of the fight. Luciano can't help. Bob is trying to do cleanup duty though to get everything he can from the rest of the fight, having brought back into this one. So despite Lim having brought back and sort of turning things around for the team, at the end of the day, it's going to be Bob's victory. As they take out DB, they take out Womi, they take out Mamang Daya. The buyback sucks, but you make profit off of it. But what's funny to me is the hero. You know, earlier when I was like at the top, yo, RR is carrying this game. You know who got the most gold out of that fight? Freaking RR on the Winter Wyvern. But also RR deserves it. An amazing curse. The Cold Embrace that kept Bob alive a little bit longer. The Splinter Blast that ended up actually killing Lim the second time around. Just great stuff, man. Phenomenal performance from RR. Yeah, sure, they end up losing Palos in that engagement, right? And that kind of sucks. Especially since Palos, I believe, died before DB. If I remember correctly. But the big thing is that you don't lose anything off the back of that fight. You show that you're still able to actually take a longer duration fight. And you did this without having to commit anything that's irreplaceable. Nobody has BKBs just yet. So by the time the first one arrives for Palos and eventually for Bob, there'll be a full 9 seconds. Also, Army Geniuses cannot be feeling comfortable with the fact that that these deaths are not seeming that immortal in the fights. Also, very glad he picked up the Radiance. I wanted to bring this up earlier, but forgot to speak about it. The one massive advantage towards having Rads in this game versus going for the traditional armlet into either Deso or straight into AC is that if you go for the Rads, that way you have evasion chance versus PA. PA might have to buy an MKB herself, but I doubt she will. Spear, throw it back onto Bob just as he jumps into the pit. Do they have the damage to kill Bob? This time they do. Winter's Curse, although beautiful, not gonna buy enough space. Luciano trying to run down DB, will be able to get the kill off the life and also take out the Mars as well. Will come at the cost of his own life though as he dies on the western part of the fight. In the meantime, DB was inside the Roshan pit, just securing the Aegis for himself. No concern, no care for being able to help the rest of the team. Dies the first time and is like, sweet, that just gives me an Aegis. Yet again, RR. Great cold embrace. Can't save the life of the Storm Spirit. How many... Okay. Womi must have like a 6th sense or something, because I believe that's like the 3rd or 4th time that during the storm zip, as soon as the storm arrives somewhere, a spear tosses him back, even though Womi didn't have vision of the storm at the time. Bob is Mac 2.0. Oh, come on, man. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. Lol. Poor Bob. Poor Bob. Certainly not how you wanted to make your debut on Execration as the Storm Spirit here. Game's not over though, and BKB will still come. I'm also just thinking, remember earlier on there was a point in the game where Bob was queuing the Sanj and Kaya? Yeah. And then Bob realized, somebody on the team was like, bro, where's the BKB queue? Speaking of BKBs, Palos doesn't have one and is fighting nearby several heroes right now. Needs to be able to get out of trouble. Did jump away to RR, but still gonna end up dying to that arena and the damage that came afterwards. Oh, Bob doesn't have TP. I was like, why the hell are they not helping him? But Bob doesn't have TP, and I think Luciano only got TP back online now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, it's not luck. We literally spoke about this earlier. Oh, Bob dies. Oh, DD solo kills him with the Empower, catches him in the trees. Back in the middle lane, we see RP being juggled. Thank you, Mamang Daya. Remember, we've missed every single RP in this game, so I'm really grateful that he didn't actually commit the RP there and just stutter stepped it to make sure that we get to keep that train going. Army Geniuses. I mean, we did mention how the fighting for Execration, not the easiest thing in the world to achieve against this lineup, despite the fact that they have these huge cooldowns from Army Geniuses, but they've done such a good job of not actually utilizing them all at once. And now that we've almost got level 20 with DB as well, this Raid King is just not gonna die. Like with that bonus strength, he's gonna be so tanky, like just impossibly so. Did they see Palos? No. Okay. Invis Rune, keeping Palos alive. Bob almost has the BKB. 300 gold and some change just around the corner. Luciano, I mean, if they can get triple BKB at once, it would be great. Bottom lane, they just quickly lose a life on PDZ. But Palos doesn't seem interested in buying... Dude, why aren't you buying BKB, dude? I'm looking at these fights, right, where Palos can do nothing because it's like, okay, I'm bushwhacked, I'm skewered in one direction, I'm speared, I'm caught with the Wraithfire Blast. Speaking of arenas, we see Bushwhack middle actually onto Bob. Almost kills him, but Bob's going to be able to get away. RR bought him time with the Winter's Curse to ensure that there will be no kill. But that means there's no curse available to stop them from pushing up the hill. How do you deal with this Aegis? Like, Bob is just trying to zip through the wave, but because there's creeps already close to the tier 3 down bottom, it's not really possible. And Mamang Daya goes bottom to catch Luciano. They should be able to get this kill. Viper down for the count. And they've got these skellies in the mid lane that managed to take out the tier 3 tower. They're back to just finish the job now. Bob is still trying to do what he can to open up space, but there'll be a limited amount you can do. Also, Palos just finished an item's worth of farm on that side of the map in top. Dare not come back, because what would you even do if you came back? It is an SNY for the PA, but for AG, the big objective is achieved. Just as the Roshan Aegis expires, the melee racks will fall and Army Geniuses find themselves with not just a 10k gold lead, but a massive advantage on the map. They haven't lost a single tier 2, they've taken 2 of their own, they have the outpost. And yeah, sure, Storm Spirit and PA can, in principle, scale to effectively infinite levels, but these heroes from Army Geniuses are putting a real number on them. Bob now zipping, trying to kill Mamang Daya, but BKB Pop will keep him alive. RR in the meantime taken out. Oh no! The Bushwhack onto Palos, and we finally see an RP directly onto Luciano. He's gonna try and escape the fight with the BKB active, running into the base, but it's not going to be good enough. Loses his life. Bob, his BKB is still available to Pop, but he's not gonna be able to get it on Bob! Oh my god. And because Bob just bought BKB, doesn't actually have money for buyback. Well, doesn't really matter if you buy a BKB if you never get to use it. Everyone in the grave. DB will just immediately head to the bottom side of the map. They won't get megas because there's still a tier 1, well not anymore, but tier 2 tower top to protect them. Oh boy, oh boy. Remember RP was used like a lot earlier in the fight. It was dropped down onto Luciano. The Viper caught the solo RP in that situation, so there was like literally no reason not to press BKB. Like, I literally don't understand what happened there. Storm gonna zip in again. Now let's see if he can find a target. Duels into the air because yet again he didn't use BKB. Finally will commit it, but only as the Winter's Curse is out at the same time. Maybe they have the follow-up from this one. UK falling somewhat low. Mamang Daya skewer back with 2 heroes, but there's no RP to follow this up with, and they end up getting the kill eventually onto the mag. Arena on the 3. Well done by Womi, but several of these heroes managed to get out of it. Palos falling low. BKB activated by DB, going to be able to turn the kill onto Palos. Luciano's BKB is going to expire now as well, so he's certainly going to be tumbling as well in this fight. Spear from Womi tosses both RR and Bob into the corner, and with the right click damage they're able to kill RR. BDZ dies on the other side of the fight. Bob able to at the very least jump back in and kill UK, but he knows that it's ultimately just a Pyrrhic victory. Goes in, gets the kill, but dies without buyback. Second lane of Rax is secure. Not enough pushing power to get megas just yet, or even to end the game straight up. Womi will just go buy a Deso, lol. 20 seconds, no PA. 30 seconds, no Storm Spirit. And these heroes will begin respawning in time to dissuade Army Geniuses from entirely finishing off this game. So they'll be content with securing a tier 4 tower, and they'll attempt to escape here. Lim, my god. Okay, real talk, nah. Real talk. As much as RR has been working hard for Execration, Lim has been putting in beyond overtime. Okay, BDZ, too far out, my friend. Womi is just gonna eviscerate you there with the God Rebuke. But these bushwhacks from Lim seriously have been very impressive. Womi, yet another arena onto Luciano, and DB trying to find a way to get this kill here. Bob jumping into the backside of the fight, looking for Lim, will be forced to pop the BKB to avoid being silenced. Mamang Daya RP onto the PA, and there's going to be the Spear of Mars as well. Palos still alive for now. Hontos puts him in the air, able to get off the jump away towards the Storm Spirit. RR buys yet again more space with the Winter's Curse. Dude, RR, relax, fam. Relax. Almost single-handedly keeping his team in the game. Keeps Luciano in the game with the Cold Embrace. Keeps Palos in the game with this Winter's Curse. Army Geniuses, after all of this, such a good position to win out this game. We've secured 2 lanes of racks. Gonna look for the tier 2, but also have the option to just walk into the Roshan pit. I feel like we're also at the point now where they don't even need the Aghanim shard on DB, given how good things are. Okay, Bob, they get a jump now onto UK. And that's going to allow them to get a kill. Bob, though, in trouble inside the arena. Cold Embrace keeps him online for now. Rolling Boulder from BDZ. Going to try open up a fight on the other side of things. As Palos also jumps there, looking for damage onto Womi. Not enough just yet to find anything significant. At the same time, DB will be able to run down the Viper and get all the damage he needs on him. Will cost the life of the Womi Mars in the back of the fight. Palos needs to get out of here. Palos doesn't have BKB, remember. Palos needs help. Palos is not going to get help. Bushwhack with the sharpshooter from Lim. Easily able to eviscerate the PA. DB also catches up too and kills the Winter Wyvern. All the heroes in the grave right now do have buyback. They don't want to use it. Bob silenced. Forced to pop BKB again. Mamang Daya with this Orchid has just really been a thorn in Bob's side. They jump forward and kill BDD with the DB Wraith King. No buyback for this Earth Spirit though. Oh, Hontos tossing back RR after buying back, and there's no Cold Embrace, no Winter's Curse. Straight dieback. You died so quickly, you still had the gold emblem underneath yourself. And that's going to be that. GG. Lim again finding a Bushwhack, which is going to allow the team to set up for one more kill onto Bob. Army Geniuses. Woo! Woo!
Love to see it. You love to see it. Strong performance from them with the draft that they had to bring to us. Interestingly enough, the concern about them having all these melee heroes, only a couple of times was it really valid. Did we see like a massive Winter's Curse, like, oh my god, that looks so cool. But seems the initial concern about Execration's inability to fight is the concern that just carried through into the game itself. They just couldn't fight. That's it. Long and short, you just cannot fight, ever. Any engagement they took, it was just, the engagement was, can RR bail us out of trouble and keep this going long enough that we get 1 or 2 kills on the periphery of the fight? But we can't really engage them. I mean, we sort of spoke about this, right? Early on, before the game started, about their potential team fight, that they skirmish very heavily, but they don't fight very well. And we did not see them being able to fight in this game. So Army Geniuses kind of rinsed them afterwards. And I don't think it helped that early on, even when the game was going relatively well for them in the earlier portion of the game, they weren't actually being able to out-farm Army Geniuses. Between Mamang Daya just getting an absurd amount of farm with the early Echo Saber, as well as DB being 100% uninterrupted and getting everything that he wants, becomes one of those games that's quite difficult to imagine them being able to not just win fights, but take fights that don't have the potential of going south the moment Army Genius heroes show up. Man, this is a great game from AG, honestly. Good draft, great game. I mean, I know I said I thought they wouldn't be able to fight that much, but I'm surprised by how bad it was. I thought Bob would have a better performance with the Storm Spirit. It felt like a very free Storm game, but ultimately ended up not being the case. BKB, man. BKB, man. A lot of this is different. If in that one fight, just as he gets the BKB, before they'd lost the second lane of racks, if he presses BKB. But he didn't, and they lost. So that's that. That is that. Army Geniuses will take the first game and now put themselves ahead in the tie. They have the opportunity to turn this into their first win. They drew earlier against the side of Ground Zero, so they have now a chance to make it a win. But Execration,
have a chance to come back in game 2 and ensure that this isn't a loss and just make it a draw at the end of the day. We'll see what ends up happening. We'll see which one of the two outcomes will be the one that is the final one here. Time will tell. Personally, yeah, let's just say I wasn't impressed by what I saw from Bob and Luciano today, but we'll see in game 2. Might have just been the heroes. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel if you aren't already. Come say hi in chat. Holla at the homie. Come say what's up. In the meantime as well, if you have enjoyed yourself, you can decide to become a supporter of what's happening, what we're doing out here. I mean, look, you know, you can be like, you know who should be your hero. Look at this. Look at this. Get your name in that little bar right there. Make sure that people know that you're putting in the support. I really, really, whoa, man, I can't even say how much I appreciate that support. You can become a subscriber. You can be like River God Sobek, subscribe, or even gift out some subscriptions. You know, decide to be charitable and altruistic towards others. Speaking of subscriptions, who was actually MVP in this game? Yo, actually, listen, real talk. People did really well, right? Among Dad did really well, Warmy did really well, DB did really well, UK did really well, but low-key, in the same way that RR was carrying this game for Execration, Lim was low-key carrying this for Army Geniuses. Some of these bushwhacks were honestly just beyond, like, just insane. So, you see that little emote with that putting in work? All the subscribers, please spam it out. If you want to be part of the gang, spamming out the putting in work emote, can decide to become a subscriber, which will be definitely very appreciated. Or you can become a patron. One-time patron member. Well, not one time, but you know what I mean. Like, it goes over. And that's super appreciated. Weirdly enough, I sort of forget that Patreon exists until I'm doing the show. And then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, Patreon exists. But yeah, several methods to support. Let me know if you're down for this. I appreciate it so much. And now I also hope that we get a better game. I hope we get a better game going into the next one. Oh, also, finally, don't forget to pay your taxes. If you want to bet 1% tax, you got to pay in donations law. Anyway, game 2 coming soon. Army Geniuses, we hope for a comeback. We hope for better Dota. We hope for Execration to give us a demonstration of why they're at the major and why we need to be excited about their next series. But either way, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we continue with some more Dota 2 action.
Allow me to demonstrate the skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
Ladies, gentlemen, my NB comrades, and Shappy! Farmer Fat, thank you, comrade. What's up, everybody? What's going on? We out here. Game 2. We had a lot of excitement for game 1 because none of us, absolutely none of us, Absolutely none of us. Woke up this morning thinking we were going to see Army Geniuses not just beat Execration, but demolish them in game number 1. Truly take them to task on that one and make it seem not even close. If you just had that gameplay out and hid the team names and asked somebody to tell you which team is which, they'd say Execration or Army Geniuses. So definitely on the front foot here, looking for a 2-0 sweep to grab a victory in Group B. And I believe because this is their second game, Army Geniuses, and they're the first team to be playing their second game like this, in the event that they come away with a victory from this one, that will put them top of the table. Yeah. No, it's a third game. Sorry, this is a third game because they lost one, won one, and then lost, drew, and they have a potential to win here. If they draw, I still don't know. If they draw, they go second. They get tied second, and if they win, they go straight first. A lot to play for. Let's go. Execration. They need to be the ones that pick this one up. This is their opening matchup. They play Signal Ultra immediately after this. You would hate to go into a matchup like that with a loss. We'll see what they can accomplish here, as they're playing on Radiant side still. Army Geniuses sticking with the Limb Hoodwink. Ooh, definitely makes sense to me. Execration. Mars Marana is going to be the pickup here. Since DK is banned, if you're going to go for some kind of Marana combo, it's definitely going to be the Mars that gets picked up. AG on the other side came back for the axe. Unknown yet whether this is Wormy axe or DB axe. Ironically enough, right, one of the only non-Chinese teams that I've seen win and look decent with the core axe was Army Geniuses. I've seen DB play this hero before to some decent effect. Just in general though, axe is just really good right now. They give him also the Grimstroke in this game, so a wonderful partner to go with you. Give you the Inkswell, the follow-up with the Stroke of Fate almost always puts heroes close enough that they tick over into Culling Blade territory. Really like this. They don't have any big dual spells available. I suppose now they have the Soulbind Double Drain coming in from the Pugna. I do think Execration's draft is a lot better though this time around. They have the Mars Marana, but they also buttress this with the Winter Wyvern. I'm very glad that RR is going to be playing that hero again because, despite them losing, looked incredible on the hero. However, in this game, they have a hero in the Ursa. Now, I prefer Ursa to the PA for several reasons. Ursa doesn't have to worry as much about being caught out in uncomfortable positions and not being able to do anything if the entire team isn't behind him. He can actually stand his ground and fight. If this is an offlane axe, Ursa can play into that lane. Not the best, obviously, you know, spin is a bigger problem than Fury Swipes, but you can still prevent axe from being able to play fully aggressively into you. You also are a hero that you're going to be able to, when you have Blink Dagger, follow up. Look in the previous game how much difficulty Panos had following up, because he half the time had to reserve Phantom Strike for getting in and out of the fights rather than using it to really commit hard. In this game, there's a lot of other disables ahead of you that can allow you as Ursa to close that gap, get in, and actually kill heroes. I like this draft a lot more from Execration. Like a lot more. I also think that BDZ playing Marana is definitely better than playing Earth Spirit. In the previous game, we started seeing why Earth Spirit isn't a hero that's picked all that often these days. One of the issues is you really don't like playing a support hero. If they must be involved in the fight, so be it, but you don't want it to be pretty much reliably at the cost of their own life. Even compare and contrast other melee supports that are played often right now, Abaddon, Elder Titan, the kind of heroes that if they get into the middle of the fight, Undying for example, they'll be there, but they're not gonna just keel over and die after using a couple of spells. Which is surprising considering how tanky Earth Spirit is supposed to be, but you know, as I'm talking about him, we actually see Earth Spirit come up in the game as the mid hero, so I believe this will be either mid Earth Spirit or mid Hoodwink. I think it's different if it's a core hero. As a support it's one thing, but as a core, your gain is very good, so if you're getting all of that experience and farm, then you can get to a point where you're going in and not dying, get some very decent items for yourself. almost certainly going to be safe lane axe, I imagine. Or at least how I would run it would be safe lane axe, put this Pugna in the off lane, and then put Earth Spirit mid. In the event that they pick a hero that is super good with a passive, then you can rather put the Hoodwink into the mid lane. I wouldn't mind Hoodwink mid either. I feel like Hurricane, like the Boomerang, Hunter's Boomerang would be very good of a build in this game. And would give them an blisteringly high pace. Let's see how it goes though. Depends on this last pick. Execration get tiny. Alright, it's tiny. I'm not playing core Hoodwink against tiny, man. I'm playing with Spirit mid. It's all good. Come on, Mamang Daya. You know what's up. He's playing Hoodwink. Alright. He's playing Hoodwink. Playing Hoodwink. Yeah, definitely pause on X. I would have preferred to play... Actually, no. This actually makes more sense. If you play the Hoodwink against the core Tiny, you're going to be able to get more farm out of this game. And it's going to be harder to get to a position where Tiny just runs at you and kills you almost instantly, automatically. Therefore, Limb on the Earth Spirit, provided he has a decent enough game and doesn't overly commit onto Tiny, shouldn't die reliably to the Tiny either, and can actually create space against that hero. Let's see. I don't have any dispels on the side of Execration. Palos and Luciano will want to buy a BKB maybe, but I'm not sure about Bob. No one buys Nullifier. Their magic damage isn't that great. Yo, I mean, Genius is gonna win this 2-0, yo. Real talk. This partner is gonna be a real thorn in their side. The magic damage is only really coming from the Winter Wyvern and Bob, so provided that they know the salvo of spells have already been used by the Tiny, potentially by the Mars as well, they don't really have an answer for Arena. That being said, they have a lot of big burst. Army Geniuses, very stable. Again, you can't take a long fight against them. I think this might be a 2-0. I think this might be a 2-0. Yeah, you have this Grimstroke with the Pugna. The Decrep is so good against the Ursa in general. It's gonna be a while until we have Nullifiers. Like I mentioned, Bob can't do everything and burst all the heroes by himself. Not all the heroes are burstable. Oof. It's not an easy game for Execration. But that being said, this time around they also have much, and I mean much better team fight. So that might actually end up being the difference maker at the end of the day. They don't scale nearly as well, so they don't have as many options of trying to hold the game out to try and scale. It has to be all about fighting. And now GUN ready, so we're ready. Game 2, Execration versus Army Geniuses. Y'all have 7.5 minutes left to bet and predict. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Ev, you're right. Everything about this Marana cosmetic sucks. That mask sucks, that mount sucks. The weapon sucks. Yeah, this is all shit. Might actually be one of the worst cosmetics I've seen in a long time. My god, okay. Alright, so we guess we know, remind me never to press 4. Must never ever actually click on this Marana. BDZ, what is this, bro? It's possible. It's possible. This win can happen, but Execration, I'm glad they're smoking out. In the previous game, this was done to them. Army Geniuses started the game very aggressively. But I think the entire game for Execration needs to take place with aggression in mind. Anything less, they will lose this game. If they try to farm and play that kind of... Nope, they will lose. You need to somehow be able to force AG into a situation where, despite their high tempo kind of draft, they aren't able to achieve anything with it. Missing the first arrow of the game, not necessarily the best way to go about that, but you know, at the very least they know where these AG heroes are. Still 30 seconds is a long time for everyone to reposition around this area. They want to get on the high ground to find a D ward here, but Execration, aware of what's happening, immediately respond in numbers and get the D ward of their own. So that'll not just secure and protect their own observer ward, it'll ensure that they can secure this opening bounty rune. And Bob, yeah, they know, just deny it, get rid of it. Yes, Culling Blade does go through Enrage. And speaking of the Enraged Culling Blade interaction, Palos, we were speaking about it in the draft earlier, right? That yes, you can't play aggressively all the time into this axe, but free swipes is still a major problem in the lane. So Palos would rather be playing the early laning phase against this axe for two reasons, right? You have the Fury swipes against the axe. Also, you don't have to deal with decrypt. It's extremely annoying to try and farm against the Pugna when you're playing a hero like the Ursa. So, you don't have an easy farming tool that can help you against decrypt. Don't bother with it. Go the other side of the map. Does mean that Luciano, though, is going to be sacked against Womi and Lim. This is not an easy lane for this Mars to be playing. Can still get farmed, though, with the Gajabuk. Of course, the mid lane matchup, Bob versus Mamang Daya. I would say that this is a matchup that Tiny will... Actually, I think Hoodwink will win this matchup, actually. I think Hoodwink will actually get more farm out of this. But Tiny will get more overall net worth because Tiny can take advantage of these side camps in a way that Hoodwink cannot. But I think Mamang Daya will actually do fairly well here. Also, when earlier I was talking about Luciano being sacked in the safe lane / off lane, it turns out they're actually doing a full aggressive tri-lane here from Execration. There is kill potential here, but RR needs to be able to get the slow out with the Arctic Burn, and that follows up with the arrow. No, PDZ, too soon. Too soon. You have to wait until he's like at the tree. Oh my god. That was something. And while all that's happening, Mamang Daya, not only is he going to be able to have more CS than this Tiny, he's going to have more net worth now because Lim shows up towards this mid lane to secure not just the first blood, but making sure it goes the way of Mamang Daya. Oh god. Looks like Lim is well on track to get a second MVP award because now he's shown up towards the top lane. There might actually be a kill here. Rolling boulder towards BDZ, and there's going to be the Inkswell. Lim. Alright. Trying to go for back-to-back crowns here, turning this into a defensive tri-lane in the top lane. Given that they know that Womi is going to be perfectly fine in this matchup against the Mars, they can afford to do this. Nothing lost for the Pugna, and even if Mars is going to get a bit more out of the lane, Mars will never kill Pugna, and as you get more points into the decrypt, you can still use that as a way of zoning Luciano back. And if you ever get to level 6 first, there's no way Mars plays that lane anymore. Top lane, DB ends up losing his life. Might end up dying though. Palos will definitely tick out. Still, they got the kill first, bringing down the core axe on the top side of the map. They desperately needed that on the side of Execration. So, very glad that they're able to pick it up. From that position, the fact that Palos is the one that also was able to survive. He didn't get the kill, unfortunately, but stays alive throughout it. He stays farming. If they're at equivalent places in the game, you know, definitely rather be playing the Ursa, but Axe still gonna be a big threat. I think one of the big things as well about Execration and why this is so smart from them to be running this lane like this, if you're running an aggro try and you force the opponent to run a defensive try, there's no support on the map right now stacking up any of these camps to be farmed later by the Axe. Lim is gonna try stack one now, and you see Lim realize the same thing. He's like, we're spending all this time protecting Axe, making sure there's no danger in the top lane, but we ideally want to be stacking these camps, want to prepare the triangle to be farmed later. And Execration with this aggression are preventing that from happening. Traditional C aggression, lol. Nothing unexpected that we're seeing down bottom. Of course, with 2 points decrypt, it's going to be a Pugna favored lane from now on out. What's interesting though is now Mamang Daya, they have the same CS in the mid lane, obviously slightly higher net worth for the Hoodwink after that earlier kill. But I also wonder what the build is going to be. Is this going to be that Aghanim Scepter to get the Hunter's Boomerang ASAP? Speaking of the Boomerang, you all have 35 seconds left to bet. Johnny just floated the bet. So make sure to float that bet further. BDZ having rotated middle. There's a little bit of a time here where Morana was hoping to try to get a kill, but the main objective here is to prevent further stacking in the jungle. Palos, sadly though, without the assistance of the Morana, can't really feel comfortable approaching the lane, so we can see that have a direct impact on his own CS numbers. Has to pretty much wait for the wave to arrive towards him. And regrettably for him, given how things are looking, there's pretty much no possibility of actually being able to utilize the stack, despite them being able to get the D-ward on the camp earlier on. Although UK doesn't want to let them have that D-ward. He's like, nah, buddy, getting my own sentry back. Honestly though, like, I feel it hasn't been worth it. I don't think this investment into the top lane. I don't think they've gotten enough out of it to justify how much time they spent here and how little impact Palos can have going forward. Also, like, consider when you're playing in the safe lane as this Ursa, there are times, oh wait, we'll talk about it in a second. Hunter's in the mid lane, Mamang Daya, will he survive here? A couple of right clicks coming in, they want to really kill him, but Womi TP's in with the allied life drain to give the heal, and now RR try to go up the hill with the Arctic Burn to ensure that they stay alive with these heroes. Bob try to get some revenge here. Oh, sharpshooter hit. Oh, the sniper Mamang Daya gets the crosshairs out, and they find Bob. And Bob actually had lived. He could have escaped there, and RR is also going to end up dying. Lim rolling in, connecting directly on the Winter Wyvern, preventing the TP out. And now that they have this movement towards top, Womi is also going to show up with 3 points into the Nether Blast to potentially start taking out this tower. And remember, because they're running an aggro try, they know for a fact that right now this Ursa's isolated, and they found him. They're going to kill him. He has nowhere to go. If he's playing safe lane, okay, that move is happening. I go into the jungle, I try to stay safe, but where am I gonna go from the top side of the map? Luciano also shows up, but Luciano, you might have just made yourself a feed target, my friend. Opens up the arena, Bob does come in. Oh, they get some damage out onto Womi, but Womi stays alive. Decrep, life drain, he's still up. Arrow blocked up by UK, will not connect onto the Pugna. Bob really wants to get a core hero here, really trying to chase down Womi. Womi's too far away though, and the escape will be on. UK drawing them all the way back towards the Radiant side to make sure they kill a less important hero. DB though is still caught out, but Rolling Boulder coming in from Lim. DB staying alive. BDZ also getting the Cold Embrace out. Look at BD keeping living because Womi's there with the life drain directly onto Bob. Bob getting body blocked by DB, cannot escape back in the opposite direction. He will pick up the consolation kill by getting, at the very least, the Lim Earth Spirit. But that might just be consolation. Good spear back onto DB. If Luciano doesn't spear DB, he's 100% dead right now. Fortunately, he does. DB is tossed back, but they're not done. Everyone has to just run away from execration because army geniuses are not willing to let them have a moment of rest. There's going to be the... Oh, stun doesn't actually connect from the arrow. Inkswa will be there directly onto the Ursa to prevent them from chasing Womi. Alright, this time around, army geniuses clearly overextended on this one. End up losing UK. Womi though, oh, they found Bob. Don't think they have enough damage for this one. Roll forward by Lim. Lim might now be in the middle of several heroes who he actually can't handle right now. Paolo trying to right click him, but he kicks Palos away, so Palos can't finish him off. Arena onto 2 from Luciano, and they catch both Womi and DB. Army geniuses, what the hell? Spending the last like minute or so cockily playing on the execration side of the map, and they get hard punished for this one. I feel like it's fine to just try to force them away from farming these camps, but to stick around and try force fights for as long as you were, that's just cockiness, honestly. I don't think there's another word for it. They overestimated their strength based off of their successes. Now, the real payment for this isn't the fact that they lost too much on the map. I mean, losing DB and Womi sucks, right? But it's the fact that that gave an opportunity for Bob to start coming back into this. Honestly, Bob was out. Bob was not going to have a Dota game. But now, Bob found some experience. Bob finished the phase boots. Arrow. Oh, what an arrow! BDC catches Mamang Dyer. Mamang Dyer will still find a kill thanks to the acorn shot on the bushwhack, and they're looking for revenge onto Bob. However, they create enough distance away from the ink swell that it will not happen. Lim though still has rolling boulder in a moment. He's able to connect onto Bob. No magnetize though, but does have the Earner Shadows. Throws it out onto Bob. Will Bob take out from this one? This ink swell, or stroke of fate rather, from UK gonna be good enough to finish it off. And there's the ink swell. The stun connect onto Luciano, giving UK a double kill. Yo, alrighty. 2 core heroes picked up. Neither of them able to do anything effective to keep these heroes back from the side of Army Geniuses. Mid lane. Running on to BDZ now. Stroke of Fate slowing him down, and this life drain, because he's silenced up by this Phantom's Embrace, can't really do anything to try and escape here. Lim might end up dying. The pot shot from the tower going to be good enough. The kill gets credited to RR. Well done on the Winter Wyvern. Execration just find themselves constantly brawling, and part of the problem is with this constant brawling, consider the heroes that they have, right? They would like to be brawling, but you want a couple of items first. Bob in all of these fights is being prevented from accruing the gold for Blink Dagger. Same is true for the Luciano Mars, who's also desperately searching for the item. The only person who's been farming somewhat is Palos, but given the fact that his team is always fighting, he can't farm that hard, and now he's actually gonna get farmed himself. Enrage in the top lane to try and stay alive. Mamang Dyer recognizes that they will not have enough damage to actually hurt him beyond this. Moonlight Shadow was triggered just in case by BDZ. Execration though. Palos still in a dangerous place as they smoke back from Army Geniuses. The scans are there, but they went right around them. They catch Pugna on the other side of things. Bushwhack misses, Sharpshooter misses, Rolling Boulder misses. Okay, Lim now eating some right clicks from Palos. There's going to be an acorn shot to try and slow this Ursa down. And they know where he's at. They can scurry against them, but they just don't have the damage to get this kill. Or do they? Bushwhack. Mamang Dyer insistent on trying to find this one, and he's going to be able to chase him down. Bob, sure you get a kill onto the Lim Earth Spirit, but who the hell cares? You just lost your Ursa. UK now dying inside Radiant Triangle because there's action all across the map. DB looking for the kill onto BDZ. Has the Culling Blade. Will be able to kill him through the Cold Embrace. Has the Berserker's Call again. Here's the spins. One more spin might kill RR, but he gets off the magic stick just in time. No Culling Blade is possible just yet. Decrep will make sure that Womi will keep DB alive. Bob realizes he will not have the damage to finish DB off. Oh my goodness. Army Geniuses just have constant action. And the thing is, they can get more and more farm out of these constant fights. It's easier for them also to use these small pieces of net worth that they pick up in the jungle, from bounties, etc. Either to utilize that on their team than it is for Execration to utilize it for them. The items they're looking for are big ticket, cost a lot in one go. As well, Army Geniuses honestly don't even need their Blink Dagger on Axe right now. So they have so many luxuries in how to approach these fights at their leisure. Toss forward. Oh, they're looking for a Winter's Curse play. RR gets the curse out onto the Pugna. At the same time though, Lim jumps in. Look at the magnetized damage. Bob is gonna die. Romy in the meantime getting the life drain back out onto Luciano, who does manage to survive a little while longer but is in danger. They catch him out. They bring him down. 3 heroes taken away. Despite that being a fight taken by Execration, they tossed RR forward. Tossed him forward to his doom. And other heroes follow him into the grave. Tier 2 tower kicks now set into the sights of AG as they've already rinsed out their Tier 1. And with level 4 Nether Blast, Tier 2 is definitely not safe. BDZ almost died to the life drain, only survived by the skin of his teeth. And gonna be only one life drain because the soul bind came after the life drain was already active. Still though, they got a kill. Luciano, will he get an arena? Doesn't have it. But hopefully they can get a kill onto Womi, and indeed they will be able to isolate and bring down this Pugna. Best case scenario as well, Palos is the one that picks up the kill. Still, best case scenario in that situation doesn't mean the game overall is still not going south. They've lost their tier 1s. Haven't been able to claim any in the opposite direction. They're being heavily outfarmed, and although Palos is about to get this diffusal blade, an item he certainly needs, a huge problem and a huge complication is that he's still gonna get outfarmed by this axe. Really, really badly. He's still gonna get outfarmed even by this Hoodwink, who is indeed going for the Aghanim Scepter so that we get the early Hunter's Boomerang as soon as possible. That'll be yet another tool for kiting against the Ursa, who is already having some struggles sticking onto targets in this game. EXE will win game 2, Ursa will dominate this. Oh fam, I don't know. It's not an easy game to be playing Ursa. If Nullifier still gave you the purge that it used to, I'd say why I 100% agree. I mean, if Diffusal Blade, excuse me, still gave you that purge, but it's been a long time since. Feels kind of complicated. But now though, at the very least, they do get the Blink Dagger on the Mars, Diffusal on the Ursa, and they're about to get the Blink on Bob as well. So a lot of the tools that they will need for this game are being picked up, and Palos is busy taking this Aegis. Also an essential ingredient for them being able to find fights successfully. One might be coming though. I'm not sure if they actually caught vision here of DB. Oh, they have this observer ward, so they did indeed see him. Blink daggers being bought up by everybody. Finally, Bob has it. Alright, alright, alright. This is huge. If they can find a good smoke move from this, could definitely bring Bob fully back into the game. The only question is, where do they do it? These targets from the side of Army Geniuses aren't necessarily the easiest to bring down. Moonlight Shadow activated by Execration. They want to try and find a fight, but they ideally want some cores. Womi get caught inside the arena. Do they have the kill? Yes, they do. They bring him down. UK also eliminated very early on. Lim will be prevented from rolling away from the fight thanks to the Winter's Curse. And then RR gets in front of him as well to ensure that the body block prevents the roll. Amazing stuff done there. Damn, 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 damn. Nicely done. Nicely done. Execration. Okay, they lose BDZ, but who cares? The most important thing about that fight is that Palos was involved. Palos got a ton of gold out of it. Oh, missed the recap. Feels bad. Sorry, Eugene. What does Hunter's Boomerang do? Well, Jareen just said it. But the most important thing about the Boomerang, I can actually check it out while it's well paused right now because he just picked it up. It's not about the bonus damage, right? The bonus damage is great. The lower status resistance is great. The bonus magic damage is great. But it is the slow. When you get that little mark on you, jeez, you're slow. So slow. I believe it's like a 20% movement slow. It's not great. So that means that this Ursa will have further difficulties moving around in the fight if he ever gets hit by it. And I think the status resistance, the debuffs like magic and... Because I know the move slow is 20. I think the other ones are 25 or are they 30 now? Let's see. 20, 25, 25. Okay. And it's a 7-second duration. Increase mic volume. Aaron, Freedom. Is anybody else having issues with mic volume? I just want to make sure I don't like blow anyone's ears.
So we shall see what everyone else is struggling with. Bob on this side of the fight, running away from Womi and UK. In the meantime, Lim going to be able to take out the first life of the Aegis. Roll back now from the Earth Spirit with Magnetize going down. Isolation from Palos. He's alone here. Bushwhack close to the tower. And DB able to bring him down with the Cutting Blade. Well, that kind of sucks. You just got the Aegis. Now it's gone. Just like that. And more than just it being gone, Army Geniuses immediately trying to move in to push. Find a fight, you can use that to push into a tier 2. Execration aware of this attempt, and a scan will allow them to position very, very safely. And inside the base, RR getting taken out, Womi and the gang. They just wanted one additional kill so they could, without guilt, start pushing onto one of these tier 2s, whether it be mid or bottom. See now, jump, Lim, cool, Lim. They get the Inkswell stun out onto Luciano, and Luciano will end up going down. Bob now jumping in, beautiful avalanche toss combo to take out UK. So gonna be 4 versus 3 for now, but heroes are returning. BDT gets a very good arrow onto DB, but nobody's nearby him for a nice curse. I don't think Palos wants to get back in there. They don't have a high ground ward. Let this one go. Very tempting. But Execration will display the necessary discipline and they'll let it go. Maybe by 10%. Alright, we can do that. We can certainly do 10%. Alright. So 10% increase has now been done. Arrow, yet again, connecting onto the axe. Womi, well, this time around, he will get brought down. And now DB has no escape opportunity. He will die here. Gets a very big call off, though, onto 2 heroes. Soulbind now thrown out. The heal from Womi to keep the axe alive. The Winter's Curse, though, prevents Grimstroke from doing anything further in the fight. Luciano now jumping in with the arena onto both UK and Luciano. Will they just bring down Lim inside the river, even after the Magnetize? DB trying to get the call onto Mars to keep him from killing Womi, and does manage to do so. Cold Embrace on Luciano will also prevent him from dying. Bob will eventually jump in. Avalanche toss onto Womi, bringing down this Pugna. Great fight from Execration on that one. Especially because they were able to involve Palos. DB doesn't die. Does get saved by his team and prevented from going down. Ultimately, though, I think the really big thing from that fight is the fact that... So I'm just increasing game volume just a tad. Just a touch. The big thing for me from that entire engagement is they managed to keep this axe from doing anything effective, whilst also keeping themselves from losing their big tower that they were protecting down bottom. Mamang Daya getting jumped on now by this tiny arrow, only connects onto Lim. Luciano goes in with the arena. It's pretty huge. No way for this little squirrel to run away from this one. And does come at the cost of having to leave Palos down bottom, so he can't participate in these kind of things, but gets the kill. Womi. Arrow will connect onto the Pugna, and they should be able to find this. Winter's Curse also slows down DB, but now there's 2 heroes caught with the Soulbind. The core will be there onto 1. They bring down BDZ. Next to 4 will be Luciano. DB with the double kill. Somehow they also don't end up losing Womi. I thought the Pugna was gonna die for sure in that one. Somehow still kept alive. Still out on the map. Still doing his thing. Did see a pretty significant development. Ursa trying to build into the nullifier. I was mentioning earlier that if the Diffusal Blade offered the old school purge, then definitely Ursa can carry this game. Palos trying to find a way to get that purge back. It's like nullifier wolves. Honestly, will do the trick. It's the only item I can imagine him buying right now that would have the degree of impact it would on the game. The only problem is it's still going to take some time before it's available. So it's a lot of net worth that's not really being utilized on the hero right now. Still though, they've managed to keep their tier 2s intact, so they still have access to their outpost. They got a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They're opening up the map for themselves, despite the fact that AG still have the overall farm advantage. Execration now finally in a place where they can fight freely. BKB being built up by Bob right here. Definitely not Macreen. He's building BKB by choice, so 2 games in a row. You know what's up. He's a good guy. The sort of change it'll make into this game when he does have BKB, it's not going to be drastically significant given how he's been playing and approaching the edges of the fight. But what it will mean is that he no longer has to be wary about Phantom's Embrace and Magnetize preventing his immediate entry into these engagements. Looks like they're on a smoke now though. Indeed. They pop the smoke gank. Ideally, you're able to force them away from the Roshan pit because you know that this Aegis is about to potentially respawn. You often see Ursa teams making this move around this time. If you get some kills now, you can consolidate some high ground advantage. Even if you have to get kills on the opposite side of the map, you know that it's not where the Roshan is respawning. And indeed, they jump onto DB. Will they be able to bring him down? Indeed, they can. Oh! Womi try to save him with the decrypt, but that ironically enough just set him up for the arrow. Bob with the double damage rune jumps onto UK and brings him down. Strong stuff from Execration there. And they're not done just yet. Oh well, never mind, they are. Bob is the one that got caught there. Wait, did Bob jump here? Is... Okay. Okay, let me not say anything. Let me not say anything. Yo, that's a very bad death. Palos though has been using this time. Almost got nullifier. Gonna be pretty huge. Especially with everybody and their mother trying to buy a BKB. Oh, bushwhack.
I can't believe what we're seeing! What just happened?
Ooh. Ouch. That was something. Okay. Bob will come across Slim and Luciano just gets an arena. It only catches one hero here. UK tries to keep himself alive by using the Inkswell. Arrow will connect onto him, but Luciano also realized doesn't want to stick around even with the BKB. DB able to drag him back with the Berserker's Call, and that'll enable them to turn and kill him. Beautiful assassination there onto Luciano. Winter's Curse, now that it's been dropped as well, they feel like they have a bit more freedom to reach RR, but turns out to just be a trap. Bob comes back to take out Lim. So despite them losing 2 of their core heroes, they will ultimately have to just let this all go on the side of AG in terms of chasing further now that they've lost Lim. But they'll happily go into the Roshan pit. Aegis cheese with the shard. Of course, Axe already has his own shard, so I believe you give this one to their Grimstroke. The Inkswell Purge in this game seems pretty bonkers. BDC gets a nice arrow though. They want to defend this on the side of Execration. They jump in, Avalanche toss. They're looking for DB. DB still alive. Sharpshooter going in the opposite direction. That'll allow DB to throw in the Culling Blade. BKB, Culling Blade, AG. Still staying strong. DB somehow refusing to die. And this Roche, 2000 HP, so it's fairly low. The thing is, whenever you have the safe lane axe, it does somewhat depress your ability to take down the big man quickly. But with no Tiny in the offing, they're still gonna try for this. Arrow, connect onto the illusions. BDZ looking to maybe jump in. Inkswell on Lim. Will he get it off onto this Earthlight? Yes, he will. Look at the death! That and the sharpshooter hit, my god! They eviscerate the Miranda and the Ursa. Luciano jumped in to try and steal away the Aegis. He's not going to be able to get anything done. Instead, he just gets popped inside the pit. They chase onto RR. Kill him as well on the high ground. Oh my god, what a fight. And then everybody tips Bob. Because Bob wasn't in the fight. Because he was dead, he only respawns now. Dude, Army Geniuses actually have no chill. They're gonna actually kill Bob again. Sharpshooter in the middle with the bushwhack to make sure that Bob can do nothing. Don't even need sharpshooter. It's on cooldown. That was the Hunter's boomerang debuff on him. Dude, Bob died, right? They take the Roshan fight. It ends as Bob respawns. They all tip him immediately as he respawns, and then they go kill him again. Army geniuses have no chill. This right here is indeed psychological warfare, and they are genius at it. Well, game is rough. Game is hard. DB now gonna be pushing the tier 2 tower down bottom as Womi and the crew are blasting the tower in the mid lane. They will use Moonlight Shadow on the side of Execration to potentially try and move in and defend right now. Reclaiming this outpost, allowing for a spot for the Scrimstroke to TP to. And Army geniuses. Look how slowly they're taking this mid push. Nobody's even revealing themselves while they're doing it. Lol. Yeah, I mean, Paolo says BKB queued up now, Jireen, but yeah. BKB would have been nice. BKB would certainly have been nice. Actually, does anybody have BKB on the side of Execration? We've got just the Luciano BKB. Okay, there's the one. There's the one. Honestly, it's been... The reason I'm laughing is there's been so many times here on stream where one of the defining things that separates the winning team from the losing one, I don't even want to use the words better from worse. Literally just winning versus losing. It's who has more magic protection, who has more BKBs. Nice escape here from the jungle. And BDZ, will he get out of here? Yes, he does. Nice. Didn't connect there with the Inkswell. What's really funny though is that right now there is only one BKB on the field, or with only on both teams, and I don't think Army Geniuses need a second one as badly as Execration do. But Mamang Daya still has one queued up too. We'll see which one arrives first, the Hoodwink or the tiny BKB. Palos has cracked level 20, so bonus damage from the Fury swipes. Certainly necessary in this game because whenever there is a sliver of lockdown, he needs to be able to kill that target during their lockdown. If people are casting spells and walking away from him, already a failure in that fight. Bob interrupting the roll from Lim, but this might be a mistake. Getting silenced up right now. And is there a turnaround play here? Magnetize. Triggered out against them. There's the boomerang. DB trying to close the gap. Bushwhack will make sure Bob can go nowhere. And the sharpshooter hit from Among Dyer allows them to get the kill onto Bob. Womi yet again on points. Getting the Yule Scepter on the Tiny before Tiny can get back to a safe location. I'm pretty sure the only reason they're not tipping him right now is because they are out. Bob has had a rough game, y'all. Had a rough series. 9 deaths in this game. It's not like game 1 was that much easier for him. Among Dyer, in contrast, 8, 2, and 11 on this Hoodwink. More and more, feeling like Palos is the only hope of doing anything constructive for them in this game, but there's so many challenges, right? When he gets the BKB, then he won't have buyback. So if he ever dies... Oh, bottom. Luciano's dead. Woof, Luciano's so dead. My god. Wow, that damage, dude. Hunter's boomerang and sharpshooter. Are you kidding me? Luciano is 2,000 health. That did like 1,800 damage. Wow. Lim gonna get kept alive by being life drained here in the mid lane. DB prevents BDZ from being able to escape away from this by using the Berserker's Call. Unfortunately, didn't get all the spins that he wanted. Bob went very far forward with the Blink Dagger there. I'm not sure about this play, and now gonna get caught by DB blinking onto the high ground and killed by Mamang Dyer from the low. 2 heroes down, Army Geniuses. Now potentially poised to try and force through a lane of racks. There are buybacks available from Execration. Mars is about to respawn as well, so Army Geniuses will decide to rather back off. I don't know though, man. This is just the kind of game, BDC? Lol, look at this bait! Are you kidding me? Alright, 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 Army Geniuses. So I'm sure a lot of you in chat right now are asking yourself, is Army Geniuses actually a good team or is Execration playing like trash, right? What we just saw there is Army Geniuses showing that they're actually a good team. They bait with this illusion from among Dire. The arrow catches him, right? This illusion. And Womi, life drains the illusion to make them legitimately think it's the real hero. It draws BDZ out. He's thinking that, oh, I'm just actually hurting the real deal, not knowing that he's putting himself right in front of where the sharpshooter hit is going to come from. And while I'm busy nerding out in the top lane, they catch and kill Palos, the last hope remaining for Execration. Bob, his life gets saved by Winter's Curse, but even he's unable to escape the fight, still going to end up dying. Double kill for DB. RR dies as well. Mid lane, they catch out Luciano. Won't be able to escape away from this. BKB no longer available for the Mars. Bushwhack towards a tree. They get the axe coming closer, but they don't even need him because Lim throws in the stuns. They get the damage out. He's gone. BDZ is going to follow him into the grave. 4 of these heroes do have buyback, but we have to wonder, would the buyback even do anything at this point? 20k gold lead for Army Geniuses, 30,000 on the experience. Whew. AG, hot stuff from them in the series. You know, making up for how disastrously they lost game 2 against Ground Zeroes, where they were winning the game, and then the one fight that they didn't have their heads fully focused, they end up losing immediately afterwards. Well, none of that here. In this one, this has been a clean as a whistle performance from the Army Geniuses. Bob, oof, 11 deaths for Bob. 11 deaths, Bob. Dude, they're just ignoring Bob. They're walking right past them. They want Palos. They found him in the lane. Palos has BKB. No, that's DB's BKB. Palos still has nothing. End up dying from among Dire's sharpshooter hit because it's that much damage. No buyback available for this Ursa. Lucy does have BKB active. We'll be able to run away from the fight as RR at the very least gets an arena or a Winter's Curse that kills Womi. Luciano caught by DB. Cold Embrace won't save him for much longer. If the Cold Embracing hero RR gets killed, we'll be able to buy back. Same is true for the Mars as Luciano dies without protection. They're trying to chase Bob inside the trees here. Will they be able to find this Tiny? Caught out UK at the very least. DB gets off the call. Arrow connect onto nothing and they roll back in. PDZ able to look to try and get the save out, and he gets the save. Sorry, Lim gets the save onto DB. Has the Aghanim Scepter. So he makes that save happen. At the same time, Bob chasing forward to look for that potential kill, and Mamang Daya ends up bringing him down. BDZ now trying to get back into the base. DB has Blink. Goes for it. Won't be able to latch it. BDZ on target with the Yule Scepter. And the arrow onto Mamang Daya also prevents him from either throwing the Acorn Shot or the Boomerang. Will allow the Marana to live for now. And with both Womi dead as well as UK dead, it does mean that this push on the tier 3 tower bottom will stall out for now. Execration, the game is not over. But whew, they are definitely playing against the massive advantage of Army Geniuses, who honestly, it feels like, you know, when you're winning the game, you're not as crisp as you were. That last fight from them, it was just, you know, tier 3 is up, they're diving like here. They don't really care anymore. Army Geniuses though will take the final Aegis. Alright, you know what I'm glad about? I'm just glad that this game will not end without Palos having access to the BKB. So we do have it at long last. BKB for the Ursa. No cap, this could actually make a difference to this game. Especially with the fact that nobody in the game has buybacks. It's only really Mamang Daya. So if Bob can actually find a decent initiation for his team, bringing down Mamang Daya UK or Lim early on in the engagement by Avalanche tossing them towards where Palos is, they can actually still win fights. At this point, it's just down to execution. So Bob gets the jump. They haven't found a target, unfortunately. DB will be able to get the call out onto the RR Winter Wyvern. Such smart plays. At the same time, they bring down the Tiny as well. Luciano, 3 heroes caught inside the arena. But this is just to try and get him to escape and get out to safety. We'll be able to do so. In the meantime, DB gets the call onto Palos. Palos as well as BDZ will not be able to escape because they're so bound together and their lives are forfeit. BDZ is gone. Palos at least wants to hold me before he dies, but will not be able to get him. He's gone into the grave. Only Luciano alive. And I don't think it's going to be that much longer before we see the GG being called. There's no tier 3 tower, and there it is. There it is. GG. Woo! 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 Damn. 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 Yo, alright. Yo. Yo. Army geniuses, yo. Army geniuses, man. Yo. You know, shout out to everybody who had belief, like me, that this was going to be a 2-0. Why didn't y'all have belief? Why did y'all believe in Tiny? That's what I actually want to know. Let's see. Somebody who bet on Execration, tell me why you believed in this Tiny. Fortunately, 65% of y'all in chat voted for Army Geniuses, made the correct decision. But, yeah. 9, 13, and 9, dude. Woo! That's a rough one. That's a rough one. I don't know. We also had a lot of issues in this game with damage. I mean, he did do quite a bit of damage. I mean, 25k for his team. But the problem with Execration in this game is yet again fighting. Like, they could kill individual heroes here and there. If they get a full server of spells with everything on somebody, it seemed to work out for them. But honestly, it wasn't even their abilities this game. It was their prioritization of who to go on, when to go onto them, and which skills should come in which order while they're doing it. It just... Basically, right? I'm very shocked that I saw a game right here with Winter Wyvern, Mars, and Tiny, right? And not once in this game did I ever see multiple heroes caught in more than one of that spell. Usually if you get more than one hero in any of those spells, it leads so naturally into the rest of the combo. Didn't see that a single time in this game. Very rarely saw Palos actually being able to stand his ground as the Earth. Imagine a bear half the time having to run away in the middle of these fights. This time around though, listen, yo, Lim played well, right? Lim, look at the score. 5, 6, and 31. Crazy performance. Oh my god. Just game-winning stuff, right? But yo, whoa me. Yo. Alright. This right here, right? This Pugna performance. Let's just put it this way. There are, if you're a Pugna player, if you're an offlane Pugna player, download this replay. That's what I'm gonna say to you right here. Download this replay. Look very often exactly how he moved on the map, exactly who he was targeting with the heals. You know when I knew that this was gonna be legit performance from Womi? After Mamang Daya and Lim managed to get those early kill onto Bob in the mid lane, Execration tried to punch back, right? By rotating heroes middle, trying to get the comeback. And Womi, despite having a free lane, things are going incredibly in his lane versus the Mars, instantly TPs in to apply the allied life drain. And it was like, alright, Homie's out here. 5k heal, 40k hero damage, 4k building damage. Yo, Womi, what a performance, Congratulations to Womi, well done to Army Geniuses. They not only get the victory in game 2, but they clean out the series 2-0. And that means that right now, at this very moment, they are the team that is
Oh, okay, I see. So they're number one in points in the group, right? But because Signal Ultra and SMG have games in hand above them, they're technically ranked first. That's kind of dumb, but whatever. So nonetheless, AG, congratulations to them. They take their third map victory, do a good job. And Execration, ooh, Bob and Luciano have some conversation to have with the rest of the team about what to do next, because they can't even rest. They have to go straight into another series. Now they have to play against Signal Ultra, who is the team that I was just mentioning that's sitting towards the top. And also, Signal Ultra yesterday managed to 2-0 ground zeros, and in much more dominant fashion than what AG did to ground zero earlier today. So if that kind of like rock, paper, scissors math holds, that means that Execration have a really hard match coming. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So, as we rest, go take a break. Stretch your legs. I think you already got the lobby up though, right? Yeah, it's not going to take too long. But so you've got about 10-11 minutes. Go stretch your legs really quickly. Get some water. Get some refreshment in you. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel. Come say what's up in chat. Holla at your boy. You can decide, right, if you've been enjoying yourself, been having the best time, you can decide to become like Miguel and the Beast, make a one-time donation right here. You can decide to be like River God Sobek or like Farmer Fat. Pop through with the subscription. Deeply appreciated, gang. Really, really appreciated. Thank you so much. We're trying to, I think like I want to always make the monthly goal. What did we hit on 1 month? 1 month we hit 100, right? And then we made the goal 150. I still have that 150 banner, but I think 100 seems fair. Let's see if we can get there. Only 2 weeks remaining. We can maybe get to 150. Come on, Snare, come on. Also, you can decide to become a patron on patreon.com. But the most important thing, the most important way you can support me, well, there's 2 things you can do. 3. In order of importance, or reverse order of importance. So third, the least important thing, right, is make sure you follow me on social media. It makes a shocking amount of difference, apparently, how many Twitter followers I have. So if you don't want to do it monetarily or can't, I understand. Shit sucks out there right now. You know, at least consider popping through a young follow. Those of you, you know, I'll warn you in advance, expect not just gaming content, so we might have political disagreements, but I promise you it'll be a good time. The second most important thing you can do, if you want to be able to show your support, is let me know what you think. Sometimes you'll see the MooBot will throw up a Discord in the chat, and in that Discord, there's a little channel called Ask Me Anything or Critique. So yeah, let me know. What do you think I can improve on? What do you want to see done differently here on the stream? And the most important thing, the number one thing you can do to support me, to take care of yourself, is to make sure that you are hydrated, make sure that you're fed, make sure that you're in a psychologically decent space physically, make sure that you're talking to the people who bring you joy, who care about you in the world, and make sure that you're giving that love and joy to yourself as well. Because often it's very easy to put love out, but hard to receive love, but sometimes impossible to give that love to yourself. So that's what you can do, the most important thing. And if you're doing that, I'll be happy. So with all that said, with all the shilling and the mushy out of the way, I'm gonna take a short break. When we return, we'll be back with Execration against Signal Ultra. For now, let us celebrate the victory that we got from the side of the Army Geniuses. Congratulations, congratulations. And we will see them, I believe, the day after tomorrow. And I'll see you soon, shortly, for some more Dota 2 action.
Okay. Oh, I see. La 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 la. What's up, y'all? What's up? We back. We out here. Looks like they just had to remake the one lobby. There we go. That's a lot better. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. So we're out here. We're back. PNXBET Invitationals for Southeast Asia are going to be continuing today. The final series of the day. It's your boy Snare. Hello. What's up? If you're here for the first time, make sure that you come say hello. It's an order. Merida. So let's get into it. Final series of the day. Execration. Not the easiest start to their day. They just got shellacked by Army Geniuses. It wasn't close. It wasn't close. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It was quite deep. But with this victory, now they're out here. They managed to, I think the important thing about that game is acclimating Bob and Luciano, to the team in lieu of Yoe and Nico. I think the loss of Yoe has made a huge difference, clearly, for Execration. We'll see whether or not that is going to also continue into this particular series. Signal Ultra, they are in this game playing on the Radiant side. They had set it pick and pick. Execration with first pick playing on the Dire. They went for the Ancient Apparition first, a hero that has been largely banned out. We don't get to see it often these days. So it emerges, it gets picked immediately. Signal Ultra do go back for Marana Mars. As DK was banned, we saw a similar dynamic in the previous game. If DK Marana is not in, Mars Marana will do. And Execration, ironically enough, with a team that played against Mars Marana, or played with it rather, so we'll see how they perform against it, getting themselves a puck in the mid lane. This combination, old as time. Ancient Apparition, puck, I love seeing it every single time. Sets up easily for the Ice Blast. The same is true for this Tidehunter, and because of the Ravage and the puck using the Dream Coil, it's beautiful setup for a sharpshooter hit to come through from the Hoodwink. So lots of damage is available for the Execration lineup. Lots of ways to tick these heroes over into death. I mean, not the tankiest support duo. Ember Spirit and the Mars as well. Ember in particular is going to be experiencing a lot of trouble. I'm so kind of surprised they picked it into the puck. Spirit heroes can sometimes suffer against the leash, but there's only one real major source of disable. It's the leash from the puck and Tidehunter Ravage, which is also in its own right fairly difficult to land on Ember Spirit unless you've already got him silenced or already have him inside Dream Coil. I suppose they do have Cold Feet. That's a combo on top of Dream Coil as well. That's another pseudo stun, but don't think it's the most reliable piece of lockdown. I think they might actually need a safe laner with a stun here for Execration. For Signal Ultra, control is not really a problem for them. They've also got some very decent damage with the Lion Ember Spirit, Mirana as well. So magic angle is covered. Certainly need a physical damage dealer to come in from their side. I also wonder if Execration are going to decide in this game to rush up and build the pipe on this Tidehunter. I feel like both teams could use a pipe, right? Sadly, I think Mars... I hate building pipe on Mars. Just get BKB, dude. Just get the BKB. One of my questions, right, and one of my concerns, one of the things I'm thinking about, I'm kind of wondering whether or not it's even possible, the way that the game is stacked up right now. Is it even possible for them on the side of Execration to get a hero? I mean, they pick PA, but a hero that's good for the game, that would also give them some additional degree of lockdown, that would also not be a hero that falls behind as the game goes on. So I suppose their response is that, you know what, Palos, play PA again, build the Battle Fury. However, this time around, we will have so many other heroes to set you up that you effectively never actually have to use Phantom Strike. If you buy BKB or do what you did earlier by not buying BKB, then it's not the worst thing in the world, because everything in front of you will be set up such that you just have to blink in once in the fight and clean everything up. That being said though,
Signal Ultra go back for the Monkey King into the safe lane. About Monkey King. Well, nice slowing you, Luciano. God, this lane sucks. This lane is so awful. If I'm Tide Hunter, I'm just like, Sag, Pepe hands, please get me out of here. I'm sure the reason he's not picking the hero is negotiating with the team and being like, yo, listen, we just did an aggro try. Let's do it again, bro. I don't want to play into this Monkey King. I'm kidding. It's bad, but it's not that bad that you're willing to lose the whole game. If they play aggro try, they'll have lost this game. I hope they don't do that. I hope they don't do that. So Luciano Tide Hunter, this Monkey King, if he gets BKB, which he should, feels like he can create quite a lot of chaos. The one thing though is that they need this MK to be building a more physical oriented lineup, and I don't actually like Monkey King as my primary core. I feel like the best Monkey King games are in games where the hero from the mid lane is a hero like Storm, Leshrac, Invoker. These sort of heroes that can take over the game by themselves, as new as Monkey King. You're not necessarily there to be the game winner. In this situation, he absolutely is. I think things were going on really well in the draft, but now I'm like, Signal with the Monkey King Ember Spirit, or do we go and put our trust in Execration with the AA Puck and the PA? I'm very undecided on this one. Okay. Very undecided on this one. What do y'all think?
Even a master.
Tell me what y'all think. How do y'all feel about this one? I am yeah, I'm very undecided about this.
Well, this will work.
I like that from Signal. They have a lot of they have very good team fight, right? And very good skirmishing in their team fight. No, I think Signal's gonna win, actually. I think Signal's gonna win. I have this feeling that Execration are... Just look at how Execration win fights versus how Signal win fights, right? Execration need to be able to go in, ravage targets, Dream Coil several other targets, Ice Blast must connect. Things need to go very well for them. There's very little margin for error from their side. Sharpshooter needs to land, you know, Earthstar from the side of Signal Ultra. It's not really that difficult to imagine how a fight gets won by them, right? Arena catches anything more than one hero. Sweet! Time for the Wukongs. You know, then easy for Jamesy to jump into that little cone to throw in damage. So I think Signal's gonna win. I think Signal's gonna win. Might have a small fight breaking out here over the Bounty Rune spot. BDZ throws in the... Is that a Bushwhack or an Acorn Strike? Throws in the Bushwhack. Not going to really do anything because now they have to all try run away. Palos is so low in HP. Running away on the high ground. Brims, does he have the damage? Yes, he does. One more right click gets the kill. Abat almost died, but they get the... Oh, huge Earth Spike, which allows them to get a secondary kill. Abat trying to dodge away here from the damage. Not going to be able to do so, but they still run down Luciano. Oh boy. Well, that's terrifying. That's a way to start the game. 3 heroes falling, 2 of them being cores. The first blood going the way of Grims is the only bright spot for Execration. Could have been worse. It could have been Jamesy or Abat that got that first blood. And at the very least, they're gonna still get 2 bounties for themselves. But nonetheless, Execration. Looking like the misery of this earlier morning might continue and stretch, given the way that this game just started off. All right, so this is now the time to shine for Bob here. You know, earlier on today, right? The reason why I'm saying it's Bob's time to shine. Check this out, right? Earlier on today, in that Ground Zeroes versus Army Geniuses matchup, Army Geniuses were supposed to win that match. The reason they lost was because of a Pinoy puck. A Pinoy puck is all that stood between them and a 2-0, right? And they would have won that one, gone on to win against Execration, and be very comfortably at the top of the group. but were prevented from getting there by a Pinoy puck. Bob, another Filipino player, now has the opportunity to show us that his puck is on that same level. We shall see what he can achieve here in this situation. Things haven't gone well for him this morning. So hoping that this time around on the puck, that national pride will bring him up. For now, the laning phase is obviously just going to be a nice static one between himself and the Ember Spirit. It's like whatever. It's very boring lane matchup, to be honest. Down here on bottom. BDZ's job is just to make sure our bot is never close to Luciano. Our bot is probably going to be comfortable staying not too close to him anyway until he has boots available. But should be a largely free farm lane for the MK. Lucy, you know, there's only so many gushes you have in you. You won't be able to keep that up forever in terms of harassing this lane. So should be some pretty decent farm for the monkey. We see that Grimd is already trying to make sure that they keep this lane equilibrium more towards the favor of a bot, but I think BDZ is doing an even better job of ensuring that this equilibrium stays in favor of Execration. So Luciano getting decent stuff done in the lane itself. I think they can also probably go back and steal some of these creeps later. But because of the way that this lane equilibrium has been drawn, it does mean Luciano will be playing very comfortably in this lane, especially since he'll probably hit level 3 off these creeps and thus goes away their potential on the side of Signal Ultra to actually kill him here. Top lane. Palos versus RR. Well, with RR versus BHM and Eris, Erica, Eriche. I don't know. I keep being told by like different people at different times about the pronunciation of Eris's name. Eris, Erica, I don't know. Eric. In the grand scheme of things, all that matters is that they can't really threaten the Mars in this lane. It is possible to threaten Palos, so he needs to start playing carefully, especially now that he sees the level 3s available from the Mars. Down bottom, Abat and Grim's able to take down BDZ, and now that the equilibrium isn't so drastically in their favor, things are looking so much better for Signal Ultra if they're playing closer to their side of the map. So lesson learned by BDZ, gotta be very, very careful as soon as this equilibrium is not in your favor anymore. And that's not just more free farm for a bot, but this is also going to be a situation where that bonus gold and the bonus experience makes it easier to further zone out this Tidehunter. Now he does have Soul Ring though, does have a mechanism for being able to farm with. Ideally you just want to be able to get as soon as possible to the stage where you can leave him alone in the lane so BDZ can go start stacking elsewhere. Bushwhack, not going to trigger onto a bot, unfortunately. Mid lane. Bob winning the CS matchup. I mean, you have a nice animation, more magic damage to farm side camps with. But you're not going to get the opponent killed until level 6. So he does have level 5 right now. We could see a potential rotation to one of these lanes soon. And they actually got a kill already onto BDZ. Luciano, you're too far forward, my friend. You're dead. I mean, we literally just spoke about this. If the equilibrium is against you, you can't go that far forward. Oh my god, what just happened? Oh no, Palos dies in the top lane. Okay, it's one thing if the opposing team is able to pick up several kills in their safe lane, killing your offlaner more than once, but it's quite another when not only is that what's happening, but you're also losing your own safe laner. Nice play from this Morana, nice heads up movement to make sure that she's able to jump in and block the camp with her own body. They do end up losing this mid lane hero of Jamesy. Looked like you're trying to kill Bob here, but overextended. I think Bob hit level 6 first and then was able to drop down the Dream Coil. Execration. Mid lane is the only lane that's going just like very, very well for them. These side lanes Let's just say dubious impacts are being made on both of these sides. I'm really worried about Luciano. Only level 4 right now on the Tide Hunter. And we're definitely going to need an active Tide from Execration. I do not think that they will be able to play a game aggressively with a Tide Hunter who's only really serving as a Ravage machine. So I think BDZ, as soon as he can, must dedicate some time to trying to stack inside the triangle as much as possible. For now, he's just going to kill a courier, just some free gold. Don't feed. No. I mean, Bob's not feeding. So far, Bob is doing well. So far, Bob is doing well. He is having a good time in this game. Building towards the Switchblade without being stopped. Got the earlier kill. Decent experience has been picked up, so that's not the problem for Execration. I think as soon as humanly possible, this puck should make their way down to bottom. If they can kill a bot with Luciano, it's not just about the experience being picked up by the Tide, but being involved in an important kill like that will also help a lot at pushing back the equilibrium of this bottom side of the map. And indeed, that is the intent. Bob came here, but came a little bit too late. Our bot's already out. He's like, "Alright, peace, man. I'm going top. I don't care." And Palos has to leave here. Palos hasn't really gotten much out of this early game, so there's not much for him to be able to do by sitting around in this top. Like, don't even have level 6 just yet, bro. Just TP out. I mean, they could potentially try wait for a setup from somewhere else. You know, they have Dream Coil, they have Ravage. They have these kind of spells, and I love how they just don't have vision right now of this PA. Here comes the Tide Hunter. Lucy first. He gets out the Ravage. Our bot's gonna get caught by this. There's the damage from Palos that he just picked up level 6. So they get the kill onto the Monkey King. BHM will activate the Arena of Blood, looking towards bringing down BDZ. And they do get that one kill. 1-1 massively in favor of Execration. BHM, can he escape away from this? No, he cannot. Gets jumped on by Palos. God's Rebuke try to open up some space. And a very nice Earth Spike with the Spear of Mars to actually throw back Palos. Eric, Reese, Marana dove in a bit too far. Oh, but actually going to be able to help turn this around with this Starfall. Bob comes back in, finds a double kill. And now Bob might be able to follow up with some deeper damage in the middle of the fight, looking for Grims. At the same time, Jamesy's taking out the Ancient Apparition on the other side. Palos eviscerates the Jamesy Courier, you know, just on the way, just to be like, yeah, take that. So offlaners both traded, support's taken out, and they're gonna get another support. Grim's taken down by Bob here. Alright. So even Bob, no matter how hard the game may be, no matter how hard the day might have been, Pinoy Puck still able to deliver the goods. Ultimately a decent fight for them. They protect the tower, they involve Palos in being able to get some kills. They get the Ravage kill onto a bot. Pretty much everything about the early game that wasn't going well for them, Execration was able to remedy in a few short moments. And while all this was happening, the tier 1 tower bottom got pushed through as well. Oh snap, Johnny, you are definitely correct to be making a bet soon, because in 1 minute predictions and bets will close. So make them quickly. Also, I've actually discovered that I think it's a little bit more fun to leave predictions and bets for the first 10 minutes. So it is certainly on purpose. Don't worry, it's on purpose. It's on purpose. Luciano looking towards building this Hood of Defiance for the team. Once they have Ravage back online, they could potentially look for another engagement on the map. It would help a lot if they already had the level 6 of RR. Almost has it. Lots of different ways to kill heroes on this map for Execration, and they don't necessarily need a full salvo to do it. Still need to be able to execute well though. Bottom, a bot. Trying to jump onto Palos, but the jump away with the Phantom Strike will be there. Everything's fine. Signal. Group up to smoke. No Blink Dagger on BHM just yet, but they do have level 9 on Jamesy with 3 remnants ready to go. I guess they want to be able to utilize this somewhere on the map. They don't have any vision down onto anybody at the moment. Who do they see first? They see RR, but there's no easy jump. They get the Searing Chains out, so that should be a kill. Murano with the arrow gets it down, but here comes Bob. 2 heroes caught at the Dream Coil. Ravage follows up on a 3. They've already been able to melt down the Mars, even though he triggered the arena. Moonlight Shadow buying some space. Bob caught with the Earth Spike. Do they have enough damage to kill him? He dodges with the Jaunt, the Boundless Strike, but still ends up getting brought down by Jamesy, who chases him with the Remnant forward. 2 for 2 now. Jamesy taking some damage from Palos, who jumps in on him. There's going to be the Wukong's command triggered out. Do they have the damage to kill here? Palos, can he get out of this Wukong's? Yes, he can. Still alive. They're fighting back Abat, who's underneath the auspices of the Ice Blast, so needs to be a little bit careful. Gets frozen now by the Cold Feet. Lifesteal back for Abat thanks to the Boundless Strike. Jamesy also returns into the fray. Look at the jumping forward play from Jamesy. This Ember Spirit cannot be contained by Execration. Gets frozen though. Sharpshooter will do quite a bit of damage, but Jamesy... Oh, actually... Oh, he's not the target! BDZ! Alrighty. Picking the more appropriate target of Grims. Allowing them to pick up the kill onto the Lion. So despite Jamesy being able to find one pickup, some revenge is immediately attained for Execration. Long drawn out fight, but a couple of key outcomes. Palos does not die. They're able to get involved with the Ravage and get some turnaround kills for themselves. Abat does not die, which is very, very important. Jamesy does not die. And also Bob is able to show some, not just the damage in the middle of the fight, but being involved for the mass kill means that gold towards the Blink Dagger is getting ever closer. Smoke up now. Signal. They want to reach onto Luciano. They know there's no Ravage here. There's going to be the arena. Kraken Shell will not protect you even from this, my friend. And Jamesy will burn him down with the Flame Guard. Should open up space for the tier 1 tower in this mid. No Siege Wagon, unfortunately, coming in at this time. So it might delay them somewhat. Looks like they actually assumed that a defense was being mounted behind the tower. Playing very, 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 very defensively right now. This is the one thing though, that Signal Ultra will never really have an easy way to bring down buildings. To be fair, the same is true for Execration, so it might be the cause of a longer game than we expect, given the degree to which these towers will just keep standing. Bob getting closer towards having Blink Dagger of his own. Is gonna smoke because they do have level 6. This is the important thing. You have Ice Blast. This is a kill spell. You should always be trying to use it to kill. His smoke will pop, so they know that somebody is around here. They pop the scan. Sentry will go. And this Observer Ward did... Oh no, it's theirs. Okay, it's theirs. It's a Radiant Ward. They're still chasing with the smoke. Abat in the trees, able to scout them out, and they see him. They see him. Tried to Dream Coil, but he was able to get away to safety. Yo, okay, I think, is Bob like a legendary tilter or something? Generally, I only really see teams having this much commitment to tipping one certain player when that player is known in the region to tilt. So I'm imagining that that must be something about Bob here. Bottom lane. We see that they're just gonna get a quick kill onto Mars. There's no way the Mars lives through this. Throws out the arena just to frustrate them a little bit, but whatever. Quick kill picked up by the Execration lineup. Dude, Palos still didn't have Battle Fury. Jeez, it's only arriving now. It's very late Battle Fury. The tier 1 tower middle we see does get taken out. Earth Spike. towards this puck. The Hex plays. Jamesy doesn't have a remnant in another direction, so needs to be careful. Arrow connects directly onto Luciano, and the Starfall comes through onto BDZ, and they actually get that kill. Okay. Yo, Eric, Aris, Erica, Erishi, E-Rice, whatever it is, homie has been killing it on the Marana today. Now Arrow middle, gonna lead into a 4-hero Ravage as Luciano tries to escape from this incursion. Will still be able to stay alive for now. Grimm's beautiful Hex at the very last edge of his own death will end up staying alive. Ice Blast trying to chase him, but he's wise enough to dodge away. Jamesy will connect the little bit of a hit here. Waning Rift from Bob finally going to be good enough to bring down Grims. The escape from Bob, though, tips him right in front of the Wukong's command, is not going to be enough to kill him because they used the tree cut to remove a bot from his perch, but it doesn't matter because the Marana back again on form with the arrow to connect onto the puck, preventing any escape for Bob. Ah boy, ah boy, ah boy. Yeah, there's no finger because remember he used the finger on the Tide Hunter to try and kill him, hoping that it was going to do enough damage, but unfortunately it did not. Puck, that's a painful death. At the very least does have the Blink Dagger and Witchblade, so can without guilt begin building into BTs as well as the Dagon. Maybe with a little bit of guilt. I would prefer Yule Scepter or Aghanim Scepter. Okay, there we go. Aghanim Scepter in this game is pretty good. You know that there's going to be more than one BKB emerging on the other side, as well as the fact that if you get the leash out onto a bot and Ember Spirit of Jamesy, the team fight is so much easier for you if both of these heroes are inside the Dream Coil. Hell, even if it's just one of them but they can't actually pursue the rest of the fight, it makes life so much easier. So definitely glad by this decision. Palos, since he did, we'll talk about Palos in a second. I just want to make sure nobody dies here at top. Grimm's might. Yeah, Grimm's is gone. Unfortunately, no Blink Dagger available for that Lion, so almost certain death under those circumstances. Palos trying to build into this Deso. So Deso with BKB coming soon. I think Luciano wants to build a Lotus Orb for the team. I mean, they don't really have any good dispels, right? So it would definitely help a lot against the Lion. Especially if it's the hero like Puck. Puck, speaking of, almost got this Miranda killed. Ice Blast would have connected Flush. And, oh, they actually get the Earth Spike out. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Woo! Okay.
Even a master falters.
Well, that time the finger definitely did the job. A Thunderbird Elahi. Is that how you pronounce your name? What's up, fam? Shout out for pulling through. We were talking about this earlier, and I was saying that I like the signal draft. So, whew. Actually been on a roll today, right? In terms of the predictions of the game. Even the one game that went differently than we expected, the AG Ground Zeroes. The one X factor of the game was the one we concluded, right, what actually happened, that Puck would go ham, and Puck went ham. So today's been a good day. Today's been a good day. Luciano. Once they do have access to the Lotus Orb, it does mean that he just has to be, he can't be the one that's caught, obviously. That would just be terrible. I think maybe this Puck, after buying Aghanim Scepter, should consider buying Lincoln Sphere this game. Or just buy Aeon Disc. I think Ag's Aeon Disc, yeah, that's probably the way to go. Tide Hunter, after the Lotus Orb. I mean, you can't just have one Blink. I feel like as well, I'd prefer the Ravage be a bigger threat, and without Blink Dagger, it's not really. Because right now, you can see Signal aren't really that afraid of the Ravage, right? Half the time, they actually have vision of where Tide is coming from. So he needs a blink, queuing it up immediately after the Lotus Orb. And Palos needs BKB. Thank God. I was afraid I was gonna click on Palos and find him having queued up like S and Y or something, but somebody on the team must have told him, dude, buy BKB. He's buying BKB. The scary thing though is that there are BKBs also coming from Signal. One for the Mars, one for the Ember Spirit, already has one in fact. And one for Abat as well. Abat wants SNY first, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be a BKB Mithril Hammer. Oh, nice jump in from BHM, getting both Luciano inside the Arena of Blood with Bob, and they won't be able to do enough damage to kill Luciano. The Ravage did come out to try and provide protection, but so the meager protection at best, because James had already popped BKB. He's chasing forward. They want to try and find a kill onto BDZ. They also killed Bob on the other side of the fight. Arrow now onto the Ancient Apparition, ends up bringing him down. 4 heroes have fallen. Only Palos is alive. Nobody to blink strike to. Nobody to get away from. Bob will buy back. And the Arena of Blood not going to be available for single ultra, but they still do have the Wukong's command, so they drop it down here underneath the tier 1 tower. Still, they're taking a lot of damage. They might end up losing a part. Boundless strike, turn back. Palos! My God, BHM and this Morana from Iris end up comboing up beautifully, and it allows them to kill the PA. It does cost the life of the MK, but now Jamesy's back to try find further revenge. Sharpshooter from PDZ will not connect onto anybody. Finger with the blast of the spear allows them to kill Bob. And the Ice Blast, will it take out BHM? Will there be any revenge? I do not think so. So they get the grab onto Bob. Jamesy involved twice in that fight. And the scary thing about Bob dying is that that's straight up dieback. Bob brought back to try and save the life of Palos, failed to save the life of Palos, got involved in the fight, and then goes ahead and dies again anyway. Look at the net worth of the puck and how precipitously it's dropped now. Oh God. Compare and contrast to Jamesy, who's out here solo killing supports in front of your offlaner. And he's like, what are you gonna do? If you don't have Ravage, you literally do nothing this game. That's how this game has gone for the Tide Hunter, and I was afraid of this. When you're a Ravage machine, this Tide is literally not providing value. Still hasn't even finished the Lotus Orb. So Jamesy is pretty much free to do whatever the hell he wants. BHM allowed to do like shenanigans of running past these PAs and skewering them back with the spear. Oh God. Signal Ultra now poised to be able to remove the tier 2 tower from the top part of the map and then instantly back into taking this outpost. An Execration not really in a position where they can do much about this tower being lost, even if they want to try and somehow protect the outpost. But now Hex, Bob! Caught again! Moonlight Shadow from Grim. This will enable them to get the disable out. Do they have enough to get this kill though, is the question. Bob still alive, still standing. Jamesy though chases him down. 2 heroes caught with the searing chains. RR is the first one that dies. Bob somehow still kept up. That's going to enable them to kill Jamesy, ending a huge killing spree. And then Palos throws a dagger onto Grim, which allows him to get that double kill. Aris will be able to escape and live from the high ground. Bob still dies somehow. Okay. I don't know how that must have happened. Must have been this orb. Does orb corrosion kill you? Okay, that was interesting. Either way, the puck gets brought down. Oh my God. And somehow they want to go into Roche, but it's not over. Abat is already ready to come and try and defend us from the high ground. Paloso getting to really scary levels on this PA. The rest of his team might not be in a position where they can realistically threaten anybody on Signal Ultra, but if Palos is nearby and able to throw out damage, he seems just unstoppable right now. BDZ, the one great thing about Hoodwink as well, doesn't just help you in games where you want to counter a Treant Protector, also helps you in games against Monkey King. Very easy to drag him from the top of the tree to the bottom using your Bushwhack. One of those sort of like softish counters. Not a hard one, but let's like oh, this is interesting.
A prize.
Roshan. Definitely they want to be able to take it. I am South African, comrade. I'm South African. I'm South African. Indeed, like the man said. Ooh, wow, look at the damage onto Grims. Grims is gone. Alright, arrow. Blown forward. Balos, BKB activated. Wants to try and rinse down the Smars. BHM is losing a lot of HP here. And now they're just going to jump onto the high ground, eviscerate the Marana, take out the Mars as well. Everybody's buying back from the side of Signal Ultra. This is huge. This is the big time for Execration. BKB is down from a bot. They had to commit the BKB on Balos, but without that BKB on a bot, Ravage, back online in a few seconds, will be extremely useful again against the Monkey King. But the huge deal is that forcing all these buybacks means that any other kill will open up the Roche very easily for them. And it's diebacks, you know? Long time in the grave. Moss. Can't really help middle as Grims is gonna die back here. Bye-bye. 55 seconds, no Lion. But until they have BKB ready to use again from Palos, there's no way they jump in for a fight right now. They've been doing a really good job on Execration. Jamesy turns around. Dude, get out of here! Jamesy! Ah, debated. Ah, I see, Jamesy. I see. I see, Jamesy. I see you, Jamesy. I see you. We'll open up space for them to grab this Aegis. Great play, and it's too late. Ice Blast will come. It's gonna hit flush. Oh no! Bushwhack! Ravage! Follow that up with the Bushwhack. Dream Quail on the 2. Jamesy's gone almost instantly. The Mods might end up losing his life as well, but the arrow from Maurice catches the puck. They kill Bob. They end up taking away the Aegis though, but Abatz can't put the Aegis in his inventory. It's snatched by Luciano. They're fighting now with the Wukongs. It's good enough to take out the Tidehunters live, but that's just gonna be the first one. Monkey King couldn't fill the slot even though he killed the Aegis. Oh god, oh god. Execration have turned this game entirely on its head right here. But dude, Hoodwink OP, that Bushwhack. Oh my god, oh my god. The only person who was able to get off anything defensive obviously is Jamesy with the BKB, but limited utility from that. Only so much you can do in that kind of scenario. Tier 3 tower now in jeopardy. Execration want to be able to take it down. I didn't see whether or not anybody else inside the pit like had space in the inventory instead of Luciano, but doesn't really matter now, right? Palos also got enough gold from that fight to finish the Aghanim Scepter, so he does have now the Blur refresh, which is insane. Like, my god. Just be careful, everyone. You know, must use English in the chat, unfortunately. Be careful, the Obot takes no prisoners. Takes no prisoners. I think they saw a bot, dude. Yo. Those were some dangerous maneuvers there. Moonlight Shadow was triggered off in the meantime as well, but I think the primary objective there was to try and see how many heroes are in the area. 3k gold need now for the side of Execration, and because of how far ahead Palos is, we're nowhere near an MKB for a bot. Ice Blast flying through. Bob will actually get killed here. Aeon just will keep Bob alive for now. Palos immediately eviscerates Grims there. Literally one-shots him from 100 to 0 on the Lion. My god. Now though, they know that Ice Blast is down, Arena is down. There comes the Ravage. Jamesy gonna try and get involved in the fight now. Palos will eventually pop the BKB. Still getting chased by Jamesy. Jamesy wants to just take out the courier, zipping in and out with his Aghanim Scepter. Palos' BKB will not last forever. BHM cannot connect with the Spear of Mars, and there's gonna be an Ice Blast hitting directly onto the Monkey King with the Dream Coil as well. Both him and Ares are dead. And now they can come back in. Palos on the edges of the fight, not jumping too far in, but all the damage is still available. Onto the high ground, BHM tries to throw a spear onto Bob, doesn't connect onto the tree though. This is just a safe place to be for the side of Signal. But no Monkey King, no Marana, neither of whom have buyback. Execration though, still haven't taken this tier 2, so we'll probably play a little bit carefully and safely. Thunderbird, like what's happening? Thunderbird, relax. Alright, the Johnny removed the timeout. Hey, there we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The bot sniped the word, yeah. Wow. Okay. That's kind of hilarious. But shout out Demonic Johnny as well as the Jägermeister, making sure that even if the old bot snipes you, they'll open things up, allow you to have a good day, communicate cleanly. Probably someone in Signal needs to be communicating more clearly, because these last couple of fights has felt a bit like their targeting is a bit off, especially compared and contrasted to earlier in the game. It's interesting seeing their targeting get worse as Execrations is getting... Okay, let me actually not say Execrations targeting is getting better. What's happening is that Palos just does so much damage that if Palos is not controlled at the beginning of the fight, Palos will kill everyone. So everyone's just dying like in 2-3 shots from this PA. Palos, Satanic, BKB, Aghanims, Battle Fury. This BKB is coming down to a more manageable timing. But now with this double damage, looking to... You see what I mean? See what I mean? Literally one shot, dude. How are you supposed to deal with this? What the hell? Like seriously, what the hell is this? They're all just hiding inside their base from Palos. First lane of Rax cleaned up in its entirety without any kind of challenge from Signal Ultra, for fear of what a challenge would mean. Oof. The one bright spot here for Signal Ultra is that eventually this PA is gonna max out. She won't get bigger forever, but the issue is that a PA of sufficient size is always terrifying, even if it feels like she's plateaued in her progression. But desperately looking to finish off this MKB, so close. Needs to make sure he has it before the next fight starts, because if they get to the base without this MKB being online and PA is not afraid of anything, especially if she has an Aegis in tow, and I really shudder to think about whether or not Signal can even mount a defense under those circumstances. Abat's the only one who can build this item. I mean, Ember Spirit can, but the way that this build has gone for Ember, it's not actually the right thing to do. Sanjan Kaya absolutely makes a lot more sense. This also is really scary. If they get the Shivas on Luciano, then they just run out of damage entirely on the side of Signal Ultra. The thing that always sucks about playing against PA lineups, or any of these big crit heroes, is that no matter how high you get in terms of your own net worth, if you're this far behind her, you literally feel like you're like worth less than half of her. Her impact in these fights. And she got the triple dagger, of course, which necessitated buying the Ghost Scepter from Lion. Erica can't afford a Ghost Scepter just yet, so Ares still just chilling. They're trying to force through this push in this top wave. Keeps getting destroyed, and Abat has the MKB now. Not sure they're strong enough to try and take a fight just yet, and Jamesy jumping forward to potentially look for BDZ. Moonlight Shadow will be there to buy him some space and time. Oh, they got the tree from Jamesy jumping in. Okay, Dream Coil from Bob. Hex now flying out onto Bob. Aeon Disc will trigger. Arrow flies through, doesn't connect onto anybody. Wukong's command is used up by Abat. Jamesy, will he be able to do anything on the back of the fight? They found the two supports, but there's the Ravage onto a bot. Luciano blink forward and found 4 heroes with it. They've already taken down a bot. BHM has gone next. Barlos once more. Barlos, can he get vision onto Grims? Yes, he can. Eventually does, and eventually finds him. At the same time, Jamesy eliminating supports on the backside of the fight. Between him and this Marana, they've actually managed to bring down the 2 heroes that would make it easier for the rest of Execration to push forward. And now BHM gets an arrow back, or the spear, onto this Barlos PA. The arrow will be there, but Abat is dead. They don't have the MKB, but they still have the magical damage. Do they get the kill? Yes, they do. Barlos is gone. Luciano, can he escape from this? No, he cannot.
What just happened?
BHM, 1,000 gold picked up. Jamesy gets half a bar. And why did they stick around? Execration, what's happening? Oh my god, Barlos doesn't have BKB. Luciano doesn't have Ravage. Puck isn't even in the freaking fight, but these 2 heroes, they post up on the high ground, try to force through Elena Rax. Instead, it's their own lives that get forced out. And Signal Ultra, more time bought for them. It's a 10k gold lead. Oh, I was like, what the hell's on the floor? But it's the PA daggers. It's the 10k gold lead. Experience also at 10k, but it's trending back. It was going higher and higher for Execration. And you know what's terrifying? All of this. Execration lost Talent Hunter and PA without Abat being alive. Abat was dead. He literally contributed very little to the actual engagement in the top part of the map. So imagine what happens in a fight where Abat is alive from the jump, using his spells as he desired. Hell, if they don't end up breaking up that tree which forced them to the ground, that's how the fight started. It was very unfortunate. Like, how was JD supposed to know that the remnant would take him right past the one tree Abat is sitting on? If that doesn't happen and the fight starts literally any other way, the scary thing is Execration could have lost that fight heads up here instead of having to wait for a mistake on the high ground. Which is not good news for Execration. Not good news at all. Bottom. Abat. Uh-oh. Doesn't have... He's not TPing out. Abat. Abat. Dude. Dude. Mate. 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 Mate.
You think you did?
Okay, that was okay. Yeah, okay. So Puck wasn't... If Puck was the one that he was fighting, fine, it is what it is. I get why you don't just try BKB TP out, but Puck only came a lot later, my friend, so I don't know about what just happened. That's the... I mean, we were literally just talking about, oh, if a bot's alive at the beginning of the fight and doesn't get caught badly, then it's gonna be okay, bro. And then he gets caught really badly. Real talk, actually, I don't think Abat's played that well this game. I'll be honest, like, I think Signal Ultra should be in a much better position than they are in right now, but some of this is coming down to just the play. Execration is playing definitely their best game of the day, but Signal Ultra certainly looking weaker than they did yesterday. Execration inside the Roshan pit right now, looking to try and bring the big man down. Barlos, they come across Jamesy here. BKB will be activated by this Ember Spirit. Can't run away from this Dream Coil arrow. Barlos will pop BKB to avoid it. Jamesy gets back into the Roshan pit. Lol, okay. Oh, but oh no. Roshan bash. Dude, if that's how he dies because of a Roshan bash? Okay. Still stays alive. They can't really do all that much about preventing the Roshan from being taken.
Even a master falters.
Okay. Okay. Aegis on Palos. With the Aghanim shot, I believe the cheese should be on Bob. Actually, who's got the cheese right here? I don't even know, man. Tier 3 tower in jeopardy, gonna get taken out. There's a Dream Coil on the 2, Monkey King as well as the Mars. Both of them still alive here on the high ground. But why use Wukongs? What is happening? Oh my god, I'm so confused right now. BHM gets jumped on by Palos. Ravage, big deal from Luciano. Connect onto 4 heroes. There's an arena trying to throw back from BHM with the double BKBs from him and Abat. Abat, no more access to the Wukong Tamon, but still trying to stand his ground on the high ground. Nobody's lost their lives just yet. Grims, though, might be the first casualty. Taking a tumble. Abat, can he get back into the base? Ares, they end up killing the Marana. Abat goes down. BHM tried to send the spear back into Bob into the base, and it did work, but Bob able to jaunt away to safety eventually. Ember Spirits is about to respawn. Arrow catches BDZ, but Aeon Dusk is gonna be there to make sure that this young Hoodwink doesn't suffer too much here. What a bushwhack! Speaking of Hoodwink, Jamesy tries to use BKB and fight around this, but the Dream Coil down already will make doing anything in this particular state impossible, and Jamesy just dead again. GG, well played as called. And Signal Ultra throw in the towel. Execration will grab their first victory of the day as they take game number 1 here versus Signal Ultra. Yo. Yeah. 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 You know, I was asked very kindly once, very kindly, very exceedingly kindly, right, that in the event that there are behaviors that take place in games that make me want to go on a long rant about you know, let's just say there's rants I want to do right now that I was expressly asked not to. Very kindly expressly asked not to. Execration, get the dub. I literally don't even know what to say, if I'm honest. Like, I actually don't have words for the last 10 minutes of this game. Actually, wait, let's see in the graphs, because it's like around here. Yeah, like the last 10 minutes of this game. I am perplexed, let us just say. And I do not think that we got to see the best out of Signal Ultra. As we got to that portion of the game, things started to look very strange. Very odd decisions being made by the core players in particular on Signal. No cap, Ares did fine. Actually, amazingly, this Marana did really a good job in this game, right? To the degree where I'm almost like, yeah, MVP type of thing. No problem with the Mars's performance for the most part. You know, Grims did what he could, but James was holding it, was doing such a good job until those last 10 minutes. Yo. Actually, no. Hold on. There's a way to recover this. There's a reason why they lost. You can't beat the Pinoy puck. That's what it is. Yes, Filipino puck is OP. We've already seen it today. We saw it at the major. We saw it at ESL 1. We know if you give a Filipino player puck, it's curtains for you and your team. So that's what it was. Yes, it's all about Bob. Bob, you know, if nothing else, just for the mental recovery after getting trashed the entire morning. You know, shout out Bob. Hey, Bob gets putting in. Oh my god. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Game 2's coming. Oh shit, man. So Execration now have gotten a first map win of the day, of the tournament. You know, they went down 0-2 earlier. Now they are, at the very least, poised to walk away with nothing less than a draw in this particular series. Signal Ultra, it'll depend on them, exactly what the outcome of the match is going to be. We shall see. We shall see. Game 2 coming soon. In the meantime, make sure that you're following the channel. Make sure that you are subscribed here on Twitch if you've enjoyed yourself and you think to yourself, you know what, let's show some support in that direction. Would deeply appreciate it.
can gift out some subscriptions so we can put in these putting out work awards. Actually, you know what? Now, I put in this emote for this exact specific reason. Hold on. We see you, Jamesy and Abat. We see y'all. We see y'all. There we go. So if you want access to these emotes, pull through with a subscription or gift some out. You know, you never know. You might gift some out and be gifted yourself. Could be cool. Make a huge difference. Could also decide to be like Miguel, make a young donation. Just one time on PayPal. It makes a massive, monumental difference that can't even be expressed in words. We'll be back for game 2. We'll be back for game 2. Don't go anywhere, and we'll return with some more. With some more what this was. This was things that happened within the Dota 2 engine. I'm not sure it was a Dota 2 game, but it definitely was within the Dota 2 engine. But we'll be back with more of it just after this. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have returned. We are out here now. We're gonna be seeing whether or not between Execration and Signal Ultra, who's got it, who's gonna be able to move forward. After game one, yeah, Signal have a lot to work on after that. Execration did manage to come back from a fairly challenging start to their day, but they got themselves a victory. First map posted on the board. Now it's going to be up to Signal Ultra to see if they will be able to turn this into a 1-1 rather than have this just be a straight 2-0 sweep against them. So game number 2, let's see what they've got. Game 1, Execration, I forgot what they banned at the beginning, but they had first pick now and they got themselves the hoodwink of BDZ. Played phenomenally, so I can definitely understand why they decided to do that. I'm still can't get that 3-hero bushwhack out of my mind. Signal Ultra, one of the rare games where they have the Dragon Knight available. So Puck gets banned, no Pinoy Puck, so Bob has to play this TA. I want to see what this Abaddon is going to end up backing up though. Since there's no Terrorblade, and there's no PL now. We'll see. One thing about the TA as a hero, we've often seen that whenever it does get picked very early on, you have to spend every single ban in the second phase protecting it. And indeed they've done so here. Razor, TB, PL all get removed away so that PA, or TA rather, can actually have a game to play. Does mean that they most likely will play a hero like Juggernaut, Life Stealer, something a bit more stable than a PA for Palos. Signal Ultra. Second phase, they look at these offlane bans. Yo, okay, no Tide, no Axe, no Mars. So they're like, sorry Luciano, you're gonna have a rough game somehow. We're gonna figure out a way to make things tough for you. Signal Ultra. One of the considerations right now for themselves as well is whether or not they want to go all in on being able to push down towers to back up this DK, get more stun in team fight, or do they want to allow DK to just be the hero at the front and then get like a Luna or something to soak up all the farm behind it. I mean, this is a pattern, so you know what I want. I want Leshrac, but I doubt they'll pick Leshrac. I mean, dude, Leshrac with DK versus this hoodwink TA, sounds so nice. Taking quite a lot of time here with their reserve. This is a thing that we generally do see coming into the second phase. After ban into pick, it takes quite a lot of time for you to figure out exactly the direction that you want to go with the rest of the draft. Time ticking lower and lower here, and the Winter Wyvern is going to be the option for them. Additional heal, I suppose, with the Cold Embrace, way to turn the fight with the Winter's Curse. Very good in the laning phase as well. I don't like that they don't have an easy disable, and it feels a little bit overloaded in terms of the save potential, but this could also be mid Winter Wyvern actually, now that I think about it. We did get to see some of that in the qualifiers for TI, played by Tundra Esports in the grand finals. This Winter Wyvern for 9 looked super solid. And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't someone want to correct me, but I believe there was a game where Winter Wyvern was put against TA and it dumpstered the TA. But that shall not be the game. We're just going to get DP. So it was going to be DP or Leshrac for this Abaddon. Makes sense that they went this route. Execration got themselves the Vengeful Spirit as their 5 position here. So RR is insistent that no matter what, I'm going to play a hero with a save. Might not be Winter's Curse, might not be Cold Embrace, but I'm getting myself the swap this time around. Alright, I see you, RR. I see you. I want a hero now that's going to allow them to force fights. I mean, TA can just like jump at you and start getting aggressive that way, but would still prefer something else here to help them out a little bit. Maybe Centaur actually, for 2 reasons. Like Stampede I think is a very good spell in games like this,
But I also think that if you ever get the Aghanim Scepter, it could help out a lot versus Winter's Curse. As the curse drops, you pop R if you're not caught inside the curse itself, and then you can prevent whichever hero is in the midst of it from guaranteed being killed. Execration. Really taking their time with this one though. What is left in the offlane that we've seen being played recently? So there's Underlord, there's Centaur, there's some Sand King. No Mars, no Axe, no Timber, no DK. Have seen some Viper in the offlane as well. I don't think this is a game for Pangolier versus Winter Wyvern DK. And the silence of DP I think is kind of annoying for Pango. I am Kronos. I think the player Luciano just happens to have Toronto Tokyo as their tag right now. But indeed, Toronto Tokyo, the actual player, is from Team Spirit. Almost made it to TI. Ha! Just kidding, they did. So boss, so boss, so boss. I'm so happy that Navi didn't make it. God, I was like very depressed the one day, being like, crap, what if Navi's at TI? That's gonna suck so much. But I guess, you know, OG went to TI, so it's fine. I only get one outcome that I don't want, so I can't get all of them, right? Night Stalker gonna be the pickup here for Execration. Interesting Night Stalker game. Ah, I see. You're actually right, Loki. That's Toronto Kyoto. It's Toronto Kyoto. You're actually right. This is not Toronto Tokyo. But Brain Straight play trick on us, right? I like that Execration also went ahead and banned Spectre and Luna. We were talking about like the Luna in particular as a hero that can get behind this DK. Given the kind of draft they have right now from Signal, it seemed like it's crying out for this one massive hero that carries the whole game. Don't know who it'll be though. It's looking like it might be Medusa. This Night Stalker for Execration, this is the kind of hero that allows them to play this game fairly quickly. I think that's going to be the primary idea, right? Make sure that you're not playing this game at a very slow pace. You have Venge, Hoodwink, Night Stalker, TA. Go, 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 go. It just comes down to what hero they're going to get for Palos to allow him to go as well. I think the Ursa game didn't go that well earlier, but I think it's a good option here for them to bring up. Massive amounts of damage against the DK. It's a way that we have a decent lane. A Roshan take will be even faster between the Ursa and the TA. I want a hero that buys BKB as well. And even if he doesn't buy BKB and just goes for Enrage, the damage from the side of Signal Ultra is over a period of time. They actually don't have any burst right now. So a hero like the Ursa, like Juggernaut, like Lifestealer, these sort of heroes that just extend the fight. Oh my god, they're actually gonna go back for that frick. I literally just said I don't think this is a good Pangolier game. What the hell, y'all? What the hell? Why are you trying to make me look stupid? Thanks, Execration. Like I said, I don't think this is actually the best Pango game. PA for Signal. Makes sense. 4 protect 1 hero. This was what it was gonna come down to ultimately. I like Signal's draft on this one. I definitely do prefer Signal's draft here. It's still not an easy game though. This is a lot. It's a close, yeah, not super close to draft. I think the thing with Execration, they're gonna be playing this Night Stalker safe lane, I believe, right? Let's see, Palos, are you playing Night Stalker or Pango? I mean, Palos could also play the TA, and then they put the Night Stalker into the mid lane. No, put Night Stalker off lane, Pango mid. Yeah, okay. Palos, play TA. If Palos plays TA, I actually like that. That's not so bad. I don't like this. I don't like this. Safe lane Pango, mid Night Stalker, off lane. I mean, the thing about their draft, right? It could just be that Luciano's playing the TA, but he's gonna play it in a different way. There's no guarantee that this is off-lane Templar Assassin. This is one of the things that you get available to your team when you do have stand-ins or people that don't play in your squad. You can switch things around. Hell, you could even be like a Team Liquid and certain heroes, you play them in a certain way, in a certain position. I mean, yeah, the Signal Ultra draft isn't that exciting to look at, right? It's a DK, a DP, both being backed up by a Baron Winter Wyvern with a PA as the one to bring in all the physical damage. Cool. This Execration draft, it's a lot's gonna happen, a lot's gonna happen. Let's go, let's go. But looks like we had a connection failure, we might be dipped out of it, but it is going to be an exceptionally fun game. Signal Ultra taking on the side of Team Execration. Some very bizarre drafts, very fun times incoming. Let's freaking go. Okay. What the hell? Oh, lol. Looks like Dota's it's having one of those days. Having one of those days. This game is still in beta, remember. Still in beta. If you go look at your Dota 2 files on your computer, you're not gonna find them in a folder that just says Dota 2. No, no, no. It very specifically says Dota 2 beta. Because they know. They know. And, right. So I'm joining the new lobby. Not 100% sure if that is the lobby was supposed to be in, lol. Obviously, there's delay on the thing. So by the time the delay finishes, that's when we can move forward. Yeah, beta for a reason. So you can make excuses. Let's think more about these heroes though. I'm trying to think of exactly how they're going to be laning this, right? I struggle to see a world where Luciano actually plays this TA in the offlane. If it is actually offlane TA, mid Night Stalker, and safe lane Pangolier, they have lost. They just have, right? But if it isn't, let's say Palos is just playing offlane this game, Luciano's playing the safe lane. I still don't prefer Night Stalker mid versus offlane, but I can still see that working in a game like this because they actually need the Night Stalker more active than they need the Pangolier. So the idea could be allowing Bob to be the one that accrues more of that experience so that you don't just get these situations where often what happens with these offlane Night Stalkers, you're playing the early game and the first nighttime that hits, one of two things needs to happen. If your lane went extremely well, then you rotate off of it to try and help the rest of your team. If it didn't, okay, they're just gonna restart OPEC. Alright. If your lane goes extremely well, right, then you're the one that needs to be able to open up some of that space by showing up, getting the movement going on the side lanes, making that hype happen. In the event that it didn't, then people need to come to your lane and help you from that way. And given the fact that the lane versus the PA was probably not going to be one of those better lanes, playing against either, even if it's just PA or Baron, you don't super farm as the Night Stalker in that situation. Oh no, never mind. Night Stalker is playing offlane. Alright. What is happening? Is this the real game? What? Alright, okay. We're gonna have to figure out if this is actually the real game, right? But it looks like it. It looks like it because... Alright, hold on. We have to check this Radiant versus Dire, right? Because we don't know. You know the last picks that we saw from the previous game? Yeah, okay. It's not this one, It's the other one. It looks... Dota 2 beta. It looks like the... This was also kept happening during the qualifiers of TI. Or what happened is... You're in one lobby or in one draft, right? And then the lobby crashes. And when I say the lobby crashes, I don't mean that it kicks everybody out and we all have to rejoin. I mean that it is not possible to access that lobby anymore for anybody that was inside it. It is not possible to join it. It's not possible to keep watching past a certain point. It's done. It crashes. So, I mean, hell, we had a lost game at the fucking major. So yeah, you know how it is. Dota 2, Volvo, small indie company. That's what the battle pass is for, y'all. Like, it's actually, little do you know that the battle pass is us all participating in some startup funding. You know, this is basically their Kickstarter, just to try and make sure that they can survive and make ends meet comes the end of the month. Freaking Valve, yo. Freaking Valve. Thank you, brother Conrad. What's up, Batman? Also, because we don't know if the last couple of picks were legit, right? Because it literally went down to the last second before we saw the picks. So it is unknown whether or not we're actually gonna see Pango. All right, let's go. Let's go. It's probably gonna be an all pick again. Uh-huh. Okay.
Templar assassin.
Uh-huh. 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 Okay. So far so good. We're just trying to see Pango. Okay, so it is safe lane TA. That's fine. Okay, it is Pango. Alright. And they're putting the Pango mid. Night Stalker off lane. I would have preferred, honestly, I would have preferred the Night Stalker mid. Like, after having thought about it a bit, I think the Night Stalker needs a good game. In a way that Pango doesn't fully. But nonetheless, Pangos have also seen hard carry games from the mid. So that could be an option for them. Hey, Sora Eugene, shout out. Yo, these beats bang, bro. These beats bang super hard. Alright, so it is safe lane TA. I mean, I guess I suppose, right, if you do have the Night Stalker off lane, one of the things I was talking about is they'll have to rotate into his lane. One of the best heroes in the entire game of Dota 2 of showing up out of nowhere from a good start in the mid lane and affecting the side lanes is Pango. So that can certainly make a difference. But very stable draft from Signal Ultra. It's gonna take something special for Execration to win here. And fortunately for them, the specialness can come in one of two ways, right? Let me tell you what could be special. This could either be a Bob special performance where he goes ham, he does amazing things, or we might have to go ahead and spam in chat the "we see you." You know, we might have to spam out the "we see yous" once again for our bot, as well as Jamesy. It's just a little possibility, just a little possibility. Lol. All right, but now we're in it. Action's happening. Memes are finished. Game 2. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So let's hope we don't have to spam out the VCUs, huh? And that everything stays chilled. But here we go. Big thing as well for me about how this game needs to pan out and what needs to happen for them to find success is that Signal Ultra need to be very circumspect about exactly how fast this draft is from Execration. If they win these lanes like hard on Execration, not even that hard, my gosh, it just goes kind of crazy how fast they can get up and going on the map. Also, this is interesting though. Signal were able to muscle them off of several of these bounty runes. Palos only able to secure one for his team. I mean, a bit unfortunate there, but it is what it is. Oh, sorry, Eugene. I appreciate that, fam. I appreciate that, fam. Dude, they're actually being so smart right now. On the side, like by Reese making sure to get some of these Arctic Burn hits now. He knows that, like, when it comes to harass in the lane, your positioning as Winter Wyvern doesn't always allow you to get as many pot shots out like that. So you do this now to force them back underneath the tower. You know that they won't have any space to move to try and de-ward lest they die while trying to run to the safety of the tower. So then you run forward, plop down your sentry. Very difficult for RR to know where it is exactly. Man, it's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Love to see it. Overall though, the way that this bottom lane will pan out, it's going to be free farm for Palos.
some harass for BHM, but get to level 3, you're fine. It's all good. This mid matchup, there is some concern I have here because I do not believe Pango can perform well in this lane. Feels intuitively a very difficult lane to be playing here. We'll see what James is going to be capable of in this situation. For now, it's fine. It's fine. You're just surviving, you're just getting levels. Bob will just do that. James is going to win, I suspect. So let's check out these supports just bothering each other in the top lane. BDZ blocking the camp stack. But in the meantime, the lane matchup, you know, against this Night Stalker, like once you get level 3, level 4 especially, you can start to put a lot of pressure on Luciano. Grims right now doesn't have Curse of Avernus, so that's a major source of harass no longer available. So these first couple of levels, you can see that they're trying to get as much out of the lane as possible while they can, because they know it gets hard. They know it gets hard.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
I think though well, actually almost had Bob die in the middle. Wow. I think though the big thing for them is just going to be trying to get levels for Lucy while they can. Bob, like I said, almost lost his life in the mid lane. And Jamesy, this only gets harder. Like, oof, this is not going to be fun for Bob throughout the entire time. Not going to die though. It's very difficult for Pango to lose his life provided he has the swashbuckle available. Nonetheless, he has to figure out a way to also make use of these side camps. Primarily because it's going to be his responsibility to rotate. Night Stalker is just simply not going to have a good enough game for him to be the one to start doing it first. And Bob actually in danger here. James is gonna first blood him. Okay, I mean, I did just say it's hard to die with Swashbuckle. Not so hard when you no longer have access to it. So now Jamesy and Abat, I'm certain that they know something personal about Bob, because every time something like this happens, he's the first person to get multi-tipped by the entire team. That is huge. Like, you're more than doubling up the CS and you get the first blood. I'm just gonna go ahead and refill off of bounties. They thought that the possible rotation was coming bottom because they saw this movement. So we do see that a little bit more care is being taken by Palos. He's backing off the lane just slightly. You always love to see players reacting to the information they receive on the map. Grims, now that he has access to Curse of Avernus, this lane is no longer possibly fun for Lucy. Feels bad, Luciano. What can you do? And the thing is, Grims can just... You do this, right? You zone back the one hero. As soon as this is happening, now it's like, crap, Luciano has to already start thinking carefully about moving back because he knows the Abaddon is coming. Just to complicate his life. And look at the CS. Basically, since level 2 has been picked up by Grims, Luciano has barely progressed in his own ability to get these last hits. Gonna try now to kill Grims, you know, Aquatic Shield will buy some time and BDZ will be able to get the kill onto Grims. Very low on the HP though, so Abat is gonna try and find some revenge. Phantom Strike only available in 1 second, but a lot of damage going the way of Abat himself. But this PA, she is going to stick around. Not enough range just yet. No vision. There we go. Found the range. Got the damage out. One more right click. Get the job done. Abat patient with the plays. And he knows that Luciano has nothing from the lane. So even though it's nighttime right now, the Hunter in the night will not be good enough to die immediately. And Abat's actually gonna get chased underneath the tower. There's no dagger available to throw back and get the slow onto Luciano. So he just gets ran down. So despite there not being that much available, because there's also apparently no TP for Grims to come and get the save, just gonna be a death on the PA. What a time to be alive.
For me, that kill is not just important in terms of what it represents for the net worth of Luciano, but consider just how much time he got to actually get CS and farm compared to what he was able to get beforehand, and how much of the gold he got from these kills with experience. Oh, dude, this lane turned, actually, it's all good. All turned out all right. It all turned out all right. Definitely having a better time than BHM. They have similar amounts of CS. Of course, BHM doesn't actually need assistance anymore. So we're gonna see this Winter Wyvern. Already, the job is being done to enable this PA later. Given the kind of stacks that we see, there's a 0% chance Palos is not building into the BKB. Ah, Battle Fury. It's not Palos though. Wrong team. I'm still thinking of Palos in the previous game. We just saw Jamesy die solo mid again. Are you kidding me? How? Dude, you have BDZ nearby. How? Okay. Listen. Right, listen. You're like 2 levels behind right now. It is what it is. But I honestly don't actually
many daggers am I holding up?
understand how you die the second time. The first one, it is what it is. I get it. But surely you just never use Swashbuckle. Unless, and James doesn't even have a point in silence. So I am really perplexed about what just happened. Look at the net worth difference now. Bob got nothing out of this game, man. And the thing that kills me is I still stand by what I said, right? Despite this laning phase going this south, even if it went well, I still maintain I don't think this is a good game for Pangolier. I think it's a hard game to play as the Pango. And we're at the early stages right now. He hasn't actually encountered the true difficulty. We'll try to get a kill here. They find Grims after picking up this haste rune. Jamesy activates the exorcism. Luciano's also gonna show up middle. Cold Embrace keeping Jamesy alive for now. And they get the kill with these ghosts. RR will end up losing his life. They at the very least will be able to bring down this Death Prophet. Now they've shown up with BHM. Abat's also coming into the mid lane. It's just chaos from everybody here. Luciano flying around, not gonna be brought down just yet. Still on the high ground. Bob pops the haste rune. Is gonna be able to run away to safety. Very nice catch from them in that situation. They get the DP in the one place he doesn't want to be. They managed to find that kill. Certainly going to do a lot to bring Bob back into the game. And also, that fight happened before Winter's Curse was online, so they could not use it to counteract the play of the Rolling Thunder. And Abat stuck around in the mid lane, so now taking quite a bit of a rat here. Magic Missile will come out. Aphotic Shield will not be full protection because there's still a bushwhack. They pop him on a tree, and Bob finishes off Abat with the swashbuckle. Alright, Bob had a very rough time in the laning phase, but these last 2 minutes have been very good to him on the map. And while all this is happening, Palos took the time to rotate and move top, and is uncontested pushing on the tier 1 tower. To be fair, Signal Ultra have been doing the same attempt with BHM down bottom, but BHM's already being surprised by heroes around him. They're looking for this kill. Swashbuckle did connect. Do they have the magic missile? Indeed they do. The turnaround, will BHM survive? Here comes the Night Stalker. Dragon Tail stun will keep BHM alive a little while longer, and he's still alive. Freaking hell, that took forever. Dude, Aris, where we at? I think like it took too long. If the Winter Wyvern probably didn't think that DK would survive as long as he did. If he did, he would have TP'd immediately with the Cold Embrace, but it takes too long. The death ends up happening. This is good stuff from the Execration lineup. Defending the tier 1 tower bottom. Again, they did that. Palos, uncontested, took the tower. Very happy in the top lane. Has the D-Lance flying in to complement the 4 power treads. Can, without guilt, begin building into the Deso now. It's just a good start to the game. Abat. What? Why was Abat alone middle? What is Signal doing right now? So they have like 4 heroes around bottom, right? Abat is alone around middle, even though the enemy still has a tier 1 tower there. 2 of the heroes bottom have pushing spells, to be fair. So they're trying to utilize this on the tower, but it feels like a massive committal of resources when Execration were able to push a top tier 1 tower with just the TA. Now, Luciano, will he die here? They do have Winter's Curse to be thrown out if needed. Luciano got swapped out to a better position, but he's still going to get chased down. There's no way he's going to be able to survive this one. And now Palos might have flown too close to the sun. Spirit Siphon, and there's still ghosts going. They surely have enough damage for this, do they? Nope, not just yet. They keep the Winter Wyvern far away, so they cannot use the Winter's Curse to keep him in position. It will be there onto Bob just to make sure he doesn't kill the Wyvern. Jamesy, in the meantime, able to eliminate this BDZ hoodwink in the middle of the engagement. Reese did get taken down eventually by Bob, but Bob can't get deeper into the fight. Big winner of all of this, though, is going to be Palos. They commit a lot to keep him alive. Ends up being worth it. Your safe lane Templar Assassin, you can't afford to lose her right now, especially not when she's out farming the Abbat PA by such a drastic degree. About 12 minutes in, and we're still looking a fair distance away from the Battle Fury being available. I mean, look how carefully you have to play in the situation. Okay, Bob goes in with Rolling Thunder. Dude, Grim still doesn't have level 6. Bro, he's about to die. Feels bad. And he was so close to it. I mean, how much experience is that away? Dude, 44 experience away from hitting level 6. Are you kidding me? On the bright side for them, on the side of Signal, is that this DP, Jamesy, is still having a good time right now. And this mid game, if they play carefully enough, especially with the Wyvern and Abaddon all in focusing on keeping her alive, she can carry them through the mid game by herself. The heroes that they have on the side of Execration, not the heroes that you necessarily think of that come to mind first with dealing with Death Prophet. Of course, as their strength continues to increase, it becomes a lot easier. Oh, Swashbuckle from Bob connects, but with the Arctic Burn, they know that this Winter Wyvern will be fine. Flying away will be no problem. Smoke up now. I feel like they need to be playing like this, farming heroes instead of trying to farm the map. Like, Paolo should be farming the map, but I like how they've been playing so far from the side of Execration. Like, actually trying to utilize their spells, so not just waiting in the wings. I have a little bit of time before the next nighttime right now. Ironically enough, it would be so dope if they could take a fight just before nighttime by popping Darkness. And then once Darkness falls from the ultimate, they have a natural nighttime for quite some time, and then transition that into something else. Mid lane, BHM, wow! He got swapped back into so much damage from the side of Execration. Still though, that was a lot of like their spells utilized for that one kill. It was Swap, Wave of Terror, Sharpshooter hit, Swashbuckle. If there was even one Cold Embrace from the Winter Wyvern, probably doesn't die, at least not instantly. And throughout all of this, PA has also been staying out of trouble, but I'm not necessarily happy with the farm speed, but farm is still happening. And now they're committing the Ghosts for the second time in this game onto a structure, looking for their tier 1 in the mid lane. However, of course, they have a vested interest in defending this as much as they can. Everybody's showing up. Palos is also nearby if he wants to participate. Luciano goes in first. Crippling Fear with the Darkness triggered. The turnaround from Jamesy will be there with the Spirit Siphon. Beautiful Bushwhack yet again coming in from BDZ. They really want to take this tower, and they will have enough damage to do so. But the Sharpshooter, nice elimination. They move Jamesy away from the rest of the team, and then they remove him from the map in itself. Swashbuckle goes forward onto Grim, slows him down, and another Bushwhack onto this Winter Wyvern. Look at this chase potential from Execration. And Paolo is not even interested in the tier 1. He wants to try and scout out Roshan. Has the Desolator with the D-Lance. I mean, it's 3 heroes eliminated. 15 seconds, more than enough time to take a Roche with this Templar Assassin in this game. They should be aware of this from Signal, but I don't think they'll be able to get here in time to also get into the pit and defend against this. So the first Roche of the game will go towards Palos. Deny the tower, dude. Okay, thank you. Oh, lol. Sorry, Eugene. I saw you tried, fam. You tried. You tried. BHM. Gonna get caught out here by these heroes. Sharpshooter will break him. Dragon's Blood will not be effective. This time around, though, there is the Cold Embrace. Alright, Bob. Don't waste your time, fam. Just leave. If there's Cold Embrace, he doesn't die. Which is, you know, kind of interesting because he's died twice. Winter Wyvern was alive both times he died, you know? Questions must be asked. Palos now, Aegis in tow, looking to get the Blink Dagger very shortly. The thing is though, they have this 3k gold lead. A lot of this lead is sitting in the hands of Palos. And a lot of the lead is because of how poor a game BHM is having so far. He's about to get the Blink Dagger, that's still nice. However, you're still playing into Death Prophet and the PA. You still haven't actually taken these tier 2 towers. In the next several minutes, of course, they're going to want to dodge you on the map, but I do not think they can start resting just yet on the side of Execration. Palos, for example, might not want to do it, but will certainly need to pick up BKB at some point. Top lane. Execration trying to keep this high pace of the game going by rotating over there. Only Bob is sort of around middle, but now they catch Bob. Bob, silent, stop, can't get out of here. Oh god, Bob is dead. Big mistake from Bob. RR. Port killed middle. Dude, what the hell, Bob? Seriously. Like, why would you swashbuckle? Alright, so the reason it's a huge mistake from Bob, right? This is the vision that they have on the map. On the side of Radiant side. This is what they see, right? You know for a fact that there's one of two places these heroes are going to be positioning right now. They're either posted up behind the tier 2, they're either on their own high ground, waiting to pounce and start a fight, or they're going to be somewhere around the mid lane, right? If you're going to use Swashbuckle, if he swashbuckles bottom lane, whatever, I'm fine with it. But swashbuckling in this area, when you know that this is the likeliest places they might be, bit interesting on that one. They still do end up getting the tower after killing the Winter Wyvern. So ultimately in the grand scheme of things doesn't end up mattering. Palos still a net worth leader. Palos actually building the Aghanim Scepter first. We started seeing this more and more where players are skipping Blink rather just going straight for the Ags. And then that's your actual mobility item. Mid lane, they find Bob again.
That went well, I think.
In the same place. Oh man. Bob must be like, really, dude. Oh, I feel like the first one, fine. I'm being a bit hard on him for the first step, but the second one can't happen. Aegis about to expire in a minute. They've used it to good effect though on the side of Execration. Got a bunch of farm on this PA, on the TA. She has now the full Aghanim Scepter, moving towards getting MKB so she can deal with the TA. And she certainly can deal with the TA. Abat will not be happy and feel safe having to fight up against the MKB TA. Fortunately though, for Signal Ultra, Abat has found a lot of farm in these last few minutes. It's crazy big right now. Battle Fury, Deso building into BKB. There's actually a smoke move here. Are they gonna find Abat? Oh my god, that's really funny. Is if Abat dies here, and Abat's not gonna die. Oh my god. This is big for so many reasons. So, bottom lane, right? Signal Ultra is busy pushing this tier 2, using the ghosts as well as the DK form, right? At the same time, Abat was busy farming top. And Abat says to himself, okay, we'll talk about it in a second. BKB now activated by Luciano, wants to try and get closer and actually get this kill. Abat in danger. They need the cold embrace. It comes out, and the Winter's Curse as well to buy some space, but they still have the sharpshooter hit to bring down Abat. These Exorcism Ghosts are not going to last much longer as they expire now. DK form also not lasting that much longer. They get the bushwhack onto the high ground. BDZ yet again so effective with this hoodwink. Able to secure 2 core kills, and they're looking for the third one. Swap back by RR. They bring BHM onto the low ground. They're fighting in front of the tier 3 tower before even taking the tier 2. At the very least, the Splinter Blast from this Winter Wyvern will eliminate the Luciano NS. But they get the tier 2 tower now. Without the Night Stalker, they don't feel the appetite to try and force a high ground push, and they've lost the Aegis. It's expired. So that was a very bizarre sequence of events, right? A lot of things happened to start that one off. Firstly, Abat was farming top, right? The rest of the team is pushing tier 2 bottom. Abat doesn't want to get caught out. So despite being around this top lane, Abat's like, I'm going to actually TP somewhere else on the map to feel a bit safer. TP to the one place that's not safe, because that's where Execration are smoking towards. And they end up finding the PA, and you think, oh, okay, it's actually fine. PA saw them, PA is going to get out. But then the angle of PA getting out actually encourages a fight. And because PA is caught in a very awkward position here on the low ground, no real ally to get back to, the cold embrace is forced out in a bad place. The heroes who are pushing bottom can't CP back into a positive place. And Dota, not just a game of margins, but a game of domino effects. All of this culminates and leads up to a terrible teamfight loss for Signal on their own high ground. BKB almost available for Abat. BHM also building BKB. And the DP has decided against it. She's going to go for the Shiva's Guard rather. This I'm fine with. Makes more sense. I don't think she needs... Having the Yule Scepter is fine for her, I think. On the other side, Luciano has BKB. We've seen it to great effect in the previous engagement. And of course, as would naturally be expected, you build into the Nullifier and then you get the Swift Blink. The issue with overwhelming Blink, it can be really funny sometimes to see people pushed away from the edges of the darkness. It's kind of funny, but he might go overwhelming Blink. For the most part though, I've seen Swift Blinks on these NSs. Like Basher into Swift Blink eventually. I also wonder if they wanted AC on the team despite having the Vengeful Spirit. I don't think so. Bob, 5, 4, and 7 on the Pango, has certainly had a better time than I thought he would. In particular, he's been positioning quite well to not allow himself to be immediately caught by Winter Wyvern Curse. And the big thing is that he's not been moving in such a fashion on the map that it's easy to catch him out. Bottom, oh, they might have caught out PA. Abat doesn't have BKB. Abat doesn't have BKB. Abat is in danger. Abat's in trouble. Though, yes, Grims is nearby. Abat needs to get out of here. Won't be able to do so. The sharpshooter is going to bring him down. Palos also takes out the Winter Wyvern. Grims trying to distract away from BHM. Trying to TP out here. Won't be able to do so. They make sure that that's not going to happen. They get the kill onto BHM on the right-hand side of the fight and prevent Grims from escaping so they can secure this kill too. Good stuff done. Execration. This is what I wanted to see. Play quickly, play fast, play aggressively, be moving onto every single side of the map. And you see, right after they get this kill, they pull to the outpost that they took on the other side of the map to threaten Jamesy. And this is certainly going to be a dead DP. 2 more hits. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes.
You came too close to the secrets.
Palos also now can build into the BKB because guess what's coming on the courier? Fully complete MKB, baby. Well, the courier just had to respawn first, but you know what I mean. What? Bottom! A bot! Dude! Look at BKB! Has it now? Gosh, dude. The signal decision making, I will be honest, has been a bit frustrating to watch over the course of the series. Because you can clearly see the talent, right? You can clearly see that this is a team with players that know how to press their buttons, know how to play at a high level, but some of the decisions every now and then. Oh boy. Vengeful Spirit has now officially overtaken the opposing Dragon Knight in terms of net worth. And they're smoking to go bottom to potentially force a fight onto Palos. I don't know about this one. Alright, if they can get the assassination, take away the Aegis and bounce, maybe. But this is definitely a trap, right? Palos waiting, hiding with the Melt Strike. They will be able to get the pounce off. And here's the jump. First life gone. Rolling Thunder coming in. They're already trying to bring down the Winter Wyvern before they can be a curse. But look at the damage going on to Nightwalker. But they keep the silence out. Winter Wyvern is gone. They keep Palos alive by swapping her back. Abato still able to jump onto TA. And TA dies underneath the Exorcism Ghost. Palos, no BKB of course, so cannot have the additional protection. With these ghosts everywhere, feels like they don't have an angle to be able to get back in on the fight. And now they split them all up. Bob in the trees. He's been scouted out, found out. This is certainly going to be a kill onto the Pango. Not even a way to out with the swashbuckle. Silenced up by Jamesy. Alrighty. 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 I am a bit surprised because Execration clearly knew that fight was coming, clearly prepared for it, or tried to stack up to be ready, but for some reason it didn't feel like there was communication on who a target should be. We saw this Night Stalker, right? Expending the vast majority of his BKB duration and the Hunter in the Night flight, trying to bring down this Winter Wyvern. But for a time, it felt like he was the only one attacking Wyvern. RR was just focused on standing by so that he could get the swap back onto the TA. Top Abats might be in some danger. But he has BKB, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. His team needs to come help him though, so he can't get out by just a swap. It's a 9-second BKB, so it's very difficult to actually get the full fight afterwards. They get the swap back anyway. Cold Embrace with the Winter's Curse will be there to buy some time for the PA. She's kept alive right now. Rolling Thunder coming through. The Rolling Thunder gonna be enough. They actually isolate Abat and kill him, and they're still running onto a Reese. Winter Wyvern's gone. Alright, so twice now. Situations where one team knows 100% of the fact that a fight is coming, even has vision of the concerned heroes, but doesn't appropriately prepare by stacking up with all the heroes. What just happened? Like, Signal played that as if this game is even, where they can afford not to respond with everybody when they see literally the most dangerous heroes in the game going top. Like, you see Palos, you see Luciano, you see RR. You need to get away and bring everybody to that side of the map. If you can't BKB TP out, you have to bring the fight that side. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jamesy will pop Ghost. They actually might be able to get this kill onto Bob, and indeed they will. They find Bob in a very awkward position. Palos now needs to be saved by RR swapping them out, and it's able to get away thanks to this Aghanim Scepter. The Ghosts from Jamesy will make sure that RR's life is not going to be enjoyed for a long time in this world. Is committal of Ghosts to make this happen? I mean, it's a decent trade of gold, to be fair, because Bob is definitely starting to get up there in terms of his own net worth. However, we'll see how far they can get, how much they can get out of this. Luciano, oh god. Look at the damage from this PA, Abat. Oh god. I think Luciano's dead.
At my hand is an honor.
Okay, so they ported bottom, right? And somehow they're going to be able to push middle again because they got this kill, got dragged back towards this mid lane. Tier 2 tower gonna fall now. This is a siege wagon push as well, and with the bots getting off the Desolator hit onto the tier 2, negative armor will be more than enough for this to go down. What a bizarre game. What a bizarre game. Fortification will be popped now by the Execration lineup. This gold graph slashed down to the 6k mark at this point. I think they just want to be able to claim the tier 3 and get out. Abad got swapped back in by RR, but they just turn around and just eliminate that Vengeful Spirit. Winter's Curse will be there to prevent Bob from getting too deep into the fight. But look at Jamesy. Jamesy's caught on the high ground. Jamesy can't get out. Jamesy forced off. We'll keep him alive for now. Abad bushwhacked to a tree, jumping back to try to put some damage out onto Bob. Bob with the Spirit Siphon will not be able to get deeper in the fight. Looking for a chance for the Swashbuckle, gets it onto Grims, and that's going to be a kill. Swash the double damage out. Oh, they got the kill. 2 heroes hitting onto Jamesy. It's enough to find the kill. Ares trying to TP away will be able to do so. Oh my goodness. Alright, so that didn't even cost a real buyback. Only RR committed the buyback. How did Jamesy end up here? So Rolling Thunder came into the middle of the fight. I think what happened is that Jamesy was trying to dodge the Thunder, got hit by it like once, and the Winter's Curse, yes, it ends up isolating the hero, but not much more. They also catch a bot. What? How? BHM also being chased down too. Okay. 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 This game. Honestly, it's over not just because of the fact that they're 10k gold ahead, but it seems Signal are insistent that no, we will not make responsible decisions in this game. No, we will not. We will not. We're going to play the riskiest. You know, we're going to be on the 6 seconds until Night Stalker respawns. We're going to sit on the high ground here and try to get this tier 3 tower. Oh boy. Now they're going to end up losing Elena Rax, potentially 2, because Palos is so strong. 30 seconds with no PA is a very long time. They might decide to back after getting the tier 3, but why would you? Just look at the pushing power. Get the kill onto the tier 3s, both mid and top, and now both lane of Rax are eliminated. You know, there's a world where Signal Ultra just took this tier 2 tower and then backed. That world is out there. One of the worlds on the universal wave function is one where they backed and this game is still fairly good and we're actually back to like a 6k lead because they got the tier 2 and just backed. And instead of going for a tier... Actually, no, there's another world, right? Remember they were pushing the tier 3. Then it got glyphed, right? They actually popped glyph on Radiant. And Signal still backed and went back again. If they just backed off immediately. There's a world where they did that either, but... In the world we're in, instead they got double raxed and they're smoked outside of the base right now in sheer desperation to look for something. But Execration are aware of what's going on. What other play is available for them now? Besides trying to go for a desperation smoke, hopefully get some kills, and hopefully consolidate control around Roshan. Execration, they're not the team that's playing 2 lanes of Rax down, so they don't have to concern themselves with being on the map. The moment they see, nope, we have no vision of where any of these heroes are, cool, time to go back to base and chill. There's a world where Navi is an esports organization, not a clown car. Oh no. Palos is gonna go for Swift Blink. Was it Swift or Overwhelming from Luciano? Ah, neither. So Swift Blink for Palos. No need to get such items like Daedalus and the like. Jamesy and them, they come across Bob though. BKB activated so he could get off this Rolling Thunder and get away from this action. In the meantime, Luciano trying to isolate and kill this Winter Wyvern. Erica will still stay alive. Cold Embrace will be there. Now Luciano forced to pop the BKB to run away. At the same time, a bot got killed. How? Why was a bot there when the rest of the fight is this side? They're going to be able to get Luciano and put him in the grave at the very least. Buyback will be there from Abad. Palos now trying to man fight versus the rest of the squad. BKB will not allow him to TP out because the Winter Wyvern will throw in the curse. Abad now back in to try to dish out this damage, and they get it. BHM able to end the killing spree. The rest of the team will start to beat a hasty retreat. Bob already TP'd back to the base. And now the Roshan is actually open. Ghosts are still going. Abad. They need to give the Aegis of the Immortal to this PA. God damn it. Doesn't somebody wanna at some point ask everyone in this game what is happening? 14k gold lead still for the side of Execration, but PA has the Aegis. Who is carrying the cheese? DP? Yeah, DP with the cheese. Gosh. What a bizarre game. Looks like they at least found also the Aghanim Scepter in the Roshan pit, which they gave for free to BHM. It's helped a lot with the net worth. Also, things are starting to get to... Remember in the previous game where I was talking about how, you know, PA plateaus, and then after she plateaus, at least, like, the way she does damage, it still doesn't feel like people catch up to her. So she plateaus, but still feels very far ahead. Right now, a hero that's very far ahead is this TA, but Palos is not in the similar boat as the PA where you can kill heroes at a glance. You still have to be playing really well as the PA to get these hero kills. No. No, don't tell me this. Don't tell me this. No, not a connection problem. Oh, God. No. The game better not have dumpstered us out of it. Oh, God, let's see. Might have to restart Dota, actually. Yeah, I have to restart Dota. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, y'all. The game might have actually kicked me. Hold on. So I was just listening to music earlier. I need to turn off that display capture, actually. It's definitely gonna get me into trouble. We better not get back into this game and Volvo has done Volvo shit. That's all I'm saying. But it looks like Volvo is doing a little bit of Volvo shit here because, oh god. Okay. Yeah, it's Volvo shit. I thought so. Now we straight though. We straight. We cool. No worries. Wait, signal execration, so it'll just be game one actually. Oh, come on. There we go. We cool. No worries, everybody. You know, things might have kicked us out, but what we're going to do right quick, we're going to download the replay, right? And then we're just going to watch the end of the game. Volvo thinks it can trick us like this? Nah, that's not going to happen. Although there's a non-zero chance. Okay, it's not. Yeah, there's a non-zero chance. This is actually the previous game. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, God. So we're actually going to have to wait for the results of this to get posted up. What the hell, Dota 2? Are you kidding me, dude? This is so annoying. This is such bullshit. Sigh. Or it could also be, I think I got timed out. I'm pretty sure I got timed out, yeah. But, let's see. Is it still in here? Is it still in here? I don't think it's here anymore. Alright, might have to wait like a minute or two just so it can refresh properly in the ticket. I think if the ticket just updates the replay, then it's not that big a deal, right? We just go back into it. Yeah, I know the game's already ended, but we need to wait for the freaking ticket to get updated. You understand? Like, we need this game that's here
to wind up here. Did Signal win? Are you sure? Are you sure? I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that, right? So here we go. We're going into it. We're going into it. Yeah. It's chill. This is what we're waiting for. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Well, as long as the download actually, that download actually hits. By the way, Jobs 0512, for your sake, I actually hope that Signal didn't win, because if you read the rules of the chat, there are no spoilers here, fam. There are no spoilers here. And I'm now annoyed and in a bad mood because of this shit. So the possibility exists that I end up just, you know, might end up having to ban you, bro. Might end up having to do the thing. I don't want to. I don't want to. So that's what I'm saying. I hope that you, comrade, come the hell on, dude. Alright. One more restart. Jeez. Jeez. Are you kidding me right now? Dota 2. Dota 2. Dota 2. 35. Alright, sorry fam. That right there, nah. That right there is 100% bannable. 100% bannable. And I do kind of want to, because you're being kind of a dick right now, Mr. Jobs. So, oh great, now my internet's giving me issue. Can somebody, one of the mods, somebody ban him, please? Get him out of here. Get rid of him. Ban him for all time. Like, just out of my sight. Out of my sight. Alright. Now let's see. Come on. Come on, Dota 2. You can do this. I believe in you. I believe in you. The question is, does Dota believe in itself? Clearly not. Oh, God. You're actually kidding me right now, dude. I mean, the thing is actually broken, dude. Like, it's actually broken. Like, what the hell is happening? Oh, well, very clearly we're not getting back into the game. And, lol. Ironically enough, Jobs wasn't actually spoiling, but you still deserve to get banned. Jobs 0512. You still deserve to get banned, because even though you weren't reporting the correct results, apparently, because it seems like Execration actually won, you're not abiding by the rules of the chat, the rules of the conversation. So, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh well, it is what it is. To be fair, by the time where we were in the game, right, it's very unlikely that they were going to win. Yeah, replay pending, I thought so. It's very unlikely that we're actually going to be able to win the game as Signal. Because as much as Jamesy could still come back, not Jamesy, the PA could still get super big on a bot. Part of the problem, look how broken this is. Like, a bot's apparently playing Win Survivor. Are you kidding me? Ultimately, the main issue that would end up happening is Execration had already mastered and taken so many of the fights in terms of who to go for first. Didn't think Signal was going to be able to adapt to that. And in this particular instance, they knew that for some reason, did I mod him? No, dude. What? No, I was trying to ban him. Oh my god. Oh god. Alright, there we go. You're banned, buddy. That was not banned. I was definitely honest. Oh lol. I was trying to mod somebody else, but I modded them by mistake. That was not on purpose. It was certainly not on purpose. My bad. Wait, actually, did Signal win or not? Because I'm actually not sure that that's the right replay. Hold on, that I just realized. Yeah, we have to check this out. Hold on. We'll have to see the replay. Can somebody check on the Russian stream and just make sure for us? Can y'all confirm, did Signal get this dub? Did they actually win? I'll be honest and say I'll be shocked if they won. right? Despite the fact that our bots could get really big in the game, I don't think they were playing well. So it's only two ways that they win that game, right? From where we were. Obviously somebody's going to be telling us what happened. Either execration threw beyond a reasonable degree, right? Or what ended up happening is that they just kept fighting around DP, wait for her ultimates, and just fight her, literally just her. She's the one that you focus around. If you stay around her with spirit siphons and the like, you can still stay alive. I also want to watch how they won. What? They actually freaking won. All right. Thank you. So we need this fucking replay. Jesus Christ. Just one file, Dota 2. Just one file. Just the one file. Actually, wait. There's another way we can find this. Give me one moment. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Signal 1-1. Dude, how? How on earth? So we're gonna search for the. I'm gonna find the match ID. Then I'm just gonna quickly find. No man. Cool. So I found the match ID. There we go. Oh shit, Signal 1. Alright, now I'm definitely justified in having banned the other dude. Hey, look. Downloading. Hey, let's go. Let's fucking go. Dude, how did they lose this game then? What? Yeah, we have to see this. We gotta see this. We gotta see this. Alright, y'all. Alright, y'all. I mean, to be fair, right? There is one thing. Shout out to the He Who Shall Not Be Named, who we've already banned. Shout out to them, right? Because they gave us the spoilers, all of us. You know what sucks? Sometimes you click on the replay file, right? Then you see Signal Ultra victory. Emotionally, that shit sucks. So, we don't have to worry about it. We already knew they'd won. Now we're just gonna figure out how. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. Does anybody remember how far we were into the game? So, like what minutes we were in the game? So let's see here. We've got 2 racks down. Did we see this fight? We did. We saw this fight. And this is the fight where a bot died here. We can actually see what happened. So, alright. This makes sense why he died. This makes sense why he died. Dude. Imagine playing like that and you still end up winning the game, dude. That's amazing. Okay, so Palos died here. We did see that death. We did indeed see that death. We saw a bot get this Aegis. And then I believe... Yeah, okay, we're around here, right? Because I believe we were busy talking about how one of the things that needs to happen is more farm. As it starts to accrue for a bot, he becomes a lot more dangerous. And I was going to mention earlier that Palos is basically maxed out. Alright, so it's definitely around here because Palos was about to buy Swift Blink when our game crashed out. Or at least had the gold for it, even having not purchased the item. So let's see. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. The thing also that I'm really wondering how on earth Signal wins this is because Palos, having access to the Aghanim Scepter, and the Swift Blink, you have so much mobility, you can keep running Signal ragged across the map. And they're playing against 2 lanes of racks, remember, not just the one.
Always watch where you're walking.
And I was talking about how Jamesy needs to be like the focal point of their fights if they're going to be able to win these out. Going for the Octarine Core here at the end. So Octarine Core, and you have the Trickster Cloak. So a ton of magic resistance, but more crucially, a ton of magical life steal. Killing this hero in the middle of these fights is going to be very difficult. The double Yules, 1 Yules to save, 1 Yules to kill. And Jamesy will be able to initiate that kill. BHM, of course, got the free Aghanim Scepter earlier. And having not died since that Roche take, has had enough time to finish a full Heaven's Halberd.
Who in the ball, guys?
And they're trying to force this push signal. Okay. To be fair, nobody's positioned just yet. Swap back, RR. Bringing back BHM. A lot of damage going in onto the DK. DK still alive. Luciano tries to go in with the darkness and the hunter in the light. Not going to be able to find anybody just yet. They're looking for the fight though because they jump in. Luciano looking for this Winter Wyvern. Abat hasn't popped the BKB just yet. They get the Abyssal Blade stun out onto the Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern will get taken out. But at the same time, they also lost their own Hoodwink as well as RR on the back of the fight. Ghost flying everywhere from Jamesy. They buy back on Winter Wyvern and as well as the Hoodwink. Jamesy falling very low, losing his own HP. But look at the damage from Abat. Eviscerate this Night Stalker. And now Bob trying to kill the DP, but not going to be able to do so because of the damage from Abat. Abat now forced to watch his DP dies in front of him. Can't really do all that much. Try to turn around with some of this damage. It's not really going to be there. Aegis now expired. Abat's trying to jump back into the fight. Luciano, BKB popped to get back in and survive. The Hunter's Boomerang thrown in. What a Winter's Curse! PDZ's gone. Oh god, Abat tried to get away with the blink. Unfortunately, he's blinked only to the low grounds. Is still in a dangerous position. BHM kept alive by the Cold Embrace. Barlos needs to run. There comes the Splinter Blast and the stun from the Dragon Knight. Barlos is in danger. Barlos is losing his life. Refraction. Will it be destroyed? No! Able to get away by moving with the Aghanim Scepter through the traps. Still alive. BHM turned the attention back to Luciano, who gets saved by RR, swapping them out. Abat though, not going to be abated. Will jump in eventually to finish off Luciano. No buyback for the Night Stalker. Abat now takes out RR. That's a dieback as well from the Vengeful Spirit. Now Barlos is fighting alone here. Barlos does not have any allies. Barlos will disappear towards the Radiant Triangle. What? Is this how it ended? Are you freaking kidding me? Execration literally streaming hero after hero into the jaws of death. And as they all get swallowed up by it, they now no longer have the buybacks. Oh god, Night Stalker died back. PA is just too strong. Barlos pops BKB, can't even kill these supports though. Just trying to buy time and space. Does still have buyback, but now completely surrounded. Gonna get taken out. That is gonna be a full death on Abat. Bob respawns, but Bob was the only one this whole time that didn't have buyback. And the team still tried to fight even though there was no buyback on the Pango. And now he's alive, but there's no buyback on the Night Stalker. Templar Assassin will return to the fold. Final Ghost coming in from Jamesy. This is tier 4 tower down. Opportunities are running out here. Execration, that's it. That's how it ended. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, that's a way to end a game. That's a way to end a game. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's painful. That's a painful loss. That's a painful loss. Sora Eugene, you are right. They definitely forgot their timings. I don't know if any of y'all... You know what actually happened? Not actually happened in this game. Do you remember earlier in the morning when Army Geniuses was playing Ground Zeroes and they won the game? The game was won. Actually, I'll show you exactly what this was. I'll show you a very similar situation. Not that one. Ground Zero, Game 2. Here we go. Dota. What the hell, dude? There we go. This exact situation happened earlier today, right? And it happened, we literally looked through the replay. That's why it's opening up so quickly. So it happens because one team is extremely far ahead. They're in a position where the game is actually not losable, right? We've taken all the correct fights. We have all the correct items. It's kind of similar to this, right? Look at this game. Look at this game state right now that we see. Wait, I want to zoom out a bit. If you look at this game state, right? Looking at these net worths, the values, where they are on the map, a lane of racks having already been taken. They're focusing on the second one. It's very difficult to lose from this position, right? The only way you lose is when you forget the fact that Dota is a weird game and strange things can happen. So you're so focused on finishing the game, you forget some of our heroes don't have buyback. Some of them have died back already. Some of them have committed full gold for a new item and thus don't have the ability to be able to, when they come back into it. Come on. Actually, I just wanted to check on the item timings here. You see Bob having bought this Abyssal Blade, right? That's actually where they lost the game. Right there. That actually lost the game. Straight up. Because if he doesn't buy Abyssal Blade, right, at this time, then after he dies in that fight middle where him and Luciano committed for the Winter Wyvern, then suddenly he has buyback available. Luciano has buyback available. Paolo still has buyback in reserve. RR has buyback. They all buy back. They can take the fight. Instead, what happens is that RR bought back. PDZ bought back. Luciano bought back. And then they realize the hero that is sitting with their Abyssal Blade, so a large portion of their new disable, can't buy back. Hell, even just Swashbuckle Basher is super useful. We saw it several times throughout this game, the kind of impact it can have. But sadly, you forget about these kind of things. Dota's a hard game. It's late into the game. And then you lose. Seconds later, game's over. That was wild, man. That was wild, 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 wild. What a game. Shout out to Signal Ultra. Fantastic performance from them. I am very impressed. About Lord. Oh man. That was so great. Signal Ultra. Shout out and credit to them, right? Sometimes it's also difficult to exploit your opponent's mistakes when they're in that situation. Honestly, I thought it was a kind of a mistake that they were making, like trying to force that additional fight, but their tenacity ends up winning out in the end. Congratulations to Signal Ultra. Very good team fighting, and Jamesy, in that last fight, Jamesy did a super cool thing where he sees heroes going towards his PA and towards the backline of his team, and he goes ahead. Exorcism Ghosts, Octarine Core, Shiva's God. I believe he's the one that killed RR and forced the initial buyback from the Vengeful Spirit. But what that does is when Vengeful Spirit's buying back, Vengeful Spirit is not nearby other heroes to swap them to safety. Therefore, when Palos gets caught by Winter's Curse, nothing you can do. You get caught on the Luciano Nightstalker, nothing you can do. So, Jamesy MVP. Shout out Jamesy. Lol. I mean, come on, Scan. I very rarely do the comparative analysis, so once in a while we've got to pull something out like that. Shout out Jamesy. Shout out Jamesy. Shout out Jamesy. Jamesy gets the 100% putting in work award for this day for dragging his team, kicking and screaming over the finish line. When the game crashed, that was actually, you know why the game actually crashed? That was Jamesy like cutting the internet to go to a bot and say, you're winning. Whether you like it or not, we're winning this game. You know what? Jamesy definitely made up for that move that happened in game 1, where he just zipped back into the Roshan pit with 4 heroes for no reason. Gotta love Dota 2. Gotta love Dota 2. Yeah, of course I'm gonna. That is the plan, G. That is the plan. I'm planning to cover the whole event. So I wanted to do Ponlo's team 2 days ago when they played, because they had some boss matches. They played MTG and they drew, and then they played Neon where they lost, but whatever. But they're playing tomorrow morning, so yeah, we'll be out here, fam. We'll be out here. So for now, we are going to be, not tomorrow morning, sorry, Sunday morning. Team D will be here. In terms of me, I'll be out here as much as humanly possible. Every single day that we can, wanna do this, man. I also like seeing these teams improve. Having seen Signal Ultra do this kind of comeback, having seen teams like Army Geniuses pull through with some really good performances today. You just love to see it. Puts us all in a good mood. So yeah, when Ponlo, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So the games that they play, Ponlo's team, they play Lil Gun on Sunday morning and they play GXR on Monday. As it stands right now, after these games, Signal are still sitting at the top of the group, right? They had a 2-0 win yesterday, and now that they got a draw, they stay at the top. with 3 maps in their favor. Army Geniuses is still technically ranked underneath them because they've copped losses, while Signal hasn't. Still have games in hand over the teams below. So we'll see how far Signal can make it. For now, they are on top. Team SMG is playing a lot tomorrow. But the fun one is that tomorrow Signal plays SMG. And that one will definitively confirm which team is actually at the top of this here group stages. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be very entertaining. Anyway, ladies, gentlemen, my NB comrades, shout out to y'all for being here, even through the difficulties that is the Dota 2 beta. Shout out, thank you for spending the time with me, spending this morning with me, spending the last... Wow, y'all aren't actually going to believe me if I tell you how long we've been on stream. Hold on. Let me just bring it this side. I'm just going to kill Dota quick so you can see how long the session's been going. It's actually more fun than just putting uptime in the stream. Hold on. Look. Hey, 7.5 hours. Y'all have been out here with the homie. Man, I appreciate it. Y'all have been great. Y'all have been great. Thank you so much for everything, man. The day with the time that you spent with me. You mad, bro? Yo! What's good? What's good, fam? What's good? I'm just about to clock up, and then one of the day ones pulls up. What's going on, my G? Man, this community is awesome. Y'all are great. Scant, shout out to Scant for... Well, he knows exactly why I shout out to Scant, but for several things, shout out to Scant, and also for putting together the whole fundraiser online. Shout out to the Jägermeister for actually making this channel a legit Twitch channel, you know? It actually seems like a legit Twitch channel. Shout out you Mad for pulling through just as we were on the way out. Just a little bit of extra goodness for the homie, you know? Just so based. Saint D, Former Fat, more day ones that have been out here. You know, the new day ones, Jareen, Baroda. Shout out to y'all. You know, Valkyrie Ruby, thanks for popping through as well. Shout out to you too. And, you know, Sora Eugene was holding it down in chat today, was out here the whole day. So, Reese, shout out to you too. Y'all are just so great. Y'all are just so great. Can't forget Loki. I'm just want to make sure that I'm like properly grateful to everybody today. I think that's about it. Zuma Lucas, shout out to you too. Shout out to, I forgot who it was that we banned. I actually feel bad now. I banned you, I don't even remember your name. Feels bad. Shout out to River God Sobek earlier for subscribing, handing out a bunch of subscriptions to everyone so that we can spam out those Jamesy putting in works. And, you know, shout out to Miguel and the Beast for the donation. Just, y'all are great. Y'all are great. Yeah, I don't even know what more to say. Just thank you, everybody. And that's going to be that for the rest of today. We're clocking out. We'll be returning tomorrow. Little bit of bad news in that I'm not sure I'll be able to do all the games tomorrow because it is a school event that I have to do, a paid event. So you know how it is. You know how it is. But I'll absolutely just do that as quickly as possible. Make sure that we get it through all these games. I'm only finding out the time later, but certainly be right back for the first series because it's going to be happening. And then from there, I'll inform you during the series exactly what the day's plans will be. Thank you so much, everyone, for putting through. Make sure, if you haven't already, to follow the channel. Follow the example of everyone else who I've just been mentioning. Subscribe, donate, do your part for your favorite local streamer. No matter where you are in the world, I'm your local streamer. And of course, do me the very big, massive favor of taking care of yourself. Remembering to not just physically take care of yourself, but emotionally take care of yourself. Engage the people that you love. Engage what you love. And figure out ways to love yourself more. Yeah, that's the best thing you can do for me. And more than anything else, if you want to show me your support for me, do that. And I'm good. Thank you so much, everybody. It was a great day. It was fun. Execration versus Signal Ultra went down 1-1. Execration went down 2-0 to Army Geniuses, and Army Geniuses 1-1 against Ground Zeroes. This is day 3, PNXBET C Invitational. We'll see y'all tomorrow for day 4. So until then, peace suits. Bye. Love y'all.